Okay, good morning, everyone. I think we can start opening this 13th IDP Young Penalist Symposium. So I immediately give the floor to Professor Bruno Brotta, who is the rector of this university. Thank you very much for being here.
Actually, welcome to you all. You know, it is a great pleasure for our university to host you all. I mean, this is a reading. It is the 13th Young Symposium, so this is important. I mean, our what we say, our chair. I mean, in penalist law. I mean, it is moving properly because when you have a possibility to host so many young people here, it means that you are moving in a nice, good direction. So I've been, you know, I'm just coming from Sapienza. I've been there for all my life. 2 years ago, I was appointed as, for rector here. So I've been always taking care of the internationalization. And there we have been always trying, to push this. Of course, there is less difficult than here. But here I found out that many professors here are moving toward that line. Professor Mongillo, and he has been built up a very good school. And this is important because actually we want to improve. And what we do not have to forget, actually, it is that we are the referee point for the society. The university playing a very important role, in any case, not only in criminal law, for everything. So therefore, what we do, people outside is looking at us. So how we behave, people in somehow is looking at us. So this is a very great responsibility. I say always that even, sometimes facing with the politicians, trying to tell them and teaching them that, the culture is here. So culture is here for anything. I'm a chemist, I'm an organic chemist, just coming back from, Jakarta. I've been there, talking about what I'm doing, research, what I'm doing teaching. And anywhere in the world. The people at the university is just one, frame. There are no different frames. So therefore, we are all in this frame. So therefore, what is asked to Professor young or old, that doesn't matter. It is to teach, to be humble, to learn. We have to teach, but we have to learn. What can we learn from students? And this is important. Step by step, actually, students are telling us if we are behaving properly. I see that. I do believe that. This has been my mission, and this is your mission. I think that, it has been a privilege to be at the university. It has to be your privilege to be at the university. And you have this luck today to be here, the university, La Sapienza, UnitelmaSapienza, which the driving force is La Sapienza, means that it is connected directly. And but all the teachers here, all the professors here, all the invited speakers here, looking at the CV, are showing the quality. So therefore, this has been your driving. So therefore, thank you. Thank you, Birritteri, thank Professor Mongillo, the head of the department, you too, for the organization meeting, and with the hope that in the future, this could be something which goes regularly, not only for, criminal law, but, for anything connected with law and not only with, because we are trying to grow in somehow in some other discipline, showing that the, let's say, on-distance teaching, the digital teaching, could be, exploited for many other disciplines. Thanks.
Now to Prof. Nicola Napoletano, who is the head of the Department of Law and Economics, that hosts us today. Thank you, Nicola. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Emanuele. As director of the Department of Law and Economics at UnitelmaSapienza, it's a real and a genuine pleasure for me to welcome all of you to this International Symposium of Young Penalists of the Associazione Internationale de Droit Pènal, organized by the AIDP Young Penalist Committee. I would like also and especially to thank Emanuele Birritteri and Vincenzo Mongillo, who leads our criminal law research group and serves as a member of the AIDP Board of Directors. I'm particularly delighted to see all of you here today for several reasons. The first is that I believe that this event embodies one of the main goals I wanted to achieve when, a few years ago, I take the leadership of the department. Above all, the department aimed to broaden the base of our faculty and researchers, placing emphasis on young scholars capable of bringing new energy and ideas to scientific research. I believe that today's event demonstrates that this endeavor has met with significant success. Secondly, the department have always aimed at promoting high-quality research with an ever-increasing international scope. In this regard, the extraordinary success of this symposium is particularly striking. Nearly 100 papers were submitted, and the program of the symposium mentions over 50 young scholars from 4 continents and 18 different countries. The department has been at the forefront in fostering research and publication in highest standard, as exemplified by the proceedings of this conference, which will be published in the Revue Internationale de Droit Pènal, one of the most prestigious international journals in criminal law. The Department of Law and Economics at UnitelmaSapienza has therefore supported this initiative with great determination and enthusiasm. As an international law scholar, I must say that the program of this 2-day symposium has several points of significant interest. First and foremost, considerable attention will be devoted to the transnational dimension of organized crime, whose illicit activities have long crossed international boards, posing a challenge to legal scholars. Namely, the regulation of the global phenomena that, by their very nature, cannot be effectively addressed through purely local or domestic legal responses. Yet, the international dimension, particularly in this area, has also been a decisive driver for innovation and development within national criminal law systems. I'm thinking in particular to the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime adopted in Palermo and to the practice that has been developed in this framework. The workshop will also touch upon the topic of international criminal law and the question of whether certain forms of organized crime can be framed within the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, as well as reflect on how tools developed in the fight against organized crime, such as financing, tracing, communications metadata, corporate network analysis, can support findings of organizational structure, intent, and command responsibility in international prosecutions, particularly with regard to armed groups. And I cannot dwell here on the equally fascinating perspectives emerging from the program regarding the role of the European Union in these fields. These topics all strike me as particularly engaging and oriented towards the broadest interdisciplinary, which I consider a highly effective approach, especially in relation to those subjects. I'm truly delighted to have you here, and I'm confident that these 2 days will be rich in stimulating insights. It's my hope that the network being strengthened today, with UnitelmaSapienza playing a leading role, will continue to grow and consolidate in the near future. In my opinion, today's symposium is one of the clearest demonstrations that in a distance learning university, research activities are real and concrete. Your presence at the workshop, your contributions, and your insights, which will be truly valuable for sure, mean a lot for the Department of Law and Economics and will make this scientific event more productive and enjoyable. I'm sorry But I have to leave you because my students are waiting for me to start the exams. So thank you again for being here today and tomorrow, and enjoy the workshop.
Professor Napoletano, now I would like to give the floor to Professor Antonio Gullo, who is the president of the Italian group of the AIDP.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. It's a real honor for me to be here and to convey the greetings of, as it was said, the Italian group of the International Association of Penal Law to this international symposium, which was organized by Young Penalists. And I would like to thank Emanuele Birritteri a lot for the great work he did, and UnitelmaSapienza in collaboration with our group. Yeah, our group was really glad to support this initiative, and we have also a strong link because Vincenzo Mongillo, who is here, he's also a member of the Executive Committee of the Italian group, and he's also a member of the board of the International Association. I am, as I said, it's a really honor, and yeah, I'm particularly delighted for two main reasons. The first one is, I would say, the first occasion in which I represent the Italian group, as I was appointed a few months ago, and I think that for me it's a good start because in our group the young panelists always played a very significant role, and it was thanks to the great job did in the past by Francesco Mazzagua, who is here. Now we have a new representative of the Italian group, Mario Arbotti, who is here, and I think it's important. And thanks to Emanuele Birritteri, who now is member of the Executive Committee of the International Young Penalist group, and I think it's very important. The second one, because relatively few years ago, we hosted at Louis the Congress, the World Congress of our association, and it was amazing to host here at Louis people coming from everywhere, and it is always a great opportunity to stay together, to share opinions, to create links. And if you can look at the program, so you have immediately the feeling that, as it was said before by the head of department, this is a unique occasion to have together young scholars coming from different jurisdictions, from different states. And I think also for us, in my opinion, it's a great opportunity to know colleagues coming from, young colleagues coming from everywhere, and they are always in such cases professors, young professors, or young researchers who for sure will become in the future professors. And I think that, as it was said by the rector, it is an opportunity to learn by one another, and also to live as members of the same association. I will not add more about the contents, because tomorrow I will have the possibility to deliver a proper introduction about the different topics that will be touched by this symposium, which is really a symposium characterized by a full agenda. So we have to speak really very, very briefly. And in my opinion, it is very interesting. We were speaking yesterday with the president of our association about this, the most important topics will be covered by this event, confiscation, organized crime, and so on and so forth. And I think that it is very interesting because we're speaking of topics which are traditionally very important in the scientific debate. But I would say during the years, we experienced also cases in which instruments shaped to fight organized crime. Now they are used also to fight different types of crimes. And generally, and it is something which is very well highlighted by the program, we have to deal with hybridization of criminal law. We have to think about the border between criminal law and other disciplines. And we have also taken into considerations problems linked to the protection of fundamental rights. And I think that also from this point of view, the program, which was very well designed, also thanks to the lot of abstract which were sent by all the participants, and I think it gave the opportunity to the organizers to select in a very rigorous way the abstract, and also to shape this very interesting conference. Finally, I would like to thank, because I think that for all of us it's a privilege to have today here the president of our association, Catherine Ligeti, and also General Secretary Stanley Tosha, who is coming. And we were yesterday together at dinner, and I think it's important because also it testifies how the board of our association is very close to the Italian group, but above all, and I think it's really important, to the Young Penalists. And Professor Ligeti was also president of the Young Penalists in the past, so it's in this case we have the first woman who was elected president of the Italian Association, and she comes from the Young Penalists. So I think it's a perfect combination. Thank you very much, and I will be here also to participate in this conference, which is really very interesting, and we'll see today and also tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gullo. There should be the president of the Young Penalist Committee, Isabel Gibson. So Isabel, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, young panelists. It's such a pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th AIDP Young Penalist Symposium, Responses to Organized Crime Between Tradition and Innovation. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the University of Rome, UnitelmaSapienza, for so kindly hosting us this year. We are truly honored to be welcomed by such a distinguished institution, and I extend my greetings to Professor Bruno Botta, Rector Magnificus, and to the distinguished professors on the panel. I really wish I could be with you in Rome today, but unfortunately, this time it wasn't possible. Still, I'm delighted to join you from Rio de Janeiro to take part in this special event. Last year, I took on the great responsibility of becoming the president of AIDP Young Penalist Committee. And we all know no one achieves anything alone. So I'm very lucky to work with 6 other dedicated young panelists who make this collective work so meaningful. And I must give a very special thank you to Professor Emanuele Birritteri. His dedication and hard work in organizing this event, from the call from papers to today, have been outstanding. I had the pleasure of working with him throughout the process, and I can say his commitment is inspiring. And we received a remarkable number of submissions from young panelists all around the world, and the level of quality was really good. The selection process was challenging, and this year our discussions will focus on a topic of a huge importance: the fight against organized crime, approached from different and often complementary perspectives. We will explore how non-criminal and hybrid tools are increasingly being used to combat organized crime. We will also reflect on the economic dimension of organized crime and the issues related to corporate criminal liability. And finally, we will address the procedural and international cooperation challenges that arise in this context. Therefore, I would like to congratulate all the young panelists here today and thank each of you who submitted your abstracts. Without your dedication, this event would not be possible, and I sincerely hope that these 2 days will be enriching, full of meaningful discussions and new connections. Make the most of every panel, every debate, and every conversation, as it is through these exchanges that we strengthen our scientific community. Thank you very much, and I wish you all an excellent symposium. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much, Isabel, also because in Rio de Janeiro now it's 4:30 in the morning, so I think she deserves also another thank you. Good morning, thank you very much for being here today with us, also from my side. It's my pleasure to give you, offering my greetings to this international symposium. This past month, as you can imagine, have been rather intense, hard work, because as you can imagine, listening to the data that were mentioned earlier, of course, including such a large number of contributors has not been an easy task for us, especially in view of the forthcoming publication of the proceedings of this symposium. But as I hope you will see in the next 2 days, the quality of the paper submitted in our view was very high. So that's why we decided to not to leave aside, I will say, all the outstanding proposals we received during the last months. From a thematic perspective, we show on here the opening address of the symposium by Professor Moncillo, who will outline the main lines of discussion of the first day. And I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Moncillo for his constant guidance and support throughout the preparation of this initiative. I will use my time just for a few well-deserved acknowledgements. First, my thanks go to Rector Professor Botta for helping us in organizing this symposium and also authorizing tomorrow the extraordinary opening of the premises. So thank you very much, Rector. This, I think, testifies to UnitelmaSapienza closeness to his young researcher. Our thanks also goes to Professor Nicola Napoletano, the head of the department, because he generously made the department resources available to us. And I wish to thank also Professor Gullo, the president of the Italian group of the AIDP, and the entire Italian group of the AIDP for co-organizing and supporting this symposium. Of course, we are truly honored to host today the president of the AIDP, Professor Katalin Ligeti, and the Secretary General, Professor Toscia. Has already been noted that your presence here once again demonstrates the strong bond between our Italian group of the AIDP and the International Association, but also your genuine commitment, I will say, to the activities of the young panelists of the AIDP. When we first proposed this symposium, Professor Ligeti, Professor Toscia, but also I would like to mention Professor Vermeulen and Klipp were immediately enthusiastic about this idea and supported us a lot. So thank you very much. A special word of thanks goes also to all my colleagues of the AIDP Young Penalist Committee, chaired by Isabel Gibson. I believe that since the memorable days in Paris, we worked with remarkable cohesion and with unity of purposes. So great teamwork, I believe. I hope that this will characterize our work also in the next years. Also wish to thank Francesco Mazzacuva and Nicola Recchi and the previous Young Penalist Committee, because they helped us a lot in the transition between committees, and their advice were very important for us, and there is a strong relationship between us, and it's also very important. Lastly, my thanks to the administrative staff of UnitelmaSapienza, Daniele Sanna, Davide Dulac, who will be with us for these 2 days, and also the organizing secretariat, Giorgio Ardizzone, Maria Teresa Braile, and Rosa Garbo for their excellent work. Please forgive me if I've taken a few extra minutes, but these acknowledgements were very important to me. So now I would like to give the floor to Professor Mongillo for his opening speech, and thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Emanuele. It's a real pleasure for me as well to deliver today here at my university the opening remarks for the 13th AIDP Young Penalist Symposium. This is an event strongly supported by my university, by our rector, and by my research group in criminal law at this university, in particular by Emanuele Birritteri, whom I warmly thank for his efforts, great efforts to organize this event. And this event surely was made possible also by the tireless work of the young penalists, young members of the Italian Gruppo AIDP and International Young Penalist Committee. I was, in a sense, born within the AIDP. My mentor, Professor Alfonso Sile, was a guiding figure of this association, as all the friends here know, as Catherine surely know. Looking at the program today and the impressive participation contributions, I believe the outcome is truly outstanding, both for our association and for the scientific quality of this event. Meetings like this, I think, show once again the vitality of the Italian group, so ably led by my friend Professor Antonio Gullo, and I think confirm that the young penalists are a key part of the association, of the AIDP's life. They constantly bring new ideas, energy, enriching our debates and enhancing AIDP's role as a leading international forum on the challenges of contemporary criminal law. For me personally, and for UnitelmaSapienza, it's a great honor to see this all with so many young scholars from all over the world that are connected, and to welcome our president, Professor Catherine Ligeti, and our Secretary General, Professor Stanislaw Tossa. From a scientific point of view, the topic of this symposium, I think, is particularly well chosen. It fits perfectly within the themes of the AIDP scientific cycle leading to the next International Congress of Penal Law, since it invites us to reflect on the particular role of criminal law in our times and on how many of its traditional categories, paradigms have been transformed in the fight against organized crime, corporate crime, and other kinds of contemporary crime, to the point of asking whether criminal law today is still the same or whether it has been, at least in part, replaced by something else. As for example, the German philosopher Gustav Radbruch generally hoped back in 1948, yet that something else isn't necessarily something better. This is my opinion. Many of today's challenges for today's criminal law scholars arise precisely in the fight against organized crime. Against this backdrop, the first issue is definitional. What do we mean by organized crime? It's an elusive and multifaceted concept. There is no single definition, either in criminology or in law. European and international instruments use it in different and broader ways than the traditional mafia-type idea. Hence, it may be more accurate to speak today of organized crimes in the plural. Anyway, the need for an effective response to organized crime has profoundly reshaped criminal law, criminal justice systems. New legal frameworks often depart from ordinary classic rules, not only in criminal law, but also in procedural, penitentiary, administrative law, international cooperation. And we also see the growing use of formally non-criminal instruments to prevent and combat mafias, organized crime. The perceived emergency, especially during the most violent phases of the confrontation between the state and the mafia, was the driving force behind exceptional laws and measures. This process began within national systems, most directly affected by organized crime, like Italy, and later extended at international level through international instruments such as the United Nations Convention, Palermo Convention, as the director of the department mentioned before. That what was once the exception has become the rule today. Temporary measures have turned into permanent mechanism. And their success has led to expansion to other serious forms of criminality regarded as equally threatening, such as terrorism, drug trafficking, corruption, and even certain types of economic crime. In Italy, for example, some anti-mafia measures, like undercover agents, in part preventive confiscation measures without conviction, have been extended to corruption. For some time now, some scholars speak of a criminal law of the enemy as opposed to a criminal law of the citizens. This distinction compels us to reflect critically on the impact on fundamental rights and on the balance between efficiency and guarantees. I would like to recall to young penalists that criminal law, in its very sense, is defined by the limits it imposes on punitive power. Without limits and proportion, what remains is not a legitimate exercise of authority, but a mere arbitrary violence, as the Italian law philosopher Sergio Cotta once observed. About the structure of the symposium, the opening session introduced by the much anticipated keynote speech by Professor Catherine Ligeti will focus on formally non-criminal instruments used to combat organized crime. We'll begin by discussing non-conviction-based confiscation as a tool to counter the accumulation of illicit wealth. This mechanism has gained significant ground and wide acceptance in many legal systems, including those not traditionally at the forefront of the fight against mafias. In my opinion, this instrument perfectly illustrates the persistent difficulty of finding a reasonable balance between efficiency and guarantees in anti-mafia law. On the one hand, such measures allow for the confiscation of assets even without a criminal conviction, and often on the basis of a lower standard of proof than in the ordinary criminal proceedings. On the other hand, serious questions remain as to their legal nature. Are they punitive, preventive, or restorative, as lastly affirmed the Italian Constitutional Court and the European Court of Human Rights? Equally important are the concerns about the respect of fundamental rights. The discussion will then move to other instruments which, although formally non-criminal, aim to prevent organized crime from infiltrating the legal economy, particularly in the areas of public procurement and public funding. These include forms of judicial administration or temporary supervision mechanism of enterprises, which may be imposed based simply on indication that a company is exposed to the influence of individuals engaged in criminal activities. Such measures often target firms not directly controlled by dangerous people, by offenders, but that even unintentionally may facilitate the operation of organized crime or related illicit network. In Italy, these tools have recently achieved considerable success and are now extending beyond the narrow field of anti-mafia law. So they are emerging as an alternative enforcement mechanism toward corporation, sometimes used in place of the corporate criminal liability regime. In fact, they are increasingly applied to address organizational deficiencies, defects in the monitoring of suppliers and third parties within corporate supply chains. This is the evolution today. These developments compel us to reflect on whether goals such as corporate reorganization, corporate reparation should truly be pursued outside the framework of a corporate criminal liability traditional regime, which by its very nature appears, in my opinion, to be the most appropriate instrument for addressing corporate misconduct. This is my opinion. The next focus will be on the debarment mechanism and in public procurement for companies suspected of infiltration by organized crime. Then the afternoon session introduced by Professor Stanislas Tossa, opening speech on blind spots on the newest EU criminal law legislation, will then turn to the economic dimension of organized crime and to several substantive criminal law issues, both classical and emerging. I think that it will become soon evident how important it is to study mafia-type organization not as isolated phenomena, but in connection with their involvement in other serious forms of criminality, such as environmental crimes in their transnational dimension, food crimes, offenses against public health, illicit trafficking, drug trafficking, crimes against cultural heritage, and so on. The symposium will thus highlight the multiple interconnection among these areas and stress the need for an integrated approach and a holistic approach to both prevention and repression. We need a strategy that ensures efficiency while never compromising the protection of fundamental rights. This is the main question, I think. Obviously, I am aware that it's easier said than done. This is a hard problem, hard question. The day will conclude with a session on the role of cyberspace in contemporary organized crime, exploring both the use of new technologies as tools that create new criminal markets and dynamics, and the growing implication of crypto assets for money laundering and the management of illicit profits. Overall, it becomes clear that anti-mafia law increasingly converge with other complementary regulatory frameworks, such as anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, public procurement law as well, all aimed at ensuring the integrity of the economy and preventing the infiltration of organized crime into legitimate markets. In short, we have before us a rich and stimulating program, one that will inspire, I think, a rich and valuable debate, valuable reflections. Our young penalists, we have the opportunity to engage with crucial issues, crucial topics that challenge the fundamental categories, principles of criminal law. And I'm confident that debate will be rigorous and inspiring. So I've concluded my remarks. So it's now a pleasure to listen to keynote speaker Katalin Ligeti, Professor Katalin Ligeti, President of AIDP. Thank you very much to all, and Katalin in particular for being among us today.
Professor Ligeti, you can come on stage. Just a few seconds to prepare the slides.
Okay, now it's switched on. So a very warm welcome and a very good morning also from me. It is a great pleasure and a genuine pleasure to open the conference of the Young Penalists. And I would like to thank to Emanuele Birritteri as well as to the Young Penalist Committee for the organization. As a former Young Penalist, I know that organizing a conference for the Young Penalists means a lot of short nights for a longer period. So thank you very much for your commitment. It's wonderful to see so many engaged young penalists. It gives a wonderful energy to the association. You are the future of the association. It is very important for us to engage with young scholars. And I'm grateful to the Italian National Group and to its president, Antonio Gullo, for having supported this event. Without his support, as well as without the support of Professor Vincenzo Mongillo and Unitelma, it wouldn't have been possible. I'm greatly indebted to the Italian group for having made this event possible. The Italian group, it has been mentioned, has a very strong link with the association. It's one of our largest national groups. There are not many national groups in the history of more than now 100 years of history of the AIDP that actually hosted 2 congresses, and the Italian group is one of them, with a very rich tradition of many colleagues, Professor Alfonso Stira, Professor Paola Severino, and many more who have engaged in the activities of the association. So I'm very pleased to see that this tradition continues with a new energy also of the Young Penalists. In order to keep my keynote short and leave the time to the Young Penalists, I would like now to move to the topic of our conference. And maybe as a starter, I would just like to recall, for those of you who deal with European criminal law, you might have been informed that recently the European Commission launched a number of discussion forums called high-level forum. The first high-level forum was on lawful access to data. It ended with a series of important recommendations and suggestions and actions for member states to be followed up, many also linked actually to fighting organized crime. But lawful access to data was an initiative launched by DG Justice, and it mostly concerns police, prevention, and law enforcement. So the Commission wanted to start a parallel initiative to trigger a little bit the reflection also on the justice side, the high-level forum for the future of European criminal law. This high-level forum had several sessions and just 2 weeks ago had its conclusions, ending with a complete blocking of the member states to any future initiatives on European criminal law. So this is not an easy era for European criminal law, but the only window where the member states seem to be willing to look into new measures is actually on organized crime. So the topic is very well chosen, and I congratulate to the Young Penalists for the choice of the topic of today's conference. When we look into confiscation, let me see, I move slide. Yeah. Together with my colleague and former postdoc at the University of Luxembourg, Michele Simonato, we wrote a book on chasing criminal money and asset recovery in 2016. In this book, which we just published after the 2014 directive of the EU on confiscation, we came to the conclusion that asset recovery is emerging, as Professor Mongillo mentioned, as a new enforcement paradigm in the European Union without much contours yet. So what I would like to do in my keynote speech is to see what happened in the last decade. We have seen an incredible expansion of confiscation legislation. I think today in the EU, we can't talk about confiscation without looking into the confiscation enabling criminalizations linked to corruption, linked to violation of restrictive measures. So do we know more about confiscation? Do we understand the limits of confiscation? Are there true normative frameworks in the member states when it comes to confiscation legislation? Professor Mangillo hinted already to the fact that there is a paradigm shift. So do we know the limits of this shift? In order to set the stage, I would like to refer to two cases, and I took the example of Luxembourg. I could have taken others, but just to show you a little bit the difficulties. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Taiwan frigate case. It's a it's a large corruption case going back to the 90s. The French government, essentially, or French businessman paid bribes to the Taiwanese public officials to buy military frigates in Taiwan. This has been discovered and prosecuted in Taiwan. The Taiwanese Supreme Court started the proceedings, but could never sanction the suspect because the suspect died during the proceedings. The assets, roughly now $500 million US dollars, are on Luxembourg accounts, frozen since the beginning of the 90s. And in 2016, Taiwan adopted a new system of non-conviction-based confiscation, following the German model. So it's a hybrid model. I will come back to this, which can be applied. It's not a criminal law measure, also retrospectively. So Taiwan sent 2 years ago an executor request to Luxembourg to actually confiscate and return the assets to Taiwan. It's a very interesting judgment, and the reasoning is very interesting for those of you who deal with non-conviction-based confiscations. I will not go into lengths of the details of the judgment. There was one argument of the defense around non-retroactivity and whether the execution of this executor could violate non-retroactivity. Eventually, the Luxembourg court said, and one can debate about it, there is no problem with non-retroactivity in Luxembourg law with no non-conviction-based confiscation. We don't have to apply this guarantee. The second argument of the Luxembourg court was, well, we have non-conviction-based confiscation, but this is only possible for assets which derive from money laundering, terrorist attacks, as well as violation of personnel of international organizations. But this is a corruption offense. The underlying offense is corruption, so no confiscation. First case. Second case that I would like to mention to you concerns Mikhail Friedman, one of the Russian oligarchs who was put on the sanction list by the EU for enabling. He is one of the most important bankers with one of the largest private bank in Russia, invested more than 20 billion actually investment funds in Luxembourg. So again, the assets are in Luxembourg, frozen since the first sanction package entered into force, saying that with his assets, he enabled the illegal aggression and war of Russia on Ukraine. He attacked the sanction list, and the General Court of the European Union recently found that indeed the Commission did not provide sufficient evidence that he is financing the war. But this did not mean that his frozen assets would be unfrozen. That requires a unanimous decision of the Council. So this not being given, the assets are still frozen. He is now attacking the decision at an arbitration court in Hong Kong, which is in charge of deciding on arbitration related to international investments. Interesting is that Luxembourg, supported by Italy and a number of other countries, are in favor of returning the assets to this oligarch for a number of reasons related to economic stability, stability and foreseeability around investments, and so on and so on. So what I would like to show you with these two cases, and that's the start of my presentation, we have a lot of legislation in place countries try to enforce, but it seems that still we are not very good in returning assets to the legitimate owners. So what I would like now to do in very short step is to see the evolution of the legal framework in the European Union on confiscation and see the consequences, especially, and the implications of this legal framework, trying to discover whether we have a normative framework, whether we really have standards developed in fundamental rights and in the jurisprudence of the two European courts, most importantly by the European Court of Human Rights, but there is also a nascent jurisprudence of the Court of Justice of the EU, to frame this new legal regime adopted by the EU. And if not, do we really need new models of criminal law, as Professor Mongillo hinted to this? Are we replacing criminal law with something else? And if so, how this is happening today in the EU? So you all know probably, or many of you who will be presenting on confiscation, that traditionally we distinguish between three models of confiscation. The criminal law model, which is clearly leading to criminal penalties. It is within criminal proceedings. It is ad personam, so this is an individual sanction. This is the classic confiscation that our criminal laws know now for 100 years or more, with a repressive and deterrent objective. There has been, however, new models which has been added more recently, a civil model more with the restorative aim, trying to reestablish the status quo before an illicit enrichment. These are proceedings ad rem, so they are directed against the illicit assets, and obviously apply lower safeguards, often outside criminal proceedings. The third model, also relatively old, is the administrative or police model, which has a preventive aim. It wants to remove the dangerous, so to say, or property from the person, and again, administrative proceedings with lower safeguards and lower evidentiary requirements in comparison to the classical criminal confiscation. But in between these three models, now we have a number of new forms of confiscation, extended confiscation, unexplained wealth orders, different forms of non-conviction-based confiscation, which do not so easily can be classified in these three models. The EU legislative framework, in order to achieve a sort of level playing field of harmonization, enabling mutual recognition, therefore tried to bring some framing of these different models for the EU member states. The legislation actually started with very modest steps with a 2005 framework decision. I did not put it on the slide, but actually that was the first step when the EU wanted to achieve some harmonization of confiscation legislation of the member states, adopting some common rules on extended confiscation. It did not go very far because the member states were not ready actually to agree on a common model of extended confiscation. So it took until 2014, the first directive, to have a single model, so to say, of extended confiscation. It harmonized, the directive harmonized the rules on extended confiscation, value confiscation, and third-party confiscation, and took a very modest step to introduce non-conviction-based confiscation. But that was much debated between the member states. So the harmonization in the 2014 directive was just a first step, not even formally labeled as non-conviction-based confiscation. Seeing the resistance of the member states to harmonization, the EU, back at that period, which was very popular, looked more into mutual recognition measures instead of harmonization. So we have the 2018 regulation on the mutual recognition of confiscation orders, where, and this is interesting, and I think we will see a very rich case law in the future coming on this 2018 regulation. The EU introduced a new concept of criminal matters, which the EU, as explains in the explanatory notes, is voluntarily a different concept than the concept of the Engel criteria and the European Court of Human Rights. So an autonomous European concept of criminal matters, where it is linked to a criminal offense. It excludes, on the other hand, the administrative and the civil proceedings, but it does not give really a definition further than that. And this is why I think that soon we will see an interesting line of jurisprudence coming there. But obviously, against the background of variety of national confiscation models, this mutual recognition system still faced difficulties to function. If we look into the different models adopted by the member states based on the 2014 directive, of course, we have the standard criminal confiscation. We have extended confiscation, yes, but with very divergent evidentiary rules and evidentiary requirements in the member states. Non-conviction-based confiscation, yes, it is introduced, and often member states went beyond the scope of the 2014 directive when introducing non-conviction-based confiscation. Typically, Germany, I would say also Italy. Number of countries, I would consider German and the Italian models, especially in Italy, the preventive confiscation, a sort of hybrid model. So they went even beyond, much beyond what was allowed in the 2014 directive, which did not cover the civil models prevalent in Ireland, but also in other countries like Bulgaria. So the EU had to come back again on confiscation, and it did so more recently in 2024. Italy, I believe, successfully exported its model of preventive confiscation with some changes into the new EU directive. So we have now an expansion of the non-conviction-based confiscation model, as well as unexplained wealth orders in Article 16 of the new directive. So if we now look into this evolution overall, we see an unexperienced and unexpected and unprecedented extension of confiscation legislations and confiscation models in the EU. The focus has been always on innovation, as in the title of today's conference. Member states and the EU wants to innovate away from classic criminal confiscation. What is, however, much less clear in this legal framework is what are the normative standards for all of these innovations. And if we want to look for the normative standards, we have to go back to jurisprudence, and especially the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, trying to understand to which extent our traditional classical principles of criminal justice and fundamental rights also apply to these new forms and new models of confiscation. I'm afraid if we look into this jurisprudence, we will not find all the answers that we are seeking for. Italy is one of the countries sending most of the, or generating most of the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. Of course, if a confiscation measure is falling into the criminal confiscation, so labeled even in national law as criminal, it's clear the traditional safeguards apply. If it is, however, no longer labeled as a criminal law measure, then the court goes into case-by-case analysis, often also with, I would say, inconsistent or even contradictory decisions. But overall, there are few violations established by the European Court of Human Rights. The jurisprudence altogether is rather lenient in accepting the different confiscation models and declaring it not in violation of the human rights framework. National governments are still having a lot of discussion to use a lot of discretion, to use wider models or wider scope of confiscation, and the legality and the proportionality test is used by the court, but still does not lead us to understanding really the conceptual limits of these confiscation models. If we now look to the other European court, the European Court of Justice, the jurisprudence related to confiscation is still little and nascent, but I expect a lot more to come. And hopefully the European Court will put more clarification on this autonomous concept of criminal matters in the EU and what is the framework for that. But it's not yet there. The jurisprudence is not yet there. So if we look at the two courts, I'm afraid we are not getting much smarter on what are the limits of confiscation today in the European Union. So if we now look into the critique, and I'm coming back to what Professor Mongillo said, how much do we know actually about the application of these models? You mentioned, and I understand that in Italy, indeed, non-conviction based or preventive confiscation is used a lot. We know in Europe that it's used a lot because this gives all the case law at the European Court of Human Rights. But in other countries, we know much less. There are no reliable statistics about the usefulness and the actual use of these different confiscation models. This is each time there is a new European legislative measure, it establishes reporting obligations because the Commission would like to know more to which extent actually these measures are used. There is a risk that these new instruments remain mainly symbolic unless member states really invest into an enforcement infrastructure to make them implementable and operationalize them. I believe that what Michele Simonato and I wrote in 2016, that there is a new enforcement model which actually combines punishment with restorative and preventive aims is probably true, but I'm afraid it's equally true that we still don't know the conceptual frameworks of these new models. And I'm very much looking forward to the presentations of this morning, because I hope that you will bring much more highlight to these conceptual frameworks that we need to understand in order to apply these measures. I would like to close by citing a statement of a good friend and scholar and Professor Frank Meyer. When looking into the critiques about the new models and this paradigm shift in criminal law, he wrote some 5 years ago, "It is especially in academia that we rest comfortably in the comfort of the rule of law. We congratulate ourselves for our referencing of Beccaria, and we caution against the return of the authoritarian state. But by doing all of this, we simply refrain from making constructive contributions to overcoming the realities of modern crime." It is for this morning and the discussion by you, young panelists, to contribute constructively and come with new concepts and conceptual frameworks for these modern challenges. I'm very much looking forward to listening to your presentations, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor Ligeti, for this brilliant speech. And as you know, the program is very full, so we can start the first panel and the first session of the symposium. So I invite Alessandra, Francesco, Caterina Cialla, and Noelia Corral Maraver to please come here on stage.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers. I know our time is limited, so I'll go straight to introducing the topic and the speakers of this first panel, which will focus on non-conviction-based confiscations and organized crime. We begin with Caterina Cialla, who is a postdoctoral researcher in criminal law at the University of Campania, Luigi Vanvitelli, so from Italy. And she will discuss the topic of mutual recognition of freezing and confiscation order across European Union member states, with particular regard to the recently adopted directive of 2024 on asset recovery and confiscation. This directive will also be the central focus of the next two presentations held by Noelia Corral Maraver, tenure professor at the National University of Distance Education in Spain, and Gaetano Ancona, who is a PhD candidate at Maastricht University in the Netherlands. More specifically, Noelia will explore the expansion of criminalization represented by the new regulation, along with the corresponding obligation for member states to broaden domestic criminal law provisions. And Gaetano, on the other hand, will focus on the legal qualification of unexplained wealth confiscation, examining its nature as a non-criminal measure. Both presentations will address the problems that Professor Ligeti highlighted in the first part of her case speech. We will turn then to a second set of presentation, which will focus on comparative models of non-conviction-based confiscation. And our next speakers will be Tulio Felipe Javier Januario, a PhD candidate at the University of Coimbra from Portugal, Sarah Hammer, a PhD researcher at Maastricht University in the Netherlands, and Fernando Henrique Cardoso Neves from the Fluminense Federal University, so from Brazil. More specifically, Tulio will present an analysis of non-conviction-based confiscation and its legal regulation in the system of Portugal, Spain, and Brazil, with particular emphasis on evidentiary standards. Sarah will provide a comparative legal analysis of these measures in the Italian and German systems, addressing in particular the potential reversal of the burden of proof, and Fernando will examine the recent introduction and debate in Brazil regarding extended confiscation, drawing on the experiences from the European Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom. This concludes the overview of our speakers and topics of the first panel, and I now give the floor to Francesco Mazzacuva, who is the chair.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, and good morning to everyone. And as chair, I should add some words on the topic of the panel. But before doing this, as former president of the Young Penalists, I would like to spend some words on the activity of the Young Penalists. In particular, I would like to congratulate the new Young Penalist Committee, because in this first year, they organized already 2 events, 2 international symposia, the one in Rio de Janeiro some months ago, and this one, which has a very important program and an high attendance. So it's a great occasion of creating a network between young scholars, which is the mission of the association and of the Young Penalist Group. So congratulations, and in particular to Emanuele Birritteri, who promoted the organization of this event. As for the topic of this session, as it has been already said and pointed out by Professor Ligeti, well, the development of non-conviction-based confiscation is, as we know, probably one of the most important trends of European criminal policy. Not only European, a couple of presentations will focus on Brazil, for instance. And of course, it is known, it has been said, that by non-conviction-based confiscation, we make reference to very different situation and regulation. For instance, the fact that confiscation may be applied at the end of a criminal proceeding, even if the outcome is not a conviction, because the offense is time-barred in Italy, especially, or because of illness or abscondings of the accused, etc. This was already provided, as it has been said, in the directive of 2014, but also, and in particular, the fact that confiscation may be applied in an autonomous, in a separate proceeding, which is not a criminal proceeding, which never ends with a conviction, with a final assessment of a criminal liability of the person, even if, of course, in the grounds of confiscation are also related to the criminal activity of the person, okay? This is a model which was finally adopted in the directive of 2024, which was introduced in Italy 40 years ago, more or less. So there are Italian scholars who proudly claim that we invented this model and that all other systems copied it, no? And instead, some scholars, other scholars are not so proud of this circumstance in any case. Of course, as it has been said, the legitimacy and justification of this kind of confiscation is strictly connected to the nature, no? The debate on the nature of confiscation. I agree, and probably we can accept this kind of confiscation only if we demonstrate, if we recognize that the nature of this instrument is not only punitive, but also mainly preventive and restorative. And this is the recent trend of the European Court of Human Rights and the Italian Constitutional Court as well. Of course, even in this case, some scholars do not agree that this suffering imposed on the others is just a sort of side effect, collateral effect, okay? But in any case, the presentation will focus on the problem, on the definition of criminal matter, so I won't say no more on this. I will just add that, of course, even if we assume that this confiscation is non-punitive, there are some principles which must be respected. It has been already said. So the limits of this paradigm shift. And in this perspective, of course, the principle of proportionality plays a fundamental role. The principle of proportionality is decisive in a number of issues concerning the application of confiscation, the application against third parties, the distribution of burden of proof, etc., etc. It has been said, there was a slide of Professor Ligeti mentioning the judgment Isaiah and others against Italy, which was delivered a couple of weeks ago by the European Court of Human Rights, in which the court found a violation of Article 1 of Protocol 1 because the application of confiscation, of the anti-mafia confiscation, in that case was disproportionate. Well, because was mainly based on the disproportion between the income and the assets acquired by the accused, by the suspected, in a couple of decades, even if there were no more elements showing clearly that he committed crimes generating proceeds. So in this case, the court declared a violation of Article 1 because of lack of proportionality of the application of this kind of confiscation. So I know that even the principle of proportionality will be considered and addressed by a couple of presentations, so I will stop now and I will give the floor, first of all, to Caterina Scialla. So Caterina, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for the presentation, for the kind presentation, and thank you for the committee to have organized this event, and in particular, Emanuele. And yeah, how can I move the slide? I don't need that. Thank you. I'm sorry. So, well, have been said a few times that I have to stick to the time, so I will do my best, and then we can discuss further on points that are interesting for you. I'm going to talk about the regulation 2018 on mutual recognition on freezing and confiscation orders in the EU. And I mean, three main points in my presentation. So regulation, and I will spend just few words on the broader context of the regulation, then non-conviction-based confiscation, in particular the Italian preventive confiscation, so-called anti-mafia confiscation. And I would like to spend a bit more words on the theoretical and practical issues in recognizing foreign orders, confiscation orders in the EU, because I was involved in a EU-funded project about this regulation. So we did a practical experiment, a practical exercise with magistrates, and I would like to show you the outcome. So just a few words. We have a huge problem with illicit gain in Europe. As it has been said several times, so I wouldn't go inside this topic, but there is a big gap between the illicit gain that criminal organizations are doing in their illicit activities and the amount of this gain of this wealth that is confiscated. So an average on 1% of criminal assets are confiscated now. So it's true that crime shouldn't pay, but seems like now crime does pay, and it shouldn't be the case. So, and EU legislator has been really active in this area lately through mainly two different instruments. Harmonization, we already said that is the harmonization of national legislation about confiscation, the approximation of legislation, and mutual recognition. Which means the circulation of confiscation orders in the EU without a prior harmonization, actually. So executing authority has to recognize a confiscation measure that is unknown in the executing state because, I mean, for example, Italy or a state is requesting because the authority, the requesting authority has found some assets abroad and asked for the confiscation. So the relationship between harmonization and mutual recognition in particular is something is interesting because normally there are two different instruments with two different aims, but in this area mutual recognition has been used to as a shortcut to overcome the difficulties of harmonization, because I mean we can imagine that of course confiscation and is a core of criminal law, and member states tend to be protective of this kind of force power. So, so let's look at the regulation. So the regulation has a very broad scope of application. We read in the regulation that it applies to all freezing and confiscation orders issued in the framework of proceedings in criminal matters. So proceeding in criminal matter is no criminal matters, is no criminal proceedings, is everything else, but we don't know what is it, proceeding in criminal matters. So we know by reading the regulation that is something else than criminal matters as developed by the the Court of Human Rights, the European Court of Human Rights, because it's written that notwithstanding the case law of European Court of Human Rights, we can read it in the recital 13, And it's written that it covers all type of confiscation order issued following proceedings in relation to a criminal offense. We find this in relation to criminal offense in some other articles of the regulation. So in the recital 13, in Article 2 of the regulation. So in order to understand this label, this concept, we have to read like systematically more than one provisions of the regulation. So if we combine the readings of Article 13, Article 2, we see that the only element that we have to understand the meaning of this label is in relation to a criminal offense. But in relation to a criminal offense means everything potentially. And continuing the reading of Article 2, we see that the property that can be confiscated is the property that is found following a proceedings in relation to a criminal offense, which means like property that are proceeds of crime and its value, instrumentality of crime and its value, and all the economic advantage directly or indirectly comes from a criminal offense. So it's a very broad concept. But the European legislation chosen this label really strategically, I would say, because there was a discussion in between two delegations, in between Italian delegation and Germany delegation about this term. And because the Italian legislation did some pressure on the EU legislation in order to adopt this label and not the criminal proceedings definition, in order to adopt this regulation also in relation to non-conviction-based confiscation, the Italian preventive confiscation, the anti-mafia confiscation. So in order to balance this broad scope of application, they also include in the regulation the Article 19, which is the ground of non-recognition and non-execution. So it's a balance because the scope of application is really broad, but then we have to executing states have to check on the compliance with fundamental rights. But what does it mean, fundamental rights, in the context of proceedings in criminal matters? So probably is another concept that fundamental rights that we used to read and to say when we talk about criminal matters. So indeed, if we read the definition of Article 19, we see, first of all, in exceptional situation. What does it mean in exceptional situation? And an executing state may reject the execution of non-conviction-based confiscation, for example, when there is a manifest breach of a relevant fundamental rights set out in the Charter. But relevant fundamental rights, what does it mean? But relevant for what? So it's a complicated situation. So we have said already that non-conviction-based confiscation is a really powerful tool against organized crime, of course, because it doesn't need any prior conviction, so it's easier, the investigation are easier, and also we don't need to connect a perpetrator to an offense. We can go directly to the asset and we can say confiscate the asset. But still, we have to attach this confiscation to some fundamental rights. I mean, as we said, we have to recognize the limits of criminal law. If it's criminal law, we don't know. So, for example, and I go now to theoretical and practical issues that arise from this regulation. For example, theoretical issues means the problems that the entire category of non-conviction-based confiscation has with the regulation of 2018. So, the absence of course, a prior criminal conviction raises sensitive questions regarding fair trial, effective judicial remedy, the presumption of innocence, right to property, the proportionality and necessary test. So, for example, if we read the recital 18, we see some confusion in the letters of the legislator, because there is three different concepts in this recital, like criminal proceedings, all proceedings, proceedings in criminal matters. So these three different, probably different kind of proceedings are linked with different kind of fundamental rights, of guarantees. So probably it's not a problem, this recital probably is just inaccuracy of the legislator, but still we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean, this recital? Now let's go into the practical issue. So I was involved in the VINCE project and was a project, EU-funded project on non-conviction-based confiscation and deregulation on 2018. So we did this exercise with magistrates. We asked them to complete the standard certificate as if they were requesting the mutual recognition of an Italian confisca antimafia. So, well, the standard certificate, just a brief reminder, it's annexed to the regulation, and it is the only document that is exchanging between authorities, between the requesting authority and the executing authority, in order to mutually recognize freezing or confiscation order. So the executing authority will receive this certificate with all the aspect, all the indication about the confiscation that has to be recognized. So it plays a really important role in this process, of course. Also because the broad of the regulation is, the scope of recognition is really broad, so the executing authority will likely have to recognize the kind of confiscation they don't recognize. So, for example, we have the section D. So I'm saying that in order to show you that the certificate is not made for confiscation-based confiscation. For example, section D. Section D is impossible to complete. I mean, it's difficult to complete for non-conviction-based confiscation because none of the boxes are fit with the characteristics on non-conviction-based confiscation. I mean, the closer is the number 4, the fourth boxes, but it refers to proceedings in relation to a criminal offense. But for Italian preventive confiscation could be not a criminal offense as the basis of non-conviction of the confiscation. Then section F. Section F is even more complicated because it requires to add some information about the offense on the basis on which the confiscation is requested. So how can we complete this? The Italian Ministry of Justice has released some guidelines to magistrates in order to help them to complete this part of the certificate. And they suggests to add in this part of the certificate some basic information about anti-mafia confiscation. But actually, the certificate is not made for this. So it becomes probably more and more complicated to execute a new form of confiscation if there is, I mean, if the certificate will be made more complex in order to add all these informations. For example, the preventive confiscation. Do I have 2 minutes more? Okay. The preventive confiscation, the Italian confisca antimafia, is based or on the personal dangerousness of the person subjected to the confiscation, or his are linked to criminal organization. So, but criminal organization as itself, it's not I mean, it's not said that you can gain some illicit money just to be part of a criminal organization. So we have to add in the certification that the person subjected to confiscation is part of criminal organization, but then we have to add also this criminal organization has the aim to commit other crimes, for example, corruption, for example, other kind of crime. We have to tick all the boxes. And there is no space to justify why the person is dangerous. So where the authority, the requesting authority can write why the person is dangerous and why the asset to be confiscated is disproportionate in relation to the illicit income of the person, and still has the person subjected to confiscation prove the lawful origin of the asset? No, of course not, because we are confiscated, but where we can add this information. So it's complicated. And I think that, I mean, my conclusion is that we need some more clearance in this subject. And actually, if someone is interested in this matter, the Eurojust have released the new report on the application of regulation just a few days ago, and there all these issues are discussing. And actually, with Eurojust like facilitation, the authority, the executing authority of foreign states were like able to recognize also the Italia confisca di prevenzione, but still we need some effort more. We need to revise the certification in the light, especially in the light of new directive in 2024 that asked member states to adopt a new kind of non-conviction based confiscation, in particular of an unexplained wealth, which is the case of the Italian preventive confiscation. So I did my best to stick on time. So sorry if something was not so clear, but I'm delighted to discuss it further with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Caterina. Actually, your presentation was very clear, and you focused on the definition of the interpretation of the concept of a criminal matter, which was very interesting. I agree. I mean, I think that considering that all legal definitions are relative, they may have different meaning in different perspectives. So, of course, non-conviction-based confiscation has to do with criminal matters. I mean, it's an instrument used to tackle criminal activities. And so, of course, I think that the European Union has a competence and it can be included in the mutual recognition framework. This doesn't mean automatically that non-conviction-based confiscation is a criminal sanction. This should be discussed considering different elements, in my opinion. So thank you very much. I will give immediately the floor to Noelia Corral-Maravel, who will focus on the directive of 2004. So Noelia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the organizers of the Italian section of AIDP. It's a pleasure to me to be here today in UnitelmaSapienza and in the beautiful city of Rome to share some thoughts, but I'm going to talk about the evolution of European Union criminal policy, and then I will focus on some features of the new directive. As you know, for quite some time now, the European Union had a well-established criminal policy, both in substantive and in procedural criminal law. For many years, there was a heated discussion about whether the EU even had the competence or the legitimacy in criminal matters. But today, now, we can say this debate is completely over. However, from the point of view of criminal policy, after the Lisbon Treaty and for almost a decade afterwards, the EU criminal policy went through what we might describe as a slowdown period. What does it mean? Well, it means It doesn't mean that there was no legislation at all. Of course, many directives were adopted in that time, but most of them were limited to the topic listed as Eurocrime in Article 83.1 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union. There were no new line or no new expansions. Why was that? Well, probably because in that moment, the European Commission, which, as you know, hold the power of legislative initiative, was focusing its efforts in this topic. At that time, the Commission aimed mainly to turn the former framework decision into directives, a process called Lisbonization of former circular. This process had three main objectives. The first one is modernizing the existing rules. The second one is achieving deeper harmonization between the member states. And the third one was tightening the control over national criminal compliance. During the Juncker Commission and in the early years of the first von der Leyen Commission, there were major, we can call, innovation in the field of substantive criminal law. Also, there were some important improvement in legislative drafting and in legislative quality. But things changed quite a lot in the later years of the first von der Leyen Commission, particularly from 2024. In those final months, before the end of the political cycle, several very significant criminal law directives in the field of substantive criminal law were finally adopted. Just to mention some examples, we have the Directive on the Protection of Environment through Criminal Law, the Directive on the Definition of Offences and Penalties for the Violation of Union Restrictive Measures, which was so important, the Directive on Preventing and Combating Human Trafficking, the so interesting Directive on Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, this directive on assets recovery and confiscation now also have some important proposal for directives going on. For instance, the directive on migrant smuggling, which is still under discussions in Brussels. I think that now, I don't know, maybe it could be polemic, but now we are at the beginning of a new stage in the evolution of European criminal law. This stage, I think that shows a clear change in the way the EU legislates in this field. Let me highlight just a few features of the new phase. First, there is a broadening of EU competencies. For instance, the list of crimes under Article 83.1 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union have been expanded for the first time to include new kind of crimes. It includes the violation of EU restrictive measures following a Council decision of November of 2022. And there is also an ongoing proposal from the Commission to include hate crime and hate speech on the list. This is interesting also that some directives adopted in 2024 were adopted even without a clear legal basis under Article 83.1 or .2. A good example for that is the Directive on Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. The second feature is that many of these new directives have a strong political profile, something that was some years ago quite unusual in the EU context. Traditionally, the need for consensus and the agreement kept criminal law instruments in the European Union rather in technical and neutral areas. But that's no longer the case because now the EU is dealing with some political sensitive topics. such as gender-based violence that create many political opposition within the EU Parliament, migration, we can say the same, or the violation of restrictive measures that was adopted after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. Third, we are also seeing an increasingly more expansive approach to criminal law. We are talking about this this morning with broader harmonization, more detailed offense definitions, and higher penalties. This is not new in the European criminal policy, but in my opinion, it has been increased in the last few years. Last, of course, all these raise potential tensions with fundamental rights and core criminal law safeguards. Let me illustrate some of these features with one concrete example, that is the new directive of 2024 on assets recovery and confiscation. The topic is not new, as we all know. There was former legislation in this area. However, this directive represents a major step forward in expansion of criminal intervention against organized crime. Its scope, as many of my colleagues have already said, is very wide, allowing confiscation across a large range of offenses defined in various EU legal instruments. In the directive, I guess this is expressed in Article 2. Also, most of these rules target to crimes involving organized groups. Some of them, for instance, investigative or tracing measures, can actually apply to any offense punishable by more than 1 year in prison under national law. The new directive goes further to approach the approach of earlier instrument, providing a very comprehensive regulation of confiscation, including the third-party confiscation, extended confiscation, confiscation without a criminal conviction, and the well-known confiscation of assets of unexplained origin. It also allowed the early sale of frozen assets even before the confiscation decision is taken, which is also very polemic. Clearly, the goal here is to increase the effectiveness of tracing, recovering, and managing assets and money both through criminal and administrative measures. However, when these directives are transposed at domestic level, it's not weird that national lawmakers often go beyond the EU intended scope, applying confiscation rules more generally to a wide range of crime, not only in the framework of organized crime. This happened in Spain already. We define confiscation following the directive of 2014 in a very broad way in Article 127 bis of Spanish Criminal Code. We still don't have a project, so we still cannot figure out how our legislation will adapt the new directive to the domestic framework. All these create tensions with some fundamental rights. Because with this kind of EU criminal policy that aim to enforce the fight against the most serious form of criminality, we pursue efficiency and prevention. Of course, we can understand that because sometimes we are talking about the most serious and complex criminal cases. But at the domestic level, it applies to everything. And it can easily undermine some fundamental safeguards like principle of culpability, proportionality, and of course, against the fundamental rights of presumption of innocence in some cases. This is something that some of my colleagues have already pointed out in this symposium, and probably we will be focusing on this in the following communication. I think that yes, the time is over. I can develop this much more in the debate.
Thank you very much, Noelia, for your presentation. Probably we have to change it. Maybe I should ask if there are questions for those who presented. I don't know, because as you prefer, Emanuele. Maybe at the end, even if okay, we will discuss it. Yeah. So Gaetano Ancona and Tullio Felipe and Mario can come. Maybe Tullio is. So, I will leave the floor immediately to Gaetano Ancona, who will focus on something that we already mentioned, so the problematic nature, assessment of the nature of confiscation, which is decisive, as we were saying, and in particular on the alternative between restoration and punishment, restorative or punitive, which is a very hard question. I mean, yes. Probably the recent trend is toward restoration in the case of many courts, but I mean, it's not, many scholars are not so convinced that would be the real classification of this kind of confiscation, but so this is yours. So
thank you very much, Professor Mazzacca and Professor Galluccio, for the introduction, and importantly, thanks to the organizers for having me here. Indeed, it's not an easy question to answer, and I know that the majority of scholars think that confiscation should go under the criminal law framework, or there should be more safeguards attached to it, but I will try to express my position in the time that I have for this presentation. I also wanted to say that it is a privilege to be the third speaker today, because a lot of things have been already addressed and there are already some points that can be developed. Firstly, Professor Ligeti touched upon what is the legal framework and what are the boundaries of this kind of measure. And the aim of my presentation will be also to try to define this limits and the boundaries of the unexplained wealth confiscation, at least, and also because I don't have to delve in some concepts such as the Directive 2024-1260 and the regulation, and also the preventative anti-mafia Italian confiscation. But going to the structure of my presentation, I will first try to explain why I am presenting this research, what are the basis of this presentation, a few hints on how unexplained wealth confiscation, what are the requirements set in the new directive, and then I will go to the main part of the presentation, which is the legal characterization of the measure. What are my thoughts about this, and what are the safeguards, and then I will go to the conclusions and some open questions that I hope we'll have the time to discuss after the presentation. So, the reason why I put the question at the beginning of and the title of my presentation, punitive or restorative, is because I think that, as was already said today, confiscation is a very important measure in the field of criminal law to combat organized crime, but also economic crime in general. But at the same time, and it is, I think, necessary as means to have in the criminal justice systems, but at the same time, there are some frictions between these measures and criminal law as we understand it. And so the question is, can these measures exist according to what are the limits and boundaries of criminal law, or is there another place for this kind of measures and for them still to exist? So this is the basis of my thinking, and of course this comes into the broader discussion that I'm developing in my PhD research that is about confiscation and freezing orders in general. Moving to the main focus of today's presentation, which is unexplained wealth confiscation. As you are aware, Article 16 of the new directive has introduced this new form of confiscation, which is based on the possibility of confiscating assets of individuals in the context of investigation in relation to criminal offense. But this is the main slide of the text of the provision that I would like to focus on. What are the requirements of this measure, which is the fact that other type of confiscation provided by the directive cannot be applied, which are the most known one, like direct confiscation, value-based confiscation, third-party confiscation, or non-conviction-based confiscation, like the one provided for in Article 15, or extended confiscation. Most importantly, there is no criminal conviction in this case, and that in the context of a criminal investigation for very serious crimes, the directive says that only crimes that has a deprivation of liberty of a maximum of at least 4 years are can trigger this kind of measure. And the other requirement that is very important, it says that the criminal conduct must be committed within the framework of a criminal organization, and this conduct, more specifically, is liable to give rise directly or indirectly to substantial economic benefit. So these are the main requirement of this confiscation for it to be applied, and then, of course, there are the more procedural requirements as for the court to be satisfied that these assets come from this very specific conducts, and that there are some things that has to be taken into account, such as every fact. And one of the things is this imbalance between assets owned by a person and their lawful income. Moving to the core of the presentation, since I see that I'm already halfway through the time. Why I think, this is the wording of the provision, and my thinking started from here because according to my reading in this part of the article, the European Parliament, the Commission, and the Council were very attentive not to use the word criminal proceedings in this provision. There are hints that things might be related to crime, but there's no real reference to criminal proceedings and to criminal responsibility of a person. It only says in the context of an investigation in relation to a criminal offense, and more specifically, it refers to the criminal conduct. So maybe there is the actus reus of the offense, but not the mens rea. So there should not be an attribution of criminal guilt upon a person that is investigated in the context. And looking also at the main aspects of this provision, again, it does not require the determination of guilt of the person involved, as the provision seems to ask. And this leads me to the idea that this kind of measure does not have a punitive aim, but its aim is mainly the restoration of the situation that the criminal conduct not happen, in the sense that the measure should target all these assets that are obtained unlawfully by this person. And also, I think if it is applied in the correct way, this measure is not serious as to be considered as a punitive measure, because according to the wording of the provision, it has to be limited and circumscribed to the property derived from criminal conduct. And on this point, I think that the main argument that I will try to develop is that there are some similarities with the anti-mafia confiscation, and not a lot of them, but on some requirements, there are similarities. For instance, this provision does not require that the person is suspect to be a dangerous individual, but it has to be still an individual that is involved in some criminal organization and maybe is committing conducts of a criminal nature. So based on the jurisprudence that is available on anti-mafia confiscation, which is the most similar provision that I think is there already in some member states, there are two cases that I would like to present today, which is one of the Italian Constitutional Court, which found that the anti-mafia confiscation has not criminal nature, it does not have a punitive aim, but the main aim of this provision is to target illicit assets, and so has a restorative aim. I will not go into much details because there's time for it. And the same thing was said by the European Court of Human Rights in a very recent case of 2025, Garofalo and others against Italy, in which more or less the European Court of Human Rights followed the reasoning of the Italian Constitutional Court in the judgments of the 24 of 2019, affirming that the Italian anti-mafia confiscation has a restorative aim and not neither a preventive aim or a punitive aim, but really a restorative one. So if the measure has this restorative aim, we have to look at the safeguards that surround this measure. And I think that, as the Italian Constitutional Court says, and also the European Court of Human Rights says, the legal framework are the provisions in the supranational instruments and national instruments that protect the right to property, which is the Article 1 of Protocol 1 of DCHR, Article 17 of the Charter of the Union, and the constitutional norms of the member states. For instance, since we're in Italy, Article 41 and 42 of the Italian Constitution. And all these measures require that all this provision requires that these measures, these confiscation measures, are necessary for a specific aim, and also that the measures are proportionate. And in this sense, proportionality should be intended as proportionate to the aim, to the public aim, and to the public interest that is protected with this norm, but also in some way to the conduct that was committed, that then brought to the application of this provision. Considering it as a civil, I would not use the term civil, even if I pronounce it, that this restorative nature of the confiscation will trigger the fair trial rights under Article 6, Paragraph 1 of the ACHR. And going into more practical issues, in my opinion, and this is more or less maybe something that is in the Article 16 of the new directive, the net principle should be applied in the sense that only the assets that are proven to be derived from criminal conduct should be targeted by the measure, and not other crimes and not other assets. There should be a chronological connection, and that is also one of the problems that was raised in the most recent case before the European Court of Human Rights, because there was not real connection between the conduct itself and the assets that were confiscated. And most importantly, what has to be proven in the proceedings, which is the thema probandum, in which what are that is connected to these two previous things that I said, that the assets has to be attached somehow to some sort of criminal conduct. To conclude, I'm already over my allocated minutes, I'm sorry. I think that this measure has a restorative aim for these reasons that I tried to highlight in the course of my presentation. And according to also some scholars that are studying on this, that have studied on this, these are more or less the requirements for a measure to be understood as a restorative measure and not a purely criminal one. But of course, not everything is as clear-cut as I tried to say. There are still some open questions. Firstly, if these safeguards that I mentioned are sufficient, if they will be, in fact, applied by courts in the proceedings in the member states. And related to this, what is the appropriate proceedings for this kind of measure? Are criminal proceedings, civil proceedings, or do we need a different set of proceedings? And lastly, I think that there are some issues with the European framework in general, because if this is, as I think, restorative civil measure, there might be some problem of competence of the European Union, because under Article 83, the Union should harmonize the definition of criminal offenses and sanctions, and not other type of measures. And also, will this fit within the concept of proceeding in criminal matters? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gaetano, for focusing on this development, also the European Court of Human Rights towards a restorative perspective, in particular in the judgment Garofalo, in which finally even the Italian anti-mafia confiscation was qualified as a restorative measure. By the way, we call it anti-mafia confiscation, but we know that this confiscation applies also to criminal activities which have nothing to do with mafia. In any case, I agree that probably this restorative perspective, this paradigm shift will be settled in the future years. The problem is to clarify which are the limits of this new paradigm, as it has been said very clearly by Professor Ligeti in her keynote speech. So, so far we consider the regulation of non-conviction-based confiscation mainly at European level. Now, the second part of the panel will be focused instead on a comparative analysis, so a comparison between the regulation in different national systems, starting from the presentation of Tullio Felipe Serrano, which is connected remotely, I think, who will focus on a comparative studies between Brazil, Portugal, and Spain. So, Tullio, you can hear us? The floor is yours. Okay, we cannot hear you, Tullio. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay,
Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay,
so
I'm
the floor
just
is yours.
share my screen. Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, albeit virtually. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this opportunity and congratulate them on the excellence of the symposium so far. I also extend my greetings to the chair, Dr. Francesco Mazzacuva, and the audience, hoping that my reflections may in some way collaborate with your investigations. Well, without further ado, I should clarify that the focus of my presentation lies in the Institute of Extended Confiscation, specifically regarding its evidentiary aspects. Well, given the limited time and not wishing to overextend it, so we may still have some time for discussion, I will not delve into the historical or the conceptual background of the Institute, nor into the literal text of the relevant laws. Instead, I will move directly to a critical analysis and my personal position on the matter. Well, when analyzing the Brazilian and also the Portuguese legal systems, certain aspects emerge that, in my view, are highly problematic. In both, the legislator opted to presume the illicit origin of the incongruent assets once the defendant had been convicted of an offense that allows the confiscation. In the Brazilian Penal Code, the presumption of criminal origin is not even explicitly mentioned, giving the impression that the mere incongruence of assets is itself what the law seeks to address. In Portugal, two requirements must be met. One, the conviction for one of the crimes listed in Article 1 of Law Number 5 of 2002, and two, the existence of assets that are disproportionate to the defendant's lawful income. From these two elements, the illicit origin of the property is presumed. By doing so, legislators in both systems effectively reverse the burden of proof, allowing the defendant to rebut the presumption by demonstrating the lawful origin or congruence of their assets. I do not consider this to be an appropriate solution. Well, the European Court of Human Rights, when called upon to rule on whether the mechanisms of non-conviction-based confiscation and extended confiscation violates the presumption of innocence, specifically in Phillips versus the United Kingdom in 2001, and Van Offeren and the Netherlands in 2005, held that extended confiscation does not constitute a new criminal sanction and therefore does not trigger the presumption of innocence. To reach this conclusion, the court applied the so-called Engel criteria, reasoning that extended confiscation does not amount to a new criminal charge. The court further stated that the presumption of innocence ends once guilt for the predicate offense has been established, making it inapplicable to the confiscation phase. However, in my view, this reasoning requires a critical rereading. In the Engel decision itself, where those criteria were developed, the court addressed not the nature of the procedure, as it did in Phillips, for example, but rather on the nature and classification of the offense. Although this distinction may sound subtle, it becomes crucial when dealing with confiscation. Across different legal systems, there are divergences, not only to the classification of the procedures to which such measures apply, but also regarding the legal nature of the confiscation itself. Yet, when we examine, for example, Portuguese law, which explicitly refers to criminal orange, the nature of the prior offense is indisputably criminal. In other words, the invocation of the Engel criteria is often selective, used to avoid applying certain procedural guarantees of criminal law to confiscation mechanisms. Ultimately, my point is that it cannot be asserted that the presumption of innocence under Article 6, number 2 of the European Convention is inapplicable to extended confiscation, nor can the Engel criteria be invoked without considering the specificities of each legal system. As to the argument that the presumption of innocence ceases once guilt has been established, I believe we must distinguish between two distinct course of illicit activity. The first one, the offense for which the individual was convicted, which is a prerequisite for the extended confiscation and thus no longer subject to the presumption of innocence. And the second one, the alleged prior criminal activity from which the disproportionate assets are presumed to derive. Regarding the latter, the presumption of innocence cannot simply be dismissed since no conviction was ever rendered for that conduct. Indeed, extended confiscation does not involve a separate finding of guilt, but it does impose a serious consequence that depends on two facts, both criminal in nature. Therefore, the presumption of innocence should still apply, albeit in a deferred manner, to the earlier activity. In short, I find it inappropriate to rely indiscriminately on Phillips or the Engel criteria to exclude the presumption of innocence from extended confiscation proceedings. The factual and legal particularities of each case must always be considered. And in the Portuguese context, the problems I have identified may have significant implications for the mutual recognition of extended confiscation decisions. Since the Portuguese system established under Law 5 of 2002, in my opinion, violate the presumption of innocence provided for in Article 6, number 2 of the European Convention and Article 48, number 1 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, a foreign court could legitimately invoke Article 19H of the relevant regulation to refuse recognition of such confiscation decisions when the illicit orange of the asset is not proven. As for Brazil, the appropriate solution, in my view, would be a constitutionally consistent interpretation of Article 91A, number 2 of the Penal Code, and Article 63, F, number 3 of the drug law, declaring unconstitutional any interpretation that treats the expressions may demonstrate the absence of incompatibility or the lawful orange of the assets as implying a reversal of the burden of the proof or a presumption of illegality when the defendant fails to prove otherwise. Approaching to the end of my remarks, I would also like to make a few little comments on the Spanish systems. Compared to the Portuguese and Brazilian systems, we can observe some positive features in my view, but also a repetition of certain difficulties. The Spanish legislator does not, in my opinion, presume prior criminal activity solely based on patrimonial incongruence, as it is the case in Portugal and Brazil. Rather, it requires the assessment of objective indicators that may lead the judge to conclude whether or not the assets have an illicit origin. In my view, standards of proof, rules on the burden of proof, and presumptions are complementary, not mutually exclusive components of evidentiary law. The Spanish legislator seems to have defined the evidentiary threshold required to establish the hypothesis that assets have an illicit origin. By contrast, a reversal of the burden of proof, as appears in the Portuguese and Brazilian systems, would mean that if sufficient proof or of lawful origin is lacking, the assets are deemed illicit. Likewise, a presumption of illicit origin, as adopted in those systems, accepts the illicit hypothesis unless rebutted by the defense. However, as Professor Ferrer Beltran explains, one of the deficiencies in procedural evidence law lies in the appeal to the mental and psychological state of the judge, of the decision maker, which cannot be subject to intersubjective verification or guarantee standards such as the presumption of innocence. Another lies in the excessive vagueness of the evidentiary standards that are sometimes formulated, undermining their role in defining the sufficient standard of proof. In my opinion, the Spanish legislator took a step in the right direction toward regarding reducing such vagueness by establishing the hypothesis shall be deemed sufficiently proven once the indicative standard of proof defined through the specific indicators listed is reached. Nevertheless, I still see an element of subjectivity in this wording, namely the judge's determination that the assets originate from criminal activity. From my perspective, it mattered less whether the judges believes in such origin and more whether the required evidentiary threshold has objectively been met. To conclude, as we all know, extended confiscation sits precisely at the crossroads between efficiency and guarantees. And I am fully aware that it represents a crucial policy tool, specifically, especially in combating organized crime. However, I hope I have made myself clear that excessive emphasis on efficiency at the expense of procedural guarantees may prove counterproductive, as in the Portuguese case, or disproportionate, as in the Brazilian one. Perhaps defining reduced standards of proof offer a more balanced path. Given the inherent difficulties in proving prior criminal activity, and in particular its links to disproportionate assets, I find it justified to establish a reduced standard of proofs for confiscation orders. What must not happen, however, is that alongside such a reduced threshold for the persecution, the burden of proof is placed upon the defendant, or worse, that the illicit origin of the asset is merely presumed. Well, these were the reflections that I wanted to share with you today. I hope they were clear and that I managed to convey my point of view. I am entirely open to any questions, any comments. This is an ongoing research, so your feedback will be immensely helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tullio, for your presentation and for focusing on the problem of the standard of proof, which is probably the main issue, one of the main issues in this new paradigm, no? Which is the limit, which is the standard beyond any reasonable doubt. Of course not, at least if we assume that this confiscation is not criminal. Clear and convincing evidence, more probable than not, I don't know. So there are many expressions which make reference to different standards. And then, of course, we should check whether in the praxis, these standards are really satisfied. In any case, thank you very much, Tullio. Now I will give the floor to Sarah Marr, who will focus instead on a comparative analysis between Italy and Germany on, again, the non-conviction-based confiscation. Actually, because even, as I said at the beginning, even if the label is the same, actually the regulation is very different. So probably the reference is to very different rules and very different situations. So Sarah, the floor is yours.
Yes, exactly. So talking about different standards, As you can see, today I'm going to present an Italy-Germany analysis of non-conviction-based confiscation. And a bit of background, this is my first time presenting at a symposium, and I didn't start small, talking to all of the international colleagues here. I'm very grateful to present today. And so to start, here. Yes, so we already saw these same numbers before. I'm not going to go way too much into depth about that, but we can see a clear development at the level of the EU, where confiscation has become one of the strategic priorities. And we can see that based on the 2014 and 2024 directives. And then while I was researching the topic, I came up with these two questions. So how actually in these national systems does NCBC then respond to the shortcomings of the conviction-based model? And what modifications have been made in these national systems, so Germany and Italy, so that they can enable NCBC. And this for me was an additional project next to my PhD topic. So I've discovered many things during this research. Here as well, we're not gonna delve into defining NCBC. I use it here as an umbrella term. And the characteristic that is central here is the ability to confiscate assets when there is no criminal conviction. And it is a really radical measure. And my focus here is section 76A of the German Criminal Code. So under the German system, it is really included in ordinary criminal law. And then the Italian articles 24 and 34 of the Anti-Mafia Code. And they call it preventive confiscation, as we've heard today earlier on as well. And it's tailored to organized crime in Italy. We've also heard a bit of the background earlier on today. In Germany, there was a major reform in 2017 before, and this form was a lot more restricted. And then the motivation behind the reform was similar to the motivation at the EU level. So proceeds of crime must be taken away from criminals, alleged criminals, and that crime should not pay. And now if we take a look at the current provision, we can see that asset recovery can also serve as a tool for crime suppression. Actually, the list of offenses in this section of the German Criminal Code is quite extensive. It includes money laundering, child pornography, terrorism and facilitating terrorism. And about the list further on, there have been some arguments that money laundering in the article could be used as an amplifier tool that could be mentioned in most cases. But actually, there is something called the double initial suspicion. So if the assets connected to money laundering are to be confiscated under this model, there still needs to be a proven connection to the crime. And on top of that, it would be quite easy to, since this is only an initial suspicion, to fall back on that. And as I was saying before, the lowest degree of suspicion would be enough under the German system. The way that the Constitutional Court in Germany has interpreted this is that the court has to be convinced of the illicit origin of the assets based on the preponderance of evidence. this is a standard that I think comes quite close to the civil standard. That was their way of actually not reversing the burden of proof, but we can see a de facto shift in the burden of proof because this would force the defendant to prove the legal origin of the assets. And it's all about this rebuttal of the presumption. Then what I thought was also interesting, there are not so many statistics, but we can see the reach of the regime in this table, that we can see the number of cases going up on a yearly basis. And then we can move on to the Italian regime. They have a really peculiar system of preventive measures. This was first introduced in 1982, and the original aim was to confiscate proceeds that were involved in the mafia organized crime. And under the Italian provision, there are two different types. There are assets that the person affected by the measure has at their disposal, so ready for their use. This is in Article 24 of the Anti-Mafia Code. And the value would then be disproportionate, or it would have to be proven that the value is disproportionate, that the assets are from illicit activity, or that there is no demonstrated legitimate origin. Then there's another type where the assets used in economic activity would be useful. So they would be useful for the commission of more criminal activity. And there would then have to be reason to believe that the source is from illicit activities and that there is no legitimate origin. This would have to be proven by the person that is affected by the measures. And at the forefront here is the danger to society. It is required under the Italian system. And really particular is that danger to society also in the past would be enough. We can again see two different types. Special danger, this would be involvement in mafia activities, but also some other criminal organization connections would be taken into account. So the emphasis is no longer on mafia as we've heard today. And then ordinary danger can also be considered enough if it could be proven that the defendant is living off of the proceeds of the crime. And then there was a reform also in Italy in 2008 where there was a clarification at first that the assets would need to result from illicit activity. But then later on in quite recent court cases, it was clarified again that the standard of proof did not change. And that actually it is possible to have this lower standard as long as the circumstances are serious, precise, and concordant. And according to some authors, this would be really close to the criminal standard. So that was the way under the Italian system to have enough evidence for the defendant and to, in a way, still consider the burden of proof. Then I wanted to compare what has been done in these two systems. And in both of them, both of the constitutional courts have established, and this stems from cases multiple decades, that the aim is restorative. So in Italy, it would be the natural consequence of the unlawful origin of the assets. And then in Germany, it is designed to correct an unlawful allocation of property. But in Germany specifically, the aim was from the side of the court to compare the NCBC style to the civil mechanism. And there were arguments that then the focus would be, or the big difference between the civil mechanism and NCBC would be that NCBC is focused on deprivation. So that would be an argument as to why it might count as actually punitive instead of preventive. And opinions are really divided on this. Then there have been some procedural challenges because what comes with the lower standard of proof is also that there's a risk of error, since maybe there does not need to be that much evidence. And then as a last point, it is really difficult to right now estimate the future direction because it is still to be seen what will happen when the directive is transposed into national legislation. And then some closing thoughts. I think the main goal of this presentation was to show that these mechanisms are still gaining popularity, and sometimes they still, the burden of proof or matters related to the burden of proof are not so clear. And that's why, even though the official definition is that the measures would be restorative, it should not be overlooked that these are at the boundaries of criminal law and civil law. And then we saw the ways in which the two legal traditions deal with this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and congratulations for your first presentation. I mean, International Symposio of Young Penalists are important also because, and in particular, because they give the chance to young scholars to give their first presentation. So congratulations again. Now, I will leave the floor to Fernando Enriquez Cardoso Neves, who will focus again on the Brazilian experience, in particular comparing it with the European Union regulation and the regulation of the United States and England. So, Fernando, the floor is yours.
Okay, now it's working. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very pleased to be the last presentation, since all of my colleagues, as Gaetano said, already presented and delved deeper into specific issues of the theme of confiscation. And my presentation here is part of field work I'm trying to establish since the termination of my PhD, and I'm trying to establish this conversation with AIDP in the event of last year in Brazil, in the event of Argentina in April in this year, and here with you, which it takes the theme of confiscation in a more broad way of understanding new trends in economic criminal law. So my presentation is called Not So New Tools Against Organized Crime, the case of confiscation, and the structure is the theme, the object, and the comparative analysis, the Brazilian context on crime and in the confiscation, recent institutional initiatives in Brazil, which differs a lot from the rest of the world, theoretical base and fieldwork, a toolbox for penal control, and its need for conceptualization, such as I did in the Latin American Young Penalist Symposium that happened this year in April in Buenos Aires Law School, with the presentation Organization of Crime, Organized Crime, Corruption, Money Laundering, and Other Crimes, the contemporary relevance, the exercise of punitive power and its recent mutations, especially in the Latin American context, the results and comparative observations, interactions between criminal, civil, and administrative law through criminal justification, as Professor Catalan showed us in the first presentation. I wasn't here; I was checking in, but I could watch with my phone. And the conclusion and perspectives: extended confiscation or even confiscation without conviction as paradigmatic tools for understanding the new trends in economic criminal law. Well, the theme of this paper is economic criminal law and comparative criminal law. The purpose of this paper is to comparatively analyze the recent Brazilian introduction and discussion on an extended confiscation tool, based on the experience of the European Union, the United States, and the UK, thus establishing a brief theoretical relationship and reflection based on the comparative experience. Although introduced in Brazil by the Anti-Crime Package, a legislative change of 2019, whose criminal policy option has always been in the perspective of the greater haste of criminal control, whether in the perspective of more severe penalties or in the perspective of greater power of its tools, the form of application of extended confiscation remains as unknown in Brazil. Especially by the presentation of Tulio, you could all see the regards, the reasons to someone to apply confiscation in Brazil are just presumption that is criminal proceeds of criminal action. Especially due to the initiatives of the Public Prosecutor's Office, civil police, and organized civil society regarding its own reformulation. The latter, in particular, whose proposal brought the creation of a national anti-mafia, not code, but agency, which is not made by police, not made by prosecutors, not made by a specific code, but an anti-mafia agency, which also targets corruption, money laundering, and all its transnational dimension. This paper is part of a theoretical effort to analyze certain criminal types, such as organized crime, as participants in a specific circuit of criminal types that connect with others, making possible what has been provisionally observed as the functioning of a toolbox for criminal intervention. Although there are international and domestic examples of their circumstantial use of certain criminal types, there is a gap in studies that delve deeper into the categorization of types in this particularity. The statement that this gap exists, however, does not indicate that there are no studies on these examples, but rather a lack of systematization and conceptualization of this use, as well as historical experience demonstrating that this is a recent phenomenon, typical of the legislative and doctrinal production of the last 80 years, counting as its starting point by the United Nations Charter of 1945. In this sense, the object of this article is to contribute to the investigation that hypothesizes that such a conceptual construction is possible, so that the exercise of power to punish in the world and in the Western countries, especially in the recent history of the 21st century, brings the importance to this attempt, as well as the Latin American relevance of the reflection, given the phenomena defined as lawfare, also contemporary, often bringing friction to the harmonization of these new tools against crime in relation to individual guarantees. The comparison made based on the proposals indicated and analyzed in the research indicates that, 1, a series of mutations between criminal law and other areas are likely to be observed as direct developments of the different experiences, with emphasis on the use of civil and administrative instruments under a specific justification of a criminal conviction or no criminal conviction, and that the systematization of the new tools of criminal law and other areas under the aforementioned justification is part of the effort to make the intent field of study viable here, notably attentive to the contemporary phenomena, making extended confiscation or even confiscation without conviction as paradigmatic tools for understanding the new trends in economic criminal law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando. So we are perfectly on time, I think. So I think that there is a room for debate now. So if there is anyone who want to ask questions or make consideration on the presentation of this morning, is welcome. Otherwise,
I do have a question, if I may, for Caterina. And my question will be, do you happen to have any data that shows that mutual recognition of non-conviction-based confiscation, such as Italian anti-mafia confiscation, has failed because of the problem you addressed in your presentation? And if the answer is yes, were those problems theoretical? We have a serious problem of breach of rights, or practical. We don't really found the box to tick. Okay, thank you.
And can you hear? Yeah. Thank you for the question. It's a really interesting question. Yeah, actually, we did a research, a practical research, so I have some hints, not really data, because it was really difficult to collect data in our research. We worked a lot with magistrates, we worked a lot with Europol also, and with, yeah, in general in this area. And we didn't collect any data. I mean, from magistrates' point of view, they said that it's difficult to mutually recognize non-conviction-based confiscation because the authorities often they don't communicate. So, for example, a requesting authority asks for information because the certificate could be incomplete. The executive authority normally happens that don't reply. So the process is delayed, and which is not the aim of the regulation. I mean, the aim of the regulation is the opposite, to speed the process. So for the data, I would suggest to read the Europol report, which is really new. A few days ago they released, and in this report is written that, I mean, there are these issues, theoretical issues. I'm speaking before at first about theoretical issues, but they don't affect the proceedings. Because at the end, they can, I mean, at the end, they recognize non-conviction-based confiscation. So theoretical issues are there. They know, magistrate know this, Europol does know, but it's not, I mean, it's not a real issue. We speak a lot about this, but on the practical field, I mean, they actually don't care really. Talking about the material, the practical issues, there is a problem. So sometimes the confiscation are not recognized because, for example, the asset is not well indicated in the confiscation certificate, or I think also in the Europol report is written that one case of non-conviction-based confiscation, the Italian confisca antimafia, was not recognized because the certificate was incomplete and the executing authority could not understand what they were like recognizing. So I don't have a numbers, so data in terms of numbers, but from interviews, from working with them, we know that there are some issues. But I would say that, yeah, theoretically we love to speak about these theoretical issues, but they are not really content. So yeah, practical issues are main important in this view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caterina, for this clarification. Other questions? Catherine.
Yes, my question is partly to Gaetano, but also to the other speakers of the morning, because many of you referred a lot to Article 6 guarantees and to which extent they apply to all of these forms of confiscation. But Article 6 is essentially for the trial. Of course, there is a tendency to extend it beyond the trial to pre-trial, but still, if we look into the jurisprudence, we can see that, yes, the right to silence, maybe it's to some extent already there for the new forms of confiscation. Maybe see them, probably yes, now through the jurisprudence, at least of the Court of Justice of the EU. But we don't know a lot about other guarantees, which are not necessarily Article 6 guarantees, like non-retroactivity, like presumption of innocence, and other fundamental guarantees. So what is your opinion on that? Is everything answered through Article 6 and evidentiary standards?
So, first of all, Gaetano, but also the other panelists may answer to these questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Ligeti, for the question. I don't think that Article 6 is the answer to all the issues. For instance, talking about the non-retroactivity principle, I think that the most important thing would be to have this, what I try to call as this chronological connection between the assets and the criminal conduct that is considered to be the problematic one. I know it's maybe not as strong as the principle of non-retroactivity in fully fledged criminal proceedings. And regarding the presumption of innocence, of course, there might be frictions with the presumption of innocence if a person is investigated or is considered to be part of a criminal organization, because this is one of the requirements, for instance, of Article 16. And of course, there can be also a problem with the image that this person has. So the second aspect of presumption of innocence. I don't have a clear-cut question to this, the answer to this question. I know that this is problematic, but I think that one of the ways to address this is to look at the unlawful origin of the assets, not necessarily about the person that is involved in the criminal activity, and that the most important thing in the proceedings will be to check and somehow to have sufficient evidence to establish that those assets are of a criminal origin and not necessarily attached to a specific person. This is maybe difficult to achieve, but this is more or less my answer. I don't know if this answers your question somehow.
Other answers to this question? Otherwise, I have a question which is strictly connected to yours. I mean, we know that actually law provision is also a requirement set by Article 1, Protocol 1 of the Convention. So all limitation of private property should be provided for by law. So the question is, does this entail a provision of retrospective application? Consider that the Italian Court of Cassation will address this question in the next months, because recently the Court of Cassation reclassified the value confiscation, in this case as a restorative measure, and now the answer is, can be this retrospective or not? Because so far it was not retrospective as criminal sanction, but now the question is, does this requirement of law provision prohibit a retrospective application even without making reference to Article 7 or not? Or it is sufficient that the confiscation is provided for by law at the time of the application? So, never mind when the criminal offense was committed. Another question which needs an answer nowadays. I don't know if Gaetano or other panelists want to give their opinion.
It's mostly a reflection, and I share, I mean, I'm aware about that, and there was, that this is a very thing that is discussed in the Court of Cassation in Italy about this chronological connection, and now this is a new case of the Sezione Unite that should be issued in soon, I hope. And I will just leave the comments there, and then because I mean I know it is a very difficult aspect, and I think and of course it is an ongoing research of mine, but also of other Italian scholars that are very much in favor of considering confiscation as a restorative measure to define and find what are the boundaries of this.
By the way, sorry, Katerina. No, please, please.
I mean, it's not criminal, so we don't need a proportionality and necessary test because it's not a criminal measure, but still, Isaiah said that we need. So these are also guarantees that we don't know precisely if it's for this measure or not.
By the way, I was saying that the first answer of the Court of Cassation is, in general, yes, it can be retrospective, but in this case not, because it is an overruling. And because the European Court says that overruling cannot be retrospective, at the moment it cannot be. But not all judges of the Court of Cassation agree with this outcome, so probably. Other questions?
Dr. Marcin Gagiński, the Jacob Pawelowski University from Gorzów Wielkopolski and Institute of Justice in Warsaw. Firstly, if I may, I would like to make a not question, but of course I want to ask the question, but general remarks, because we don't discuss in that panel about the Polish aspect. In Poland, we don't have any administrative measures because it's inconsistent with our axiology to initiate administrative measure, to use administrative measure into criminal law cases, because we are discussing about organized criminal groups, so groups which committing crimes. We have extended confiscation in the form of forfeiture, and it cannot be treated as a form of restorative justice because the benefits, so to simplify that, of crime that not are dedicated, that not are transferred to a party, but to the state. So that's a briefly delineation of the Polish legal state. We have generally administrative law cases are administrative law. So we have fiscally measures for breaching some duties stemming from administrative law. So we don't, we treat it strictly separately. But taking to the questions, because time passing by, I'm very interested whether all of you, all performers or from that panel or on the other, possess the information about the effectiveness of extensive confiscation in combating of organizing crime, namely introducing that measure, implementation of EU law, have any impact on the number of crimes committed by such groups? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. You want to add something?
I will address this to this question from our friend from Poland, and the other ones in specific in this deemed by the experience that we have in Brazil. I think the most righteous way for me to address to these questions is that we can talk about the effectiveness more in a it's more a political response than a judicial one. In Brazil, we have this new deem of confiscation, but we have a specific way of getting into into the assets of criminal convicted, called perdimento de bens, which is like loosening of assets. And the history of this kind of punishment is happening. It's more. It happens more when you have a specific political rumorous case than into the day-to-day function of the penal system. And I could say that most of, it wouldn't be a wrong statement. Most of the prosecutors and most of the police stations, they really don't have this goal. They prefer to lock people behind bars than actually get into the assets. But it's so new to then go into the assets that the requirements for confiscation, it's really unknown in Brazil. So we have a current discussion, a current lobby to make an anti-mafia agency towards the end of criminal organizations, not towards assets confiscation, for instance. So this is very new to us. But in the same time, since we have a global framework, any asset that will be eventually held in Brazil and try to be confiscated by other countries, it will present to us, especially in Brazil, a new way to address this question, which is it effective or not?
Thank you very much, Fernando. Other question? Vincenzo. Professor Mongillo.
I think that the problem is today we have a great range of different form of confiscation of profits, so gotten gains, all producing the same effect, is depriving the offender, suspected offender, from the ill-gotten gains, but with very different regimes. So I think that the key point is to what extent we can justify this different regimes when the effect is the same. We have to deprive, the intention is to deprive the offender from the ill-gotten gains. And from this point of view, I think that the principle of proportionality is insufficient because particular regards to measures that are qualified as non-criminal sanctions, it can operate only in the sense of a proactive, prospective proportionality, not reactive, retrospective proportionality. And we know that the prospective proportionality can permit us only limited results in terms of limiting the power of to apply this measure. This is, I think, the problem. The different qualification tendentially reduce the functionality of this principle. It is very important, but the main effects can be achieved when the principle is operates in the retrospective form. This is my question.
Thank you very much, Vincenzo. I agree. I mean, we all agree that crime should not pay, and we may agree that all this kind of confiscation have the same purpose, and we may call it restorative, but we should consider that, of course, the regulation is very different, and probably there should be a relationship between the seriousness of the offenses and the severity, of course, of this kind of confiscation. As I said before, we know the Italian tendency to extend the field of application of the old anti-mafia confiscation, which shouldn't be called like this nowadays. And this is something which should be limited in some way, making reference to the principle of proportionality, to the principle of necessity. I don't know, but of course it is clear there is a constitutional challenge pending nowadays on extending confiscation in the field of drug trafficking. When, particularly when it is not, in the cases when it is not so serious, so the problem of proportionality of the use of this instrument in that field. So we will see the answer of the Constitutional Court. Thank you very much. Other question? Otherwise, maybe Emanuele will give us some.
I think we can also, there will be room for debate also later on. Now there is a short coffee break just outside the main entrance. Short coffee break we have, because if you want to make it to lunch, we have to be back in 20 minutes. So thank you very much, everybody. So for those joining online, we will come back in 20 minutes to the second panel before lunch. Thank you for coming back. I think we can start with the second panel of the day, which will conclude also the second session of the symposium. This session will address a topic that I will call a frontier issue, if you like, the use of hybrid or non-criminal instrument, formerly non-criminal instrument at least, in the fight against organized crime. You may have noticed that in the program, we decided to include a question mark after the word preventive. And that was a deliberate and maybe provocative choice, because the question we wish to raise with this panel is whether these measures, which can often be applied entirely independently of any criminal proceedings against their targets, truly pursue an exclusively preventive aim, or whether behind this label they may conceal different or additional purposes. We will begin with a presentation by Lucilla Ines Martorana, is a PhD candidate at the Middlesex University of London. Her paper was originally scheduled actually for a later session, but has been moved forward for organizational reasons. But I believe it connects also very well with the topics of this panel, because we shall hear how certain hybrid instruments, indeed, developed in the fight against organized crime can support international prosecution with regard, in particular with regard with armed groups. We will then move to the contributions of three brilliant postdoctoral researchers in criminal law: Mario Arbotti from the University of Bologna, Davide Attanasio from Luis University, and Luigi Fimiani from Sant'Anna School of Advanced Study of Pisa. Even if their research perspectives differ somehow, they all examine certain measures of particular interest developed in the Italian legal system that are form of administration or supervision, public administration or supervision over enterprises that are not directly managed by criminal organizations, but nonetheless infiltrated or somehow influenced by them. The declared aim of these measures, which may be applied on the basis of mere indications or suspicions, if you like, is a remedial one, to restore legality within corporations. But we might ask whether in practice these measures serve also other purposes, such as securing reparations, corporate restructuring, without criminal proceeding, and at times without sufficient procedural safeguards. Next, Ilaria Giugni and Maria Castro Corredoria, but Maria Castro Corredoria missed her plane, so she will speak tomorrow. We'll turn to a distinctive phenomenon, which is the exclusion of enterprises infiltrated or conditioned by criminals or by organized crime by the public procurement or the public sphere in general. And also preventive with a question mark, no? Because here also we must ask to what extent can we still regard these measures also as purely preventive ones. And finally, the panel will be concluded by Annalisa Lucifora, who is a tenure track assistant professor of criminal law at the University of Catania, who will return to the theme of this hybrid instrument, but with a focus on labor exploitations. So we will also make a reference to this topic. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Andrea Merlo, tenure track assistant professor of criminal law at the University of Palermo, who is, I have to say, a well-recognized scholar in this field already. So thank you very much, Andrea, for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emanuele. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I warmly thank the AIDP, the organizer of the symposium, this conference, and especially Emanuele Birritteri for inviting me to take part in this stimulating discussion. I admit I'm here more out of friendship of Emanuele than because any merit real on my part. And despite my terrible English also. However, I apologize in advance if I will inflexible, unflexible, to ask you to respect the 10 minutes you have available to present your paper for the happiness of our watchdog, Emanuele. Just a few introductory remarks until I limit myself to an almost notarial role. Now, let's start by the panel title, said Emanuele, hybrid and non-criminal tools in the preventive fight against organized crime. The question mark, said Emanuele, discreetly placed in the parentheses, is a subtle and clever touch by the organizer of this event, a rhetorical device aimed to suggest the problematic perspective assumed by the prevention tools in criminal law. Preventive measures often blur with punitive sanction and administrative tools, creating complex overlaps that challenge the legal clarity and criminal guarantee and expanded the judicial power. On reading the abstract that I received, I have the feeling that the speech we are about to hear carry the echo of that question mark, discreetly hidden in parentheses. But the time is running out. I'll reserve my comment for the later. I give the floor to our speakers who will give us throughout this important issue. And now the floor is for Lucilla Ines Martorana from Middlesex University of London.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. Very happy to be here. So today, I will be speaking about the power of legal designations, namely how legal designations have an impact on procedural cooperation. What's going on? Sorry. Yeah, a little bit. You have it? Oh, excuse me. Yes, so how legal designations has an impact on procedural cooperation, and it will start with an analysis of how criminal procedure adapt to hybrid armed groups. So basically, contemporary armed groups challenge traditional categories as they operate as simultaneously as political, criminal, and military actors at once. And the main focus of the presentation is to show how divergent legal designations, such as terrorist or transnational criminal organization or armed actor, determines and activates different legal regimes, as well as available procedural tools and international cooperation frameworks. This is a problem for international criminal law because such designations, besides activating different legal regimes, can either facilitate or obstruct international cooperation and determine the admissibility of evidence in criminal proceedings. So the research questions that is driving this presentation is how do divergent designations shape procedural cooperation, evidence admissibility, and fairness across jurisdictions? So first of all, what do we mean by hybrid armed groups? As we mentioned earlier, it's non-state actors that simultaneously engage in political, military, and criminal activities. And they operate across borders and legal categories. They are at once considered insurgents, terrorists, or transnational criminal. And their hybridity challenges existing legal frameworks, as no single regime fully captures their operations and accountability mechanism. So why designation is performative? I will try to prove through this presentation that the way these armed groups are designated by state and institutions has an impact on the way we can prosecute them. In fact, designation does not merely describe an actor's nature, but it produces legal and procedural effects. By naming a group in a particular way, states and institutions activate distinct legal regimes and cooperation mechanisms. So, for example, a designation as terrorist activates a counterterrorism regimes, and we see the different legal bases and cooperation tools that can be used in the fight against terrorism. The same thing happens with the designation of organized criminal, how it activates criminal law regime. And in the case of a designation as an armed actor, it activates an international maritime law and war crimes regimes. I'm not going to go into details about the legal basis and cooperation tools because you can read it. So what are the tensions that are created through these different types of designations? When one state's designation conflicts with another's or with international law norms, it can hinder cooperation between states. We saw recently that Trump in January 2025, through the executive order 14157, formally designated 8 cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists, which this of course has expanded counterterrorism tools, but at the same time the risk is that it dilutes the meaning of terrorism and undermines the credibility of its designations. And on top of that, we see how politicized designations undermine cooperation. Some states, in this case Mexico, will not cooperate under terrorism frameworks, and this demonstrates how legal definitions weaken reciprocity in international cooperation. I looked at different case studies. I don't know how much time I have to get into details. I looked at France and counterterrorism prosecutions of returnees from Syria, at Germany, and at ICC case. So in the case of France and counterterrorism prosecutions of returnees from Syria by the Parquet National Antiterroriste and Tribunal de Paris, France used its extensive anti-terrorism legislation, which allows to prosecute acts of terrorism committed abroad, so not on national territory. In this case, the terrorism label allowed for special procedural powers, extended detentions, and use of intelligence-based evidence in court. And by cooperating closely through Eurojust and joint investigative teams, it facilitated information exchange on foreign fighters. At the same time, though, defense lawyers frequently challenge the use of classified intelligence as violating the equality of arms and the right to confront evidence. So in this specific case, transparency and oversight are limited when intelligence comes from partner. In the case of Germany, it was different. Germany used universal jurisdiction provisions under the Code of Crimes Against International Law. And in order to prosecute war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, even when committed abroad by non-nationals. But in this case, the main difference was that, looking, for example, at the case of Ala Moussa, the prosecution relied partly on intelligence from foreign services and testimony gathered by NGOs and the Commission of International Justice and Accountability, but the court admitted only material whose origin, chain of custody, and credibility could be verified. So we see these 2 examples of how intelligence has been used in court in different ways. In the case of Germany, fair process was definitely taken into account. And the last case that I looked at is prosecutor versus Al-Hassan at the ICC. And here again, the way Ansar Din was designated, namely as a terrorist actor, had an impact on the way the trial was handled. And in this case, for example, the OTP relied heavily on information transmitted by state security and intelligence services, as well as UN peacekeeping and counterterrorism operations. But these, of course, raised again issues of chain of custody, reliability, and disclosure to defense. So by looking at these different cases, these are the deductions that I made. We see how legal designations affect cooperation, admissibility, and fairness. And we see how there is a fragmented cooperation architecture in the sense that mutual legal assistance treaties and joint investigative teams and counterterrorism frameworks are not interoperable, but they follow different procedural and evidentiary standards. There is an evidence asymmetry because intelligence often face criminal law standards, yet it is increasingly relied upon in hybrid context. There is a tension between procedural innovation and due process. Preventive measures and hybrid tools bridge gaps, but they risk undermining legality and equality of arms. And there is a cooperation paradox. So we see through the US example how expanding the notion of terrorism enhances power domestically, but reduces judicial cooperation among states. To conclude, legal designations are procedural triggers, not mere labels, and they determine both the jurisdiction and the quality of justice achieved. As hybrid threats expand, procedural adaptation must uphold due process, transparency, and fairness. Effective cooperation requires interoperable fairness, linking procedural integrity with global security needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, the international perspective. I congratulate also for the capacity of managing of time. Now we switch the focus in the domestic perspective with the clear relation focused in the Italian perspective of the non-ablative patrimonial prevention. We start with Mario Arbotti from the University of Bologna.
So good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Professor Gullo and Professor Birritteri for the excellent organization of this panel, and of course, Professor Merlo for the introduction and for chairing this panel. It is a truly pleasure for me to be here and to share some reflection on non-ablative patrimonial prevention, a set of measures that in Italy represent one of the most recent innovations in the field of criminal policy against organized crime infiltration into the legal economy. This topic, I believe, is not only relevant for Italy, but also raises broader questions, like, for example, how far should the state go in intervening in the economy under the banner of prevention? I think this is the main question we need to answer. So, over the last few years, we have seen in the field of patrimonial prevention a shift away from the traditional model that relied almost exclusively on confiscation of assets. In this way, the confiscation is no longer the only strategy of response to the suspected offense. Instead, a path opens up for forms of judicial administration that are milder and oriented toward solidarity and rehabilitation. So the new approach claims to be different. It does not immediately destroy the company, but instead focuses on resocializing and supervising it, through management displays and measure under the supervision of the judiciary. So in theory, we can say the idea is to give companies that appear to orbit in the criminal area a second chance. Rather than being permanently excluded from the market, they are offered the possibility to recover legality under public supervision. So, at first sight, this looks like a modern, almost therapeutic model, because it avoids punitive stigma and presents itself as a solidarity-based intervention by the state, supposedly acting in the best interest of the company. So it seems, in other words, to be a paradigm that protects rather than punishes, that offers a path of rehabilitation rather than exclusion. However, if we look more closely, we realize that this narrative is not the full story, because behind the therapeutic language, I think there is also an hidden agenda. So the state seems to use these measures not only to protect the economy from criminal influence, but also to exercise a form of economic paternalism. In practice, this means attempting to guide or even to control managerial decisions, shaping corporate culture in a way that goes beyond the narrow task of preventing criminal infiltration. And what emerges, in other terms, is a kind of moral pressure on companies. Even in situations where non-criminal liability has been proven, they are asking to prove their loyalty to a set of public expectations. So this tendency, I think, is reinforced by the weakness of the legal framework. In fact, the rules are vague, flexible, and often drafted in a very broad terms. And also the procedures are informal, the legal certainty is weak, and the judicial discretion is very wide. This means that companies often find themselves in navigating in uncertainty, because they never know in advance which behaviors may be tolerated and which may trigger intervention. And here lies a crucial point, I think, because legal uncertainty is particularly dangerous in the economic field, because enterprises need stability and predictability to plan investment, to maintain trust with partners and market, and also to operate freely. So if the line between lawful and unlawful is constantly shifting, then the very conditions for doing business are undermined. And the result, I think, is a climate of constant anxiety, where there is always the risk of unpredictable oversight. So for companies, as we said, the consequences are extremely concrete. They operate under a permanent threat of control, without clear limits and without a clear time horizons. And also the legal safeguards appear weaker than in ordinary criminal proceedings. And as a result, I think many companies adopt defensive strategies, not because they are guilty, but because they fear being exposed to unpredictable risks. And this defensive posture is costly, is unproductive, and ultimately damages the economy itself. So paradoxically, measures that claim to defend the legal economy end up weakening its vitality. They create fear, forced compliance, and hesitation, rather than genuine ability to grow, to innovate, and to compete. So this brings us to the procedural risk of the system. We often see that guarantees are reduced, shortcuts are accepted in the name of efficiency, and these measures can easily turn into tools of social engineering. In fact, they do not focus on addressing specific unlawful acts, but rather on the disguised repression of entire complex social phenomena. And I think this is really problematic, because such phenomena, whether organized crime influence or unethical corporate cultures, can only really be tackled by broad and social economic policies, not by ad hoc judicial solution. The danger then is clear. Prevention seems to cease to be about crime control and become a way of reshaping corporate behavior according to the expectation of the state. But I think in these measures there is also another hidden role, and this role is their moralizing function. Instead of sanctioning wrongdoing, these measures try to promote ethical reform within companies. So in a certain way, criminal law becomes secondary. What really matters is the symbolic and reputational impact of the intervention of the state. And the message sent to the business community is real, clear, and powerful. Even if you are not convicted of a crime, you may still be forced to change your internal culture and your management style in order to comply with a public idea of corporate morality. And I think this is not prevention in the traditional sense, but rather a form of imposed corporate ethics where legal measures replace internal values and organizational autonomy. So from a cultural perspective, these dynamics are very close to what some anthropologists call shame cultures. Here, the control is not exercised mainly through formal sanction, but through stigma and moral persuasion. So companies are pushing to conform because they fear the loss of reputation. And this is why the intervention of the state becomes so pervasive. It does not only punish, it tries to regulate through shame. And this is a very different model from the classical one of criminal law, but also from the classical one of preventive law, which is based on clear rules, defined offenses, proportionate sanction, and strong procedural guarantees. So let me just conclude with a few final remarks. I think that the system of non-ablative patrimonial prevention shows unresolved tensions, because there is a visible gap between what these measures declare as their official aims and what they actually achieve in practice. And there is also always a risk of misuse when tools that are designed for preventions are used instead for broader goals of social policy or economic regulation. And in my opinion, this is not the task of criminal or also paracriminal law. What is needed, I think, is a stronger commitment to legality, to transparency and predictability, and above all, we can say a culture of interpretive restraint and a more respect for institutional roles, because social policies, however valuable, of course, should not be pursued on a small scale through the initiative of individual prosecutors. They should be implemented through democratic processes with clear rules and transparent responsibility. Only in this way, I think, prevention can remain a legitimate instrument without degenerating into arbitrary control over the economy. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I stay in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. It's a great question. Maybe the question, what patrimonial prevention can really do? The answer is open. Today, Professor Mongillo reflected about this subject in the Sole 24 Ore. I agree also your conclusion, but the answer is open. Now, Davide Attanasio explored the growing role of compliance mechanism in taking organized crime. It's your floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Merlo, and thank you very much also to the organizing committee, and especially to Emanuele Birritteri for this wonderful event. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to share some considerations on one of my research topics that today I decided to title Compliance Under Pressure. By this title, I refer to the trend of using compliance-based mechanism outside and beyond the traditional domain. And my focus will be in particular on the Italian perspective of this phenomenon. I will address 3 points. First, the criminological overlap between organized crime and corporate criminal liability model, which second leads to an hybridization of legislative models. And third, I'll have a look at the anti-mafia dimensions, which, in my opinion, offers a good example of this trend, of this evolution. First, the criminological overlap. We can identify, in my opinion, 2 different categories. The first, the formal deviant organization, which is basically an organization created with the main purpose of committing crimes. This is basically the organized or mafia organized crime paradigm. On the other side, we have the deviance of the organization, which refers to lawful corporations that nonetheless engage in illicit activities occasionally. The purpose of the corporation is lawful, and this is the field of corporate criminal liability. So in theory, the distinction is pretty clear, but in practice, it is difficult to draw boundaries between the two categories since they interact in the economic dimension. And the distinction becomes even more blurred, I will say, in the modern economies, often shaped as network economies. Since the law for corporation, characterized by what Diana Vaughan called the normalization of deviance, tends to outsource the production. And we can say, in my opinion, that in this context, the normal organizational wrongdoing meets the organized crime. So the two categories converge in the same context. This brings me to the second point. Since the criminological overlap translates in an hybridization of legislative or normative models, few examples from the Italian perspective. First, the corporate criminal liability framework. We can observe the inclusion, the introduction of organized crime offenses, as well as the provision for a permanent disqualification for entities entirely devoted to the commission of crime. In the anti-mafia code, on the other side, we see the reverse phenomenon, since some preventive measures like the judicial supervision are grounded in a compliance-based approach that is typical of the corporate criminal liability model. And we can also observe an extension of non-conviction-based confiscation, originally conceived as an anti-mafia tool to white-collar criminality. So basically, we can observe that the anti-mafia logic enters into the field of corporate criminal liability, while the corporate criminal liability standards migrate into the anti-mafia logic. And let's now turn at the anti-mafia dimension. Very quick on this point, since also my colleague Mario pointed out few elements of this measure. And the judicial supervision is, or administration, judicial administration, is a not confiscatory preventive measure, and it applies to the corporation involved in a sort of, I can say, negligent complicity position with other individuals under investigation for serious offenses, or already subject to a preventive measures. The targets are mainly corporations that fail to properly supervise on their business partners and facilitating the commission of illicit activities of other economic entities. And so there is a sort of lack of due diligence on these corporations. And the measure is implemented through the corporate compliance, so through the corporate reorganization of the corporation. Benefits and downside of this approach. Main benefits, maybe this is an effective preventive approach since we don't need the opening of a criminal proceedings. And these measures, like the judicial supervision, applies at the very first signals of criminal infiltration, with the main aim of cutting any contacts between the organized crime and the lawful corporation. There is an high flexibility depending on the degree, the level of criminal infiltration, unlike confiscation and disqualification mechanism. And third, these measures have a much lower impact on the integrity of the business activity, preventing the economic value of the corporation and especially mitigating, we can say, the collateral effects for employees, suppliers, or the community in general. And this approach recalls, in a sense, the so-called spillover effect or Arthur Andersen effect that inspired the fair prosecution agreements in the United States, the United Kingdom, and more recently, the Convention judiciaire d'intérêt public in France. But, and I am approaching the conclusion, we need also to strongly, in my opinion, underline several downsides of this hybrid approach. First, the criminological overlap, since the same measures applies both to mafia-related crimes and, I will say, traditional economic crimes, raising concerns in terms of proportionality. Second, the ambiguity of the legal provision, since especially the notion of corporate complicity in this measure is too elastic, is too broad. Third, the measures apply outside the criminal proceedings, and so outside a proper status of legal standard and guarantees. Also, Mario pointed out that there is a strong public interference within the economic domain. And in my opinion, the purpose is legitimate. I mean, the prevention of distortion of competition, in my opinion, but these raise questions about the limits of the public control over the private companies. And the final point, and in my opinion, this is the most relevant since it goes in an opposite direction, I would say, we should not overlook the risk of ineffectiveness of this compliance-based anti-mafia model. Since the compliance model under the Italian anti-mafia code is not based on a carrot and stick approach like the corporate criminal liability in Italy. There are no real incentives in the legal framework of the anti-mafia code for corporations to implement an organizational model before the wrongdoing. So, in my opinion, the corporations may just decide to wait until they are discovered by the public authority and only then comply with the requirements imposed by the tribunal. And this is, in my opinion, visible, for instance, in a recent case decided by the Tribunal of Milan, the Loro Piana cases, in which the judges pointed out that Loro Piana had not changed the business practices even after the same measure was imposed on its competitors last years, and despite an existing specific protocol for fashion industry. To conclude, so this could, in my opinion, undermines the genuine preventive function of this measure, and the approach starts instead in a reactive and enforced self-regulation approach, and the dynamic, in my opinion, may even produce a sort of criminogenic effect, since, as I pointed out, the corporation may decide to wait until they are discovered, and once discovered, they know that they will not face a criminal sanction as they would under the corporate criminal liability and in Italy under the legislative decree number 231. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very interesting. In my part, I agree all. I don't know if it's good for you, but it's very interesting. Thank you. Now, Luigi Fimiani from Sant'Anna School of Advanced Study of Pisa offer us an innovative perspective on how cooperative compliance can become a vital tool in the preventive arsenal against organized crime. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Emanuele. Thank you for the organizers, to the organizers for the opportunity. With regard to my topic, I would like to start by outlining the core of the proposal I intend to explain. We know that the current system of anti-mafia preventive measures is articulated on multiple levels, but intervenes even at the lowest levels at a stage that can be described as at least curative. And what it means curative? It presupposes the existence of signs of infiltration, even occasional ones, or a concrete danger of them. And my reflections stem from the idea that in order to be truly effective, prevention should be located whenever possible at an earlier stage, in particular in the management of the risks of infiltration before they turn into concrete danger or pathological phenomena. And in this point of view, the proposal consists in introducing a mechanism of cooperative compliance ante delictum, which is inspired by the model of the tax control framework already enforced in the tax field. Such a mechanism would allow for us, healthy enterprises operating in sectors with a high risk of infiltration, to adopt in dialogue with the public authority internal systems for managing and certifying the risks of mafia infiltration. But I would like to make a brief introduction before outlining the proposal in more detail. This idea arises from the observation of the critical issues inherent in the current system of the anti-mafia code. It also concerned, unfortunately, judicial administration, judicial control, and the collaborative prevention under Article 94 bis. It's true that these instruments undoubtedly serve the important purpose of protecting business continuity, avoiding the paralysis of contaminated enterprises, and safeguarding workers, suppliers, and also stakeholders. But however, they come into play only when contact with organized crime has already occurred or there's a concrete danger of it. And logic consequent is that even in the mildest cases, such measures retain an afflictive component and create tensions with the constitutional and conventional values such as freedom of economic initiative and the right to property. There are also, unfortunately, other most relevant issues. Mario said the lack of predictability before. I say also the expansion of these measures to offenders who were not included in the original spirit of the reform. In fact, most recently are involved also the environmental crimes under Decree Law number 116/2025 and its recent law converting number 147/2025, or also the crimes against animals under Law number 82/2025. And then also the poor coordination between different branches of jurisdiction as administrative and ordinary. This consideration is also demonstrated by the recent order of the sixth section of the Italian Supreme Court concerning the division of evaluative authority between ordinary and prefects. And finally, I say also the severe reputational harm suffered by enterprises when the application of an anti-mafia measure becomes public and widely reported. So for us, how we could address these issues? It is necessary to make a conceptual shift from a therapeutical prevention to an anticipatory prevention. This means not merely treating infiltrations once they have occurred, but putting in place instruments to manage the risks of infiltration. And the sector more exposed, which are logistic, subcontracting, also low-skilled, labor-intensive services, require, in fact, a system capable of anticipating criminal attempts before they develop into concrete dangers. And our guide is the well-known doctrinal distinction between risk and danger, because risk is an inherent condition that can be governed through internal safeguards, while danger is a more advanced criteria which governs the actual world of our therapeutic measures. And so, as we said, in order to design this new instrument, we may draw all inspiration from the experience of cooperative compliance in the tax field. This system, as we know, was introduced in Italy by legislative decree number 128 of 2015, following the OECD guidelines and experience of several common law countries, and emphasizes the taxpayer's choice to adopt a system for identifying, managing, monitoring tax risk, periodically certified and approved by the Italian Revenue Agency. So what is his interest for our purpose in not so much the fiscal aim, but its logic, in particular to a preventive dialogue between the public authorities and a private actor based on trust and transparency, which yields also concrete benefits in terms of reduced sanctions and simplified procedures. And transposing this logic to the anti-mafia domain would mean creating a sort of risk control framework for mafia infiltration with the guidelines that have to clearly define risks and also red flags. Why? Because unfortunately, today, such definitions in our domestic law are absent. The definition regarding the concept of mafia infiltration in healthy enterprises. Although the definitions of risks is already well known in other areas, like as the field of also tax compliance with the guidelines under protocol number 53-20 of 2025 of the Revenue Agency, or also in the field of conducting violence against women and domestic violence under the EU Directive 1385/2024, which was implemented in Italy by the European Delegation Law number 21 of 2025. So for us, it would be appropriate to define also in our anti-mafia fee system the risks of infiltration and also the ways to manage them, also to enable the companies to calculate these risk management methods. And to ensure positive effects, it would be also appropriate to maintain a system of ex post controls after the approbation of this system by the public authority, in line with the so-called cooperative controls introduced for simplifying economic monitoring by legislative decree in Italy number 103 of 2024. And about this topic, we can also draw inspiration more generally from the so-called cooperative sustainability reporting directive and from the directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. And this directive is also important because it also addresses in recital 24 and 25 in the Article 3, letter G, the monitoring obligations concerning suppliers and external business partners. And so it is also important to say for us that this such a model would not replace, but rather integrate the compliance system under legislative decree number 231/2001, which is not directly focused on preventing criminal infiltrations. In fact, it is strictly connected to the prevention of the so-called predicate offense, which do not include infiltration phenomena unless it escalates into forms of external complicity or affiliation. So maybe we can imagine a cumulative and integrated system where the section dedicated to infiltration risks becomes part of the 231 protocols, which can help also to avoid duplications, which could reduce over compliance costs. So at the end, in conclusion, which are for us the future perspectives? I wish to stress that this proposal for a system of cooperative compliance and delictum in this complicated field represent a path that is not simple but necessary. And in this point of view, the challenge is to build a truly multidisciplinary approach, bringing together legal, economic, and sociological expertise. And the management of infiltration risk cannot be entrusted solely to criminal law. It requires tools of economic analysis, the ability to interpret social phenomena, and dialogue also with business realities. So, but in conclusion, for us, this strategy could reduce the need for afflictive measures, could also preserve entrepreneurial freedom, and at the same time could strengthen the resilience of our economic world against criminal capitalism. Thank you very much.
Now, Ilaria Giugni from the University of Napoli, Federico II, join us remotely, representation via online connection.
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Okay. She called borderline justice. For me, well said, the legal ambiguity of anti-mafia interdiction in Italy. Okay, your floor.
Thanks. Like the colleagues before me, I would like to start by thanking the association and the committee for selecting my proposal and for giving me this precious opportunity to speak today. As Professor Merlo said, I'm going to focus on the legal ambiguity of anti-mafia documentation and the risks of its application. This is something that is specific to the Italian legal system and has no equivalent in other systems. So it is imperative that we start from the beginning. What is anti-mafia documentation? What is for? It is an administrative anti-mafia measure contained in the Anti-Mafia Code, and its function is to prevent organized crime from infiltrating the legal economy. The aim is to keep the mafia out of the market. It is well known that this kind of organization has the ability to change its form and to infiltrate different sectors of society. The aim of this measure is to prevent it from contaminating the economy. Anti-mafia documentation is essentially a screening procedure to ensure that only clean companies remain in the market. Companies or individuals applying for public aid or taking part in a tender process are required to produce an anti-mafia certificate attesting that they are not involved in a mafia-type organization. How does the system work? The prefect is the one who issues the anti-mafia documentation. The prefect is a high-level administrative civil servant who has general competence to act on behalf of government at provincial level. The prefect operates under the authority of the Italian Ministry of the Interior and has competence of public order and security. So the prefect issues the anti-mafia documentation after consulting the National Anti-Mafia Database. In cooperation with other law enforcement agencies, he must also conduct a background check necessary for the admission to tenders and the issue of licenses, permits, concession, financial allowances, and authorizations. So far, I've spoken in general terms about anti-mafia documentation, but in reality, this documentation consists of two different measures: information and communication. The first concerns the relationship between companies and the public administration, and the second concerns the relationship between private individuals. Both can be liberating or interdictive. If the information that you receive is liberating, it means that your company is clean and you can establish relations with the public administration or obtain any kind of authorization. If the information is interdictive, it means that your company has been approached by the mafia and you are therefore prevented from having any contact with the public administration or from obtaining any kind of license or authorization. In addition, you won't be able to participate in public tenders or to continue work that has already been awarded in a previous tender. Furthermore, you can be paid for work already done for the administration. So at this point, you might wonder why I defined the measures that compose anti-mafia documentation as border tools and what the potential problems with these are. The interdictions are administrative measures applied by an administrative authority, but they have particularly severe and stigmatizing effects. As we have seen, the entrepreneur who receives the interdictive information is cut off from the market. He cannot take part in public tenders or obtaining license. In short, he can no longer work. This means that there is a real risk that his business will go bankrupt in a very short time, compromising the livelihoods of his family and all his employees. What are the problems with all this? There are many critical aspects of this system. First of all, the condition for the release of interdictive measure. Secondly, the lack of guarantees provided to protect the entrepreneur who receives them. Firstly, the question of condition for the application of interdictive measure is crucial. They have disastrous effect, so they should only be applied when there is a proven link between the company and the mafia. But unfortunately, this is not always the case. In fact, we can distinguish two different hypotheses for the application of this measure. On the one hand, the code identifies specific cases in which the prefect must issue an interdictive measure. For example, conviction for offenses related to organized crime, the proposal or imposition of preventive measure, or failure to report serious offenses such as extortion. On the other hand, the Anti-Mafia Code gives the prefect a wide margin of discretion and allows him to issue an interdictive measure in all other cases where his investigation reveals possible attempts at mafia infiltration. In this case, there is no legal definition of the cases in which such tough measures are to be applied. In practice, over the years, the prefects decide how to give meaning to such a vague expression, such as possible attempts at mafia infiltration. For example, they have considered as symptoms of links with organized crime, family ties, or links with members of association, the hiring of vehicles from companies considered to be mafia-like, or the hiring of employees with criminal records. In my opinion, these hypotheses, not predetermined by the law, don't necessarily express the need to block business activity. For example, in a closed territorial community, it is probably possible to trace a remote link between any entrepreneur and a member of the local mafia, but it doesn't necessarily express an actual situation of contiguity. In the same way, the fact that the entrepreneur rents machinery from mafia-type organization could be a symptom of subjugation rather than contiguity. The entrepreneur could end up be a victim, so I wonder why we have to block his business activity instead of helping him, for example. Finally, the adoption of an interdictive measure against those who hire former detainees contradicts the idea of the rehabilitation function of the punishment, which is at the basis of our constitutional order. As I have said, another serious problem is the lack of guarantees in the procedure for the application of interdiction. First of all, it is problematic that such an invasive measure is left to the prefect. We must bear in mind that the prefect is the same person who carries out the investigation and then decides whether or not to apply the interdictive measure. Therefore, the prefect may not be totally impartial. The control of a third party, the administrative judge, takes place only at a later stage when the measure is challenged. Moreover, the decision is taken on the basis of a particularly flexible and less rigid standard of proof, more likely than not, rather than beyond any reasonable doubt standard required in criminal proceedings. For this reason, even if the measure is revoked by the courts following the judicial review, the entrepreneur remains ineligible for compensation for the damage suffered. Another problem is that until 2021, the interdictive measures were being applied without the entrepreneurs concerned having the ability to present their case. Only a few years ago, this gap was filled by the provision that the prefects must hear the entrepreneur at the end of the investigation. But it was also stipulated that this cross-examination phase could be omitted in order to speed up the procedure. It is therefore quite possible that in reality this right to be heard only remains and exists on papers. This means that the businessmen would have remained unable to avoid interdictive measure even in the event they don't have any link with the mafia. So, in conclusion, the Italian experience clearly shows how these border tools are very useful and effective in the fight against organized crime. At the same time, it highlights various critical aspects, especially in terms of respecting the fundamental rights of economic operators. It appears clear that the discipline of anti-mafia interdiction needs to be reformed by correcting its most problematic issues and ensuring stronger guarantees for the affected entrepreneurs. While awaiting, or more in general, a possible solution could be to consider to use the interdictive measure as a last resort, to apply them only when strictly necessary. In this perspective, a greater priority should instead be given to collaborative compliance tools, which have already been discussed by previous speakers. In my view, this would better guarantee an appropriate balance between protecting of public order and safeguarding individual rights. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Ilaria. And now, finally, last but not least, from the University of Catania, my friend Annalisa Lucifora, she will take a topic which she's becoming leading expert in. Forced labor and organized crime, rethinking legal responses in the era of globalization. Ready, set, go.
Excellent. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the International Association of Penal Law and the conference organizers. Well, to rethink the legal strategy against forced labor, we must start with its definition as provided by Article 2 of the 1930 ILO Convention, where forced labor is defined as any work exacted under the menace of any penalty and for which the person has not offered himself voluntary. This definition, despite its origin in a colonial labor context, has been reaffirmed by several subsequent instruments, and the core element remains the absence of free and informed consent, which is the key feature of forced labor. And from this definition, we can draw an important distinction between formal labor and exploitation. While forced labor involves coercions or threat, labor exploitation can occur even when there seems to be apparent consent, but under exploitative condition. And another important international reference in the field of forced labor is obviously the Palermo Protocol. As we know, he adopts a criminal justice perspective, and it includes forced labor as one of the exploitative purposes of trafficking. The consequence of this framework are that forced labor is framed within the context of organized crime, leading to a focus on criminal prosecution and less attention to structural prevention, victim support, and labor regulation. And the problem is that it overlooks widespread economic coercion in informal legal sector and misses exploitation that occur outside criminal networks. Therefore, I think that this framework is now failing for two reasons. Well, the first one is that there are new protection needs. Indeed, modern forms of exploitation blur the line between forced labor and exploitation. And recently, the issue has come to the attention of the European Court of Human Rights, which in Chowdhury case has adopted an extensive interpretation of forced labor. The court stated that the consent does not exclude the possibility of forced labor where there is an abuse of power and a lack of alternatives. In this way, the European Court extended the guarantees of Article 4 of the European Convention to the most severe case of labor exploitation. And therefore, we can find that consent can erode over time as coercion intensifies, and the focus should now be on the substantive conditions of vulnerability and control rather than just on formal consent. The second reason because this approach is now failing is that we are seeing a shift in forced labor, which is no longer exclusively connected to organized crime, but it is increasingly tied to profit-driven exploitation. What is the reality today? That forced labor increasingly occurs outside mafia-type networks, and it is very common in legal supply chain, subcontracting, and outsourced labor. The main driver behind is profit maximization rather than violence, and the key actors are lawful companies that exploit regulatory gaps. This means that criminal prosecution alone, as said Professor Mongillo, is not enough. And we must also address economic conditions and supply chain dynamics. So it is necessary to rethink the strategy and develop a new dual approach. This means moving from an unorganized crime paradigm to a labor exploitation paradigm. In this new dual approach, we should consider two perspectives: an ex-ante perspective engaging companies in prevention, and an ex-post perspective, meaning supporting business to return to lawful operation. And this shift is from repression to prevention and compliance. But now we should consider more in detail these two perspectives. The ex-ante perspective essentially means prevention through anticipatory compliance, that is, as we know, managing risk before harms occur. This can be achieved through due diligence across the supply chain responsibility, compliance models, monitoring, and prevention measures. The result is a shift from reactive sanction to internal accountability. And in this way, business can become active protector of human rights. The ex-post perspective essentially means restoring legality through remedial measures. The goal is to restore lawful operations rather than dismantling companies. And for the Italian legal order, an interesting example comes from the Court of Milan, which, as we know, has applied anti-mafia code supervisory measures to companies involved in exploitation cases. And the objective of this approach are to prevent recidivism, support economic recovery, and ensure production and employment continuity. However, as we have already seen in the previous presentation, this approach has been criticized because it could raise issues regarding the legal safeguard for companies. As Professor Mongillo said this morning at the beginning, the challenge is balancing efficiency and guarantees for legal entities. And to this aim, as regards corrective measures for legal entities, I think that it would be recommended at the European level to develop greater harmonization. This because harmonized sanction against companies ensure equal treatment, promote fair competition, and prevent regulatory arbitrage. So why harmonize? Essentially, it's about going beyond fine and sanction, and also harmonizing remedial conduct requirements, ex post compliance programs, and restorative mechanism that reward the restoration of legality. In other words, in a way similar to what happened with the natural persons, we should develop a restorative approach for companies that focuses on their recovery. In this way, we can build a coherent strategy towards new forms of labor exploitation that effectively balance fundamental rights such as dignity and freedom from exploitation with economic safeguards such as property rights and entrepreneurial freedom. Criminal law, as the ultima ratio, indeed presents a significant challenge. The key is that the legal response must be as complex and adaptable as the exploitation itself. There is no single solution, and the law must remain flexible, proportional, and forward-looking, not just punishing past behavior, but also shape the future. Thanks for your attention. And if you need connection between slide and
Thank you, Annalisa. Congratulations. We are on time. Also, we are never used the homemade tool of chair by Emanuele for me. Now, we have a question for...
We can open a debate if there are questions you want. I was saying that we can open a debate if there are questions for our speakers. Otherwise, I will make a point. I would ask to, starting from the last presentation to Annalisa, I share the idea that we need to promote harmonization, but we saw also in the other presentation that sometimes this restorative aim is more declared than enforced actually, because there is the risk that with these measures there are other goals that are pursued, rehabilitation, restoration, and satisfying collective interest, modifying a business model also when it comes to labor exploitation. So, of course, it is difficult to understand how, but how we can deal with the problem of avoiding that the rehabilitation name will be enforced with other goals in mind, modifying a business model. Because every time in Italy, the application of the judicial supervision of companies in the field of labor exploitation, it seems to me that is something with the aim of modifying a business model, more than rehabilitating the company.
Yes, I agree with you. This is the challenge. So I know that a solution is very difficult to find at national level and also at European level. But I think that at European level now it would be recommended more indications from European documents, because until now we have the traditional formulation that legal sanction towards legal entity are proportionate, effective, and dissuasive. And I hope that European Union can go beyond this formulation and to find balance towards new type of criminal sanction, of sanction towards legal entities, and I know that is not easy, and especially for rehabilitative sanction. So, but in internal market, having more harmonized sanctions for legal entities, I think that it would be a good option.
Sometimes there is also the problem that these measures are applied instead of corporate criminal liability system. One knows if Mario and Davide, but also Luigi, want to add something on that, because also you already touched upon on these issues.
Yeah, I think that one of the most problem of these instruments is the expansion from different crime from the mafia, from the original one. Because if we think that non-ablative patrimonial prevention is a set of measures that we use only for face mafia, it's a point. But if these instruments are used for different crimes, I think that it is more problematic. Maybe a solution on that of this problem is a recovery of legality. I mean, if the legislator says that the measures can only be used for mafia, for the conduct that are useful for mafia, I think it's better. But if we look at different crime, like for example the forced labor, I think that the risk of the expansion of the measure there is, and this is problematic because I think that also in 2017 the reform of the 2017 was told for face criminal infiltration, and also the forced labor was inserted in the Article 34 of the Codice Antimafia, because that crime was solved with the links of the mafia. But now the application is, as said also Davide, for phenomena that are not related with the environmental crime, but also forced labor in a context that there is no link with the organized crime. And I think this is problematic because there is a risk of non-proportionate use of these measures. I don't know if you want.
Thank you very much, Mario. Just to come back very quickly on my final point of the presentation, since I see, in my opinion, the risk of a real ineffectiveness of the system, the anti-mafia system, if we compare the model with the corporate criminal liability. Since we have a preventive function, but in reality, if the legal framework have no real incentives for the corporation to implement the organizational model, I see the risk that the corporation just decided to wait until they are discovered by the tribunal, and so we don't have in reality a real preventive function, like, in my opinion, in the legislative decree number 231, and so the corporate criminal liability justice.
Thank you. I have a question to Professor Cifoa about relation in the Italian criminal law between human trafficking and forced labor. Namely, it is forced labor in Italian law is a form of human trafficking, or it is separate criminal act.
Okay. In the Italian legal system, forced labor is one of the purpose of trafficking. We don't have in the criminal code the crime of forced labor, and this is a point where very debated in the among criminal law scholars, because there are scholars who hope the introduction of forced labor, and other that thinks that it is not necessary, because forced labor could be included or in a reduction in slavery in servitude, as Article 600 of the Criminal Code, 101, or in labor exploitation in his aggravated way. So 603 bis, comma 2, that is labor exploitation aggravated by violence or threat.
As I observed in Italy, is such discussion like in Poland, because we have huge problems since 2011 with human trafficking, because we haven't known definition of that phenomenon. Nowadays, forced labor is, generally speaking, one of the forms of human trafficking, but it isn't, in the opinion of some scholars, regulated precisely, so they proposed to introduce new separate provision for forced labor. Moreover, we have also crime of slavery. But what is interesting, it is not regulated in criminal code, but in the provision introducing of that. Thank you very much. Okay, the opening speech of this afternoon will be at 3 o'clock. So please try to be back in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Okay. Yes, sir. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. I think we can start because we have a busy afternoon also, today and tomorrow. So now we have the opening speech of the second session of the symposium by Professor Stanislav Tosha, who, as you know, is the Secretary General of the AIDP. Thank you very much, Professor Tosha, for being with us today. We are now sharing your slides, so everything is almost set. And thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours.
Emanuele, which one should I use? This one? The first one?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be again in Rome. I still keep and cherish the memory of the Congress of 2019. We have one of the main organizers, Professor Gullo, with us. That's a great memory, and the AIDP has to be grateful for the rich history that the Italian National Group brought to the AIDP with great scholars such as Professor Severino, Professor Picotti, Professor Stile, Professor Illuminati. I could name many, so I will just give those names as examples. And big thank, of course, to the Italian group, and especially to the Young Penalist Committee, and in particular Emanuele Birritteri, who for this great organization and for bringing us here. It's of great importance. Those events for young penalists. You are the future of our associations. So that's really fantastic that there is such a huge participation and energy at this event. So thank you very much. When we looked for the topic of this opening, so I'm opening after the lunch break, which probably is even more difficult than opening in the morning. I was trying to look for a topic that could be a little bit electrifying. So I thought I will talk about two areas which are connected with organized crime, but they are not directly on organized crime. You have a lot of speeches which target particular issues. And I wanted to show you something different. So I thought of sharing some insights on the blind spot of EU legislation, and a bit share some findings that I had in my research on how EU is doing legislation which directly affects combating organized crime and generally combating crime. And a bit share with you a way of looking at that legislation with a critical eye, but a gentle critical eye. So criticizing the European Union for sake of making it better and making it more attentive and better achieving its goals. So I would like to take you on a tour, and I was generously offered half an hour, which allows me to take you on a tour of two areas and show you how the EU legislator, working very hard, still forgot about something that we might consider important. One area will be gathering electronic evidence linked to confiscation. And so many of you are interested in confiscation, I would like to show you how these two topics combine, or actually do not combine, and that will be my point. And the second area which I would like to explore is our international sanctions, known also as restrictive measures, which is just the beginning of a complexity. Why do we have these two terms? But I would like to show you how the new directive on international sanctions, aka restrictive measures, which had its deadline of implementation in May this year, so a few months ago, how combined with the new AML framework, anti-money laundering framework, gives very strange results in terms of compliance duties, in terms of the whole AML vigilance that our financial institutions have to offer. And there as well, the EU legislator seemingly didn't see a complexity which is now starting to haunt the financial institutions, which realize that soon they will have to massively extend their compliance function. So let me start with the e-evidence area. Even in half an hour, I have no chance to tell you the whole saga of e-evidence, and I'm not going to attempt. It's a very long saga. You can get it from just this slide, which shows how long the legislative process of the so-called e-evidence package took to be adopted. The e-evidence package, because it's composed of two instruments, a regulation and a directive. And that package of instruments is meant to bring a revolution that shall allow easy access to electronic evidence in a nutshell. So to summarize, the problem still is, because actually despite being adopted, the system is not yet functioning, is that while there is a huge need for electronic evidence in criminal procedure, which I guess is pretty obvious, it's enough that you just look around in this room. Everybody has a digital device in their hands, probably two at least, a laptop and a phone. Some maybe have even more. And there is also plenty of technology. So for example, we in this room, we leave a lot of digital traces. So for example, you can prove that you were here and not somewhere else where a crime was committed just by using the technology that is here and the traces that were left here. We leave a lot of traces, digital traces everywhere. But the access to this digital traces is easy and complex at the same time. It's easy because contrary to the history of criminal procedure, it's in the hands of third parties. So in the past, most of the evidence was in the hands either of the victim or of the suspect or in the place of the crime, but it was somehow connected to those that were either involved or affected by the crime itself. But today, a huge part of evidence is in the hands of somebody who's completely neutral to the criminal procedure, which is a service provider. Google, Facebook, or Meta, etc. Nothing easier, you just ask them or compel them to give you that data and you have the evidence. But actually, this is extremely difficult. This is difficult because usually those providers are in another country and the rules of jurisdiction to enforce tell you that you need to use instruments of international cooperation. And if you have to use instruments of international cooperation, especially those with the US, you are suddenly in a very complex environment in terms of procedure. And this created a situation where we know that there is this data, the service providers have it, but it's very difficult to get it. And it seems that the rules of this jurisdiction to enforce, which means that if you want something from another country, you have to go through the authorities of that country, limit significantly the capacity to investigate and prosecute crime. So this is the essence of this issue in a nutshell. The response to it, after many years of negotiations or of reflection, is this package, which in Europe would, let's say, it's supposed to solve this problem. And it will solve it by creating a system in which, let's say, Italian, either judges or prosecutors, this depends on the type of data, will be able to issue an order for data that they can address to a different member state and directly to the service provider in that state. And the service provider will respond by providing data, and the system will bypass the authorities in the country where this service provider is. Okay? So this is the system that is being offered. Now, there are several layers of complexity, of course, there. There are some exceptions from this rule, And according to these exceptions, those authorities will be maybe involved. I don't have time to go into details of that, but to some extent, those authorities might be involved, but it doesn't really change the essence of that system. Second complexity is that all service providers who are active in Europe, so they don't have to have the seat here, but they need to have customers here, will be obliged to choose one place somewhere in Europe where they will have to have a place where they will receive those orders. They can choose Rome, they can choose Paris, they can choose Dublin, and somehow everybody feels they will choose Dublin or somewhere in Ireland. But in any case, they have to choose one place. And to this place, judges and prosecutors from all over Europe will be able to send orders, and those providers will respond, and the authorities of that country, in principle, will not be engaged, as said, with some exception we can discuss in Q&A if you're interested, but I claim also that even those exceptions will not work in practice, but this is, let's say, an issue for debate. This system depends also on an agreement with the US. Here comes another complexity, because those who follow international news know that US is a bit of a different actor than a few years ago, especially in agreeing on something with the European Union. So we're still waiting for an agreement between US and EU, which would permit especially the American companies to take part in this system without having risk of liability in the US. But let's hope that this system will be in place. So that's in the nutshell the system of European production and preservation orders. If everything is in place, there has to be also some technological capacity that is built. This system shall start working in the summer of next year, 2026. At least that's what the regulation says. Let's see if everything is in place. Now, the question that I wanted to share with you, given the interest that you have in the matter, is can this be used for confiscation? In other words, can you use the system of electronic evidence of the European Production and Preservation Order to gather proof, to gather evidence, to gather information that would allow you to clarify something which is necessary for confiscation, or different types of confiscation? Can this system work or not? And the funny thing is that if you read the regulation on the European Production Order, it seems quite clear that the legislator kind of forgot about this aspect, because there is no trace wherever in the preamble or in the text which would indicate that the specificities of confiscation were taken into account. If you read recital 18, this regulation lays down the rules under which a competent judicial authority in the Union may, in criminal proceedings, including criminal investigation, or for the execution of a custodial sentence or a detention order following criminal procedure in accordance with this regulation, order a service provider offering services in the Union to produce or preserve electronic evidence through a European production order or a European preservation order. Nothing on confiscation. The only thing we learn is that it should be in criminal proceedings, including criminal investigations. And here the complexity of confiscation that you already discussed in the morning come out, because it can be criminal, it might not be criminal, it can be part of the criminal procedure, it can be non-conviction based confiscation. So it would be nice if the legislator thought of explaining which one could be or not. But if I was a lawyer and I had a certain interest, I would either argue, yeah, this is criminal proceedings if I want this evidence, or I would argue, no, but this is something different if I don't want. So I expect a lot of litigation once the systems start running, because here it's a clear gray zone where the legislator forgot to clarify its attitude. And I think there are arguments which allow you to argue in different directions. If you read this, you can you can, for example, use recital 25, which speaks specifically about the execution of a custodial sentence, prison sentence. The fact that there is a recital on prison sentence doesn't mean you cannot use this instrument for confiscation, but there is nothing about fines, and fines can be also imposed based on electronic evidence. So probably this argument will not stand. Article 2 about scope says that this instrument can be used only in the framework and for the purposes of criminal proceedings, but you have confiscation in criminal proceedings. So maybe you can use it only for confiscation, which is part of criminal proceedings, but though that confiscation, which is somehow outside, is not, again, unclear. And so on. If you look into different provisions, you clearly have only proceedings where you have evidence and you have then a sentence for a punishment. But I think a very smart lawyer can try to build a case where this can be used for confiscation, whether, for example, not conviction-based confiscation, I don't know. But maybe. If I really had a strong interest and I was a lawyer, I would for sure try. So that's point number one. So I think this question is with a question mark, but clearly the legislator so focused on changing the whole paradigm of cooperation in Europe between member states forgot about this aspect. And then I would like to show you a second example how the legislator very intensively legislating on very important issues forgot that if you put two pieces of legislation together, you might get something completely different. So let me say a couple of words on the new framework on combating circumvention of international sanctions, known here as restrictive measures. Of course, we know that since the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, the topic of sanctions against Russia is extremely important, and we have new packages. We are currently negotiating the 19th package of sanctions against Russian Federation and different individuals, etc. We have this very complex set of sanctions. They are against the country, they are against individuals, they are against certain businesses, certain sectors. But of course, this is not the only place where we apply international sanctions. We had them before against Iran, North Korea, and certain organization. We've known this instrument of international pressure for a long time. And I insist on the fact that this is an instrument of international pressure. It's not something which is linked to crime. We don't impose sanctions on Russia because of criminal activity. Of course, they might have committed crime of aggression, but that's not the point. But it's not an instrument which is used because there is criminality in Russia, or maybe some assets have been gained in a criminal way. That might be true, but not be true. That's not the point. The point is we're in conflict. And this is an instrument of trying to put pressure so that we win this conflict and not them. And it should bring economic hardship on their side, which should mobilize them to stop the war. This is the philosophy. Whether it's working or not, that's a completely different debate. But that's the philosophy of international sanctions, not fighting crime. Now, the problem is that once those sanctions were imposed, we realized quite quickly that it's nice to impose sanctions, but it would be good to enforce them, because if you don't enforce them, and then if the system has a lot of holes, there is not much use of that system of sanctions if you can very easily circumvent them. And research in different countries showed that actually you have a huge diversity of ways of enforcing sanctions. Criminal, administrative, very heavy, very light, some aspects here, some aspects there. it's really a patchwork of enforcement technique. So if you have a situation where the whole European Union is trying to counter this aggression on its doors, and it's trying to have this very significant packages of sanctions, but we're not enforcing them properly, it means we're not doing anything that makes sense. Hence, we need a directive that would harmonize criminalization of circumvention of sanctions. That's the answer. We criminalize circumvention of sanctions, and to be sure that member states do it in the same way, we harmonize. But do we have a legal basis in the treaty? Article 83(1), which gives the legal basis for harmonization of substantive criminal law, didn't contain international sanctions, maybe because in 2007-8, when it was adopted, the Treaty of Lisbon, the need, which we know now, was not so acute. But luckily, we don't have to change the treaty because this article has its own mechanism of changing the treaty by unanimity in the Council. You can add another type of offense to the list, and this is what happened in 2022, which allowed the European Commission to formulate the proposal for the directive, which was adopted in 2024, and it was supposed to be implemented by May 2025 into the legal systems of the member state. This directive is a relatively straightforward harmonization directive. Definitions of offenses, harmonization of penalties, some basic rules, a relatively straightforward instrument, which has a very long list. I will not read it for you, and I just give it for you for impression that you see how many different activities have to become criminal offenses in the member state. That's just the beginning. The list goes on, and the list goes on, and the list goes on. Okay, it's Article 3 of the directive. You want to read in details. Okay, so the only thing I want to achieve is that you have the impression it's a lot of different activities. It's about not freezing funds, providing funds, but also helping somebody get through the border, giving advice, plenty of activities. Now, no problem with that. Obviously, we have these sanctions. As long as this is the policy of the European Union, we have to enforce it. We enforce it by criminalizing circumvention. Everything is perfectly logical. I have no problem with that as such. But there is this little article at the end, Article 18. Amendment to Directive 2018/1673. That directive, for those who do not remember, is the criminal law AML directive. So the directive that harmonizes the offense of money laundering. And in that directive, we make a small change by adding point W, violation of union restrictive measures, to the list of predicative offenses of money laundering. Also a very logical move. That's what we generally do now, that if we have a new offense, we, especially if it has an economic character, we throw it also into the AML pool of predicative offenses. But here, a very interesting thing happens that nobody who was preparing this directive noticed, which is it affects heavily the preventive side of AML and not only the criminal law side. So probably, given your interest, you're quite familiar with the AML framework, but just to be sure we're on the same page. The AML framework is composed of two aspects, the repressive one and the preventive one. The repressive one is criminalization of the offense of money laundering, and this is done by this directive, which is on the slide. It harmonizes the definition, and then you can be sentenced for committing money laundering, okay? And then there is a whole preventive side, which is the compliance side. So all obliged entities, banks, funds, but also lawyers and others have to, notaries have to check whether you have these three types of compliance duties: know your customer, know your business, and checking the transactions, right? We agree on that? So we have these two frameworks. Now, this change happens in the criminal law framework, okay? So the offense of money laundering would happen also because you launder money that comes from the circumvention of sanctions. Since it's a criminal offense, that's logical. But something different happens in parallel. Namely, this definition, so we have this definition, and again, I give it only to, this is the criminal law AML definition, okay? That's the very long one, and after point V, we add the point W. But we also have a different definition for the preventive side. That's the definition for the preventive, the compliance side. This is in the 4th AML directive. It's much shorter, it's much smaller. And the circumvention of sanctions doesn't go into this definition, though it might be caught by the general clause in the last point, but it doesn't go. But the interesting thing happens is that the AML framework at the same time is undergoing a reform. It's undergoing a huge reform. There is no longer the 4th and 5th directive. They are still there, but from 2027, there will be a new AML regulation and a new AML directive, and there will be the anti-money laundering authority. There is a huge reform of that framework. In the framework of this reform, the AML regulation drops its own definition of money laundering, of criminal activity, and adopts the criminal law one. So from the moment this new directive, this new regulation starts functioning, we will have only one definition of criminal activity for sake of money laundering, which is the criminal law one. And we know already that this definition already contains circumvention of sanctions. So because of these changes, from the moment the system starts functioning, circumvention of sanctions will be a predicate offense also at the compliance level. What does it mean for all institutions that are obliged to do due diligence, AML due diligence? It means that they will have to check if their clients or the transactions that are coming their way, the assets that are concerned by those transactions, somehow do not come from circumvention of sanctions. That's a tremendous change in terms of duties of European actors, because so far they had some duties. So for example, if I come to the bank needs to know who I am, and they check if I'm not on the list. And if I'm not on the list, it's okay. They can do business with me. But now this is not longer going to be like that. They have to check where my assets are coming from, and they have to do it. They have to check if it doesn't look that my money is not coming from corruption or from theft or from other offenses. But now they will also have to check if it's not coming from this whole list of offenses that I showed you in the sanctions directive. What does it mean in practice? Let's imagine I'm a businessman whose activity is Kazakhstan, India, and Turkey. And we know that through those countries, also there is circumvention of sanctions. So Russian goods are being smuggled, let's say this way or another, through those countries. These are countries where we know that Russians are trying to make sure that their goods come out. If I'm a bank and I have somebody who's doing maybe fully legitimate, unproblematic business with some of those countries, I cannot exclude the risk that those assets somehow are affected by circumvention of sanctions, which means I have to put much more due diligence, much more effort to understand if by any chance there is no risk that those assets are affected by sanctions. And this you see only when you put in connection those two instruments. And I can tell you that because the work on AML and the work on sanctions were done differently in different DGs, it was not perceived. They didn't see, and only putting it together, you see that suddenly a whole new dimension opens that nobody sees at the level of legislation. You cannot see any trace of it in any of those instruments. Clearly, the stakeholders didn't see this because they start to see this now, and it starts to create some panic because it will massively increase cost of compliance. And I think there are at least two problems with it, because by no means I'm questioning the sanctions, okay? That's absolutely not my point. I have 2 points on this. I think first, in a democratic society, if we're making a significant change in legislation, this should be discussed. It should not happen by accident. That's the first point. And second, we should also reflect, because this will create a significant cost on European economy. And maybe it's a cost that we should bear. Maybe this is part of fighting this war and winning this war, and we decide, okay, this is the cost we should take. But this should be decided. This should be taken into account during legislation and reflected, and not just happen like this. Because certainly this will not affect Russian economy. It will mostly affect European economy by increasing compliance duties on our European institutions. So maybe it's a sacrifice we would accept, but at least this should be discussed. With these 2 examples, I wanted to show you how legislation that could look very nice on the surface, when you scratch, you actually see a lot of complexities. And I wanted to share these complexities and hope that you will find many more and make European legislation get better. Thank you very much.
Maybe we can go ahead with the other panel, and then we can take questions and make the debate together with the first panel of the afternoon. Thank you very much, Professor Toscia, for this brilliant speech. I think you gave us a lot of good work also later on, touched on also several things that are connected with the first part of the first session of the symposium, but also with the second one starting now. Now we should have the first panel of the second session of the Congress, which will be moderated by Francesco Diamanti from the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, who will join us online, actually, due to a problem with the train this morning. I don't know if, Francesco, can you hear us?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we cannot see you yet, but Davide is working to let us see you.
Can you see me? No?
Okay.
My webcam is on, so.
Okay. Yes, we can see you, and there should be also Cecilia Valbonesi, my colleague researcher at the University of Rome, UnitelmaSapienza, who will be introducing this panel. So, Cecilia, if you can hear us, the floor is yours, and then to Francesco for the moderation of the panel.
So thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you, Professor Birritteri and Professor Mongillo, for inviting me, and I want to congratulate for the perfect organization. Welcome to the panel 1, Organized Crime and Environmental and the Public Health. Our first speaker will be Denise Borriero, PhD candidate in doctoral program in studies on organized crime at the University of Milan in Italy. And she will focus on organized crime and environmental crimes, new perspective in the light of the recent UN proposal. In particular, she will highlight how environmental protection is becoming a growing priority at national, European Union and international level, and how organized crime is increasingly active in this area. She will focus on the upcoming UN Convention on Environmental Crime and examine how the synergy between Palermo Convention and this new one can provide a concrete response to the fight against organized crime in this area. And she will highlight the importance of adopting harmonized measures to combat environmental crime. Our second speaker will be Alessandra Aceti, PhD student in legal studies in international and European curriculum in Bocconi University, Italy. And she will focus on transnational environmental crime and extraterritorial corporate criminal liability exploring the potential and assessing the practical and legal obstacles to international cooperation. And she will highlight the importance of the Environmental Crime Directive and its significance for the study, the single economic union doctrine and its applicability in the domain of European Union environmental crime law, and she will focus on legal models across domestic and international jurisdiction. And finally, she will examine the role of international cooperation in order to ensure an effective prosecution. Then Benedetta Paterra, PhD candidate in criminal law, University of Pisa, Italy. She will focus on illegal waste trafficking, a hybrid offense between organized crime and economic enterprise in European and Italian law, in which she will start considering that the crime of organized activities for the illegal trafficking of waste. Article 452 quaterdecies of the Italian Criminal Code has progressively become a leading actor in Italian courts, in contrast to the general ineffectivity that typically affects environmental crime law. After addressing the ambiguities surrounding this crime, she will explore the lack of coordination between this offense and the framework of corporate criminal liability under the Italian law. And finally, she emphasizes how will be placed on the newly adopted Environmental Crime Directive, which extends criminal liability related to the waste trafficking. And this perspective will aim to assess whether the Italian approach represents an isolated model or part of a wider trend toward hybridization between organized crime and economic dimension. Then Federica Raffone, PhD in criminal law, University of Modena and Reggio Emilia in Italy, will focus on toward an European food punitive law, sanction harmonization, and corporate liability as a key to counter transnational crime. She will briefly introduce the fragmented states of agri-food crime enforcement across the legal system of European countries. She will highlight the transnational relevance of phenomenon with reference to Europol data and organized crime trends. She will focus on the need of a European punitive approach to harmonize sanction and strengthen enforcement both within the European Union and cooperation with third countries. Last but not least, Professor Dr. Carlos Fuentes Iglesias, LLM Assistant Professor, University of Zaragoza, and Coordinator Chair of J&J Law and Health, University of Zaragoza. He will focus on criminal organization aimed at personality controls in the field of health, reflection on Spanish and comparative criminal law of the so-called medical sex, and will focus on the concept of illicit association under the Spanish criminal law and European criminal law, on challenges in distinguish these offenses from the crime of criminal organization within the framework of Spanish and European criminal law, highlighting the particular vulnerability of victims as a decisive factor justifying criminal intervention. And he will conclude reflecting on necessity of amending Spanish and European legislation. Thank you so much. I give the field to Professor Diamanti, I think.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, probably.
Perfectly.
Yes. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you, but today's strikes made me unsafe for me to travel from Modena to Rome and back in a single day. So I'm here in Modena to talk with you. I would like to thank the organizers and the UnitelmaSapienza, of course, and my friends Emanuele for the kind invitation. It's an honor to open this panel on an issue that concerns, I think, all of us. We are here to talk about organized crime, the environment, and public health. Three topics that may seem distant at the first glance, but they are not. On the contrary, they are deeply connected. Today, criminal organizations no longer deal only in drugs or weapons or something. They profit from pollution, from the illegal disposal of waste, from the destruction of forests and poisoning of rivers, for example. And behind these crimes, there is often silence. Silence from institutions, silence from society. But this silence, this type of silence, comes at a cost. I mean, when criminal groups pollute the land or the water, for example, it is people who pay the price, of course. It is families living near illegal dumping site, for example. It is children breathing toxic air. It is entire communities that fall ill, but slowly, silently. These are what I call solo crimes. I mean, crimes that, due to their specific feature, demand legal tools that are different from those commonly used, more targeted, more effective. These are not just environment crimes. I mean, they are crimes against people. They harm our health, our dignity, our shared future. And one of the main problems is that, in my opinion, is that these crimes often go unpunished. They are seen, not just in Italy, as minor, too technical, too complex, and sometimes too uncomfortable to address. But we cannot accept this. We must change the way we look at this phenomenon. We must treat them for what they are, a threat to the rule of law, a threat to public health, and a threat, I think, to our idea of justice nowadays. This is not only a legal issue, of course, it's a political choice, a choice between looking to the other way or taking responsibility, between protecting profits or protecting people. We are here today, I think, because we choose the second path, of course, because we believe that the law must serve the common good, that protecting the environment means protecting life. The task ahead is not easy, I know, we know it, but it's urgent. We need better laws, of course, but we need courage. The courage to investigate, the courage to speak, I think the courage to act. I thank you all for being part of this really important conversation, and I hope today's work will help us to move forward, not only in thought, but in action. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, just a practical note for all speakers in this panel. Please make sure to strictly respect the time limit assigned to your presentation, because, you know, there are so many voices to be heard, and each one, I think, deserves the space and the attention it merits. Okay, so now I can't hear you, but now the floor goes to Denise Borriero from the University of Milan. She will talk about organized crime and environmental crimes from the perspective of the United Nations. Thank you very much. Denise.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And first of all, thank you to Professor Valbonesi and Professor Diamanti for the introductions, and thank you to the organization, because it's a real pleasure to be here. As anticipated, my presentation will be on the protection of the environment through criminal law, with a specific focus on the role of the organized crime groups that are very active in this sector, and a special focus on the new legislative tools which address this phenomenon. It's easily understandable that when we speak about environment, we're not speaking about an individual need, as already highlighted by Professor Diamanti. And it's rather a safeguarding of essential condition for life, for health, and for the collective well-being, both for the present and the future generations. When there is a degradation of the environment, there is irreversible and transboundary effects. And as for the effects, also the response has to be integrated, harmonized, and supranational. The protection of the environment, indeed, is becoming a priority nowadays for policymakers of all the levels, so the national ones, the European ones, and the international ones. And a particular attention is paid to the role of organized crime in this area. As already told, criminal groups have always played an extremely active and important role in this phenomenon. They are attracted not only by the scarcity of natural resources, but also to the low risks that they occur. There are less dissuasive sanctions. In some countries, there are no criminal sanctions in this case, but just administrative ones. And even if there are criminal sanctions, they are less dissuasive than in other criminal markets, such as drug trafficking, for instance. Another point, another reason is that often there is a lack of visibility of consequences of this type of crimes, at least the immediate consequences. Environmental crime for Eurojust is the fourth largest criminal activities in the world and one of the most profitable sectors for organized crime. We have no time to see all the data on the numbers, but just allow me to say something just to understand the real impact of these crimes on our world. According to Eurojust, between 2018 and 2021, the total of the police seizure was about 8.3 million euro just in the European Union. And illegal waste trafficking generates more than 2 billion euros every year just in the EU. At the same time, deforestation generates more than 6 billion euro every year in the EU. According to the Financial Action Task Force, the environmental crimes generate as much as $280 billion annually in a global level. And this makes these crimes more lucrative than arms trafficking and people smuggling. This phenomenon is well known as it continues to grow, particularly in recent years. According to Europol, these crimes has an annual growth rate of 5-7% for such offenses every year. It is significant to note that despite this expansion and this impact, there is still no universally accepted definition of environmental crime. The definitions of environmental crimes remain fragmented, shaped by different geography, diverging political and different priorities for each country. So the result is a legal patchwork. Some countries are more focused on forest loss, other countries are more focused on the protection of wildlife, for instance, other on the pollution or the legal extraction of commodities. This is a problem because, as we understand, the lack of harmonized definition enables the criminal groups operating in this matter to gain more space and to have higher profits and lower risks. Normally, the reference about the definition is the one given by the EU directive of the last year, 2024, but also the definition of the United Nations Environment Programme and the Interpol reports that define the environmental crime as illegal activities that harm the environment or seek to profit from the exploitation, degradation, trade or theft of natural resources by individuals, groups, corporations, or transnational organized crime networks. Also in this occasion, so the focus on the criminal organized crime that work in this matter is high. According to Europol, the definition is also higher, is huge, because they speak about any legal act with a harmful or negative impact on the environment. So maybe it's correct to have a huge definition, but of course we have some problems from a criminal law perspective. There's such a undefined situation. For this reason, it's really important to focus on these new legislative tools that are nowadays preparing, because just a few months ago, in July, the Council of Europe created a new convention called Convention on the Protection of Environment through Criminal Law. That is the first international legally binding instrument to address environmental crime. it's important to notice that this convention use different definitions from the directive. So these two tools are not harmonized. Another, allow me to do another point for reflection. We have no time to go deeper in this. It's not the focus of the presentation, but both of them speak about particularly serious offenses that can be comparable to the concept of ecocide. Ecocide is one of the most important topic of discussion in these days. Some countries has already introduced this crime in their legislation, for instance, in the European Union, France and Belgium. We will see if the new convention of the UN Convention will focus also on ecocide or not. In October 24, the UN launched an intergovernmental process to explore new protocols under the UN Palermo Convention targeting environmental crime. So again, this commission between environmental crimes and the role of the organized crimes. In the 12th section, October 24, the Conference of State Parties, the so-called Palermo Convention, adopted a resolution entitled Enhancing Measures to Prevent and Combat Crimes that Affect the Environment, falling within the scope of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crimes. The resolution has different goals. First of all, the strength global coordination to combat environmental crimes linked to organized crime. It has a specific focus on victim protection and asset recovery. And the real aim is to close the legal gaps that is existing now. I don't know if a dedicated convention protocol could solve all our problems, because it depends also on how this convention will be prepared. But of course, it is a very important and a very critical step toward harmonizing laws and closing enforcement gaps, and also for raising the costs for environmental offenders. In addition, this tool allows to use international cooperation for the purpose of confiscation. Today, we have not the time to discuss in detail another point of the study, which will be, however, fully represented in the forthcoming article. But given the diversity of the environmental crimes, maybe starting from a smaller model, whatever by focus on a specific market, could be helpful to identify the key patterns that recur across different types of environmental crimes, and ultimately enabling a more effective strategy to combat them. For this reason, the research, that is an ongoing research, focus on the illegal waste trafficking market in Italy, because it's one of the most exploited and profitable sectors for organized criminal groups. And according to Legambiente, there are more than 268 cases of illegal waste trafficking in 2022, up from 151 in 2021. So it's more or less the double. This suggests that with a solid legal framework, because in Italy we have lots of regulations on this matter, criminal laws, administrative laws, and civil law too. But even if there is a solid legal framework and various protective measures exist, it is crucial to assess the effectiveness of these responses. And the focus is not only on the substantial criminal law, but also on the procedural criminal law, because it is the most important way to assure a response that is effective. Thank you.
Francesco, we can't hear you.
The mic.
The microphone.
Now you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. So thank you, Manuel. Okay. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Denise. Next speaker, Alessandra Ceti from University Bocconi. She will tell us something on transnational environmental crime and corporate liability. please. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Alessandra, it's your turn.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alessandra Cetia, PhD student at Bocconi University. It is truly an honor to participate in this symposium, sharing the preliminary findings of my research on transnational environmental crime and corporate liability. Following an introduction on research relevance and methods, part 2 of the presentation defines transnational environmental crime and highlights corporate involvement patterns. Part 3 then examines legal basis for parental corporate liability for environmental crimes abroad, while Part 4 briefly introduces the role of international cooperation. I take this opportunity also to thank my colleague Denise Barrero very much for her presentation. Actually, our research works are closely aligned, so I will glide on aspects she just touched upon, and I will focus more on Part 2 of the research. So. As one of the most profitable criminal activities worldwide, TEC exacerbates climate change and undermines peace and human rights. However, multilateral environmental agreements are poorly equipped to tackle criminality, and unlike other global threats, no suppression convention exists against this crime. This legal vacuum is exacerbated by corporate involvement in driving or facilitating TEC, an aspect that is largely underexplored compared to the well-documented organized crime nexus. Against this backdrop, my research addresses 3 questions. What is transnational environmental crime and what role do corporations play in it? Does European Union law establish corporate liability for TEC committed via foreign subsidiaries or business partners? And if so, what prospects and challenges exist for international enforcement cooperation? To answer these questions, the project embraces an eco-global criminology approach and combines comparative legal analysis with empirical research that is planned for the next stage of the study. So what is transnational environmental crime? At present, there is no internationally agreed definition of TEC, as my colleague highlighted. International organizations traditionally identify the key offense areas, but these categories are descriptive and fail to constitute legal offenses. Regulatory misalignments, interdisciplinary approaches, and the systemic crime convergence make defining TEC particularly challenging. My study rather adopts a strict criminal law approach to identify a working definition of TEC. So on the one hand, environmental crime is the violation of national environmental laws subject to criminal sanctions. On the other hand, transnational crime, on the model of the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, implies a cross-border element. For this study, TEC identifies acts that violate national environmental criminal laws and involve a cross-border element. On this premise, the Environmental Crime Directive is at the cutting edge. Acknowledging the cross-border dimension of environmental crime, it codifies a list of relevant conduct to be criminalized under domestic law. Most notably for this research, the 2024 revision of the directive expanded the list of offenses from 9 to 20, now covering most of the traditional TEC categories: wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, illegal waste trafficking, and illegal trade in ozone-depleting substances. This codification ensures legal certainty and provides a starting point to discuss liability. Moving to real-world dynamics, TEC involves a spectrum of actors: organized criminal groups, corporations, local populations, and public-private facilitators. They perform complementary roles along criminal supply chains in origin, transit, and destination countries. And this approach shifts the focus from the rigid view of organized TEC and exposes a gray area where licit and illicit economies intersect. By way of example, Earthsight has traced illegally harvested cotton originating from Brazil throughout the supply chain of global fashion brands. Generally speaking, the UNODC identifies 4 degrees of corporate involvement, from unknowing participation and inadequate due diligence to opportunistic engagement in illegal practices. And at the extreme, corporations exclusively created to break the law. 2 strategies stand out: the laundering of commodities and the use of shell and front companies. In the face of this scenario, Part 2 discusses existing legal basis and emerging prospects for corporate liability. The new Article 12 of the Environmental Crime Directive is crucial. It enables member states to exercise jurisdiction when the listed conduct is committed abroad for the benefit of a legal person established in their territory. This benefit and burden approach strives for substantive justice, but the clause remains optional and questions arise about its uptake across member states. Admittedly, the benefit clause is not unprecedented under EU law. Similar wording features in instruments addressing terrorism, corruption, financial crime, and other issues, but preliminary findings on national applications suggest a fragmented picture. Another promising avenue under EU law may be represented by the single economic unit doctrine developed under European jurisprudence to establish parental liability for competition law infringements. In the groundbreaking Imperial Chemical Industries judgment, the then European Court of Justice held that separate legal persons may form a single economic unit when the subsidiary is subject to the parent's decisive influence and merely performs its instructions. In case of fully owned subsidiaries, decisive influence is presumed, the so-called acts of presumption. And in case of lower ownership rights, other indicators are assessed, such as reliance on parental assets or joint management structures. Interestingly, commentators have argued for an extension of this doctrine to environmental criminal law, alongside its application to global value chains, where lead firms often exercise control comparable to decisive influence over foreign contractual suppliers. For a comprehensive picture, the research also looks at legal models across jurisdictions. For instance, Italian Legislative Decree 231, which pioneered a tertium genus of liability within the civil law tradition, establishes the responsibility of legal persons for listed crimes committed abroad, provided that the conditions under Articles 6 to 10 of the Penal Code are met. In addition, jurisprudence clarified that this liability system applies to corporate groups. Moving to other legal systems, the so-called Loi Sapin II covers corruption offenses committed abroad by persons conducting their economic activity in France. At international level, the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention ensures that legal persons may not escape liability through intermediaries, including third-party agents, consultants, or contractors. Another key development to monitor closely is the ongoing negotiation for a UN-binding instrument to regulate transnational corporations with respect to human rights, as discussed earlier. The latest draft includes value chains under the scope of the treaty, and draft Article 9 envisages the states parties' jurisdiction over abuses committed abroad by legal persons domiciled in their territory. Building on the previous findings, Part 3 of the research will turn to the role of international cooperation in prosecuting corporate TEC. The study will review international instruments of cooperation in criminal matters between EU countries and third countries that are hotspots for environmental crimes listed under the Environmental Crime Directive. A key focus will be on the legal challenges imposed by double criminality clauses, considering how prohibited conduct and corporate liability models are defined across relevant jurisdictions. To get a sense of current heterogeneity, this UNODC data provides a snapshot of the state of criminalization of corporate liability across jurisdictions. Finally, the research will also look into practical obstacles to cooperation, from the lack of interoperable data platforms to reluctance of weak governance states. In conclusion, this research shows that understanding global value chains that drive TC is crucial to design adequate governance responses, possibly reinforcing due diligence with a criminal law approach. The EU seems well positioned to lead this effort, and a solid trend under Article 12 of the Environmental Crime Directive may shape global accountability standards within the UN instrument under negotiation, with the ultimate goal of reinforcing the ethics of globalization and ending corporate impunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alessandra. So next, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. Next, Benedetta Paterra from University of Pisa with a presentation on illegal waste trafficking between organized crime and enterprise. Thank you, Benedetta.
So good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by thanking Professor Balbonesi and Professor Diamanti for the introduction, and also the organizers, especially Emanuele Birritteri, for the opportunity to be here today. I'm also very grateful to the colleagues who spoke before me, because their presentations were very inspiring, and I think our presentations all line up together. So it's very great. It's really great. It's really a pleasure to present here. My paper addresses illegal waste trafficking as an hybrid offense, so standing at the crossroads between organized crime and the economic system. I've divided my presentation into 3 main points. So first, I'll make a few observations on the criminological background of illegal waste trafficking. Then I'll move on to analyze the Italian legal framework, focusing especially on its vagueness and on the way towards progressively expanded the scope of the offense of illegal waste trafficking. And finally, I'll try to deal with the new Environmental Crime Directive in order to assess its potential to tackle this phenomenon, especially at the European level. So starting from the criminological perspective, we can simplify by saying that waste-related offenses may originate in 2 main different contexts. So first, within an otherwise lawful business framework, for instance, when corporations dispose of waste in breach of the license conditions, or when they operate without any license at all. And second, those offenses may arise within the sphere of organized criminality. So with the involvement of organized criminal groups, often to ensure the transboundary disposal of waste in other European countries or Africa or Asia. This, we can say, dual nature is also reflected in the types of legal and policy responses, because I mean it's inevitable and obvious that the theoretical and criminological framework of a given phenomenon is meant to shape and to define the crime control strategies that are designed to tackle it. And that's to move on to the next point. Because in Italy, the key provision is Article 452 quattordecies of the Italian Criminal Code, an offense that was originally conceived as a tool against the so-called eco-mafia. This explains why the offense requires the setting up of means and continuous organized activities, because indeed it was originally designed to mirror the structural features of mafia-type organizations. So the underlying idea was pretty clear: waste trafficking equated to mafia infiltration. But we can say that here lies the paradox. The provision relies on vague expressions such as multiple operations, large quantities, and so on, and courts have to fill these gaps. So these open-ended concepts have enabled a progressive broadening of the offense far beyond its original scope. Today, the organizational element is often considered simply satisfied by the existence of a lawful enterprise. Sorry. Okay. So the risk is to transform the offense into some sort of strict liability for companies where the organizational element is presumed rather than proven, as we just said. The quantitative thresholds are just under-assessed, and the only truly selective element is the unlawfulness, so the violation of environmental and administrative provisions. In this way, Article 452 Paterlecies is increasingly applied to conducts that resemble misdemeanors, so minor offenses, and well, of course, it appears kind of disconnected from its criminological archetype of ecomafia. That's why we can say that coming from such a diverse criminological background, the offense appears hybrid, oscillating between the logic of organized crime repression and the logic of a mainly economic crime. In this framework lies the recent judgment of the European Court of Human Rights concerning the so-called Land of Fires, Terra dei Fuochi in Campania. The Land of Fires case is notorious. After years of illegal dumping, burial, and uncontrolled abandonment of hazardous waste, often accompanied by its burning, a lot of epidemiological studies documented an increased incidence of diseases that, of course, were causally linked to all the toxic substances that were dispersed in the area. So, in this case, the court found that Italy had violated Article 2 of the ECHR, which enshrines the right to life. So not only had the measures for the contaminated polluted sites proved to be ineffective, but Italian criminal legislation was also deemed to be fragmented. So also because of the silence of the institutions, as Professor Diamanti previously noted. In particular, according to the court, the existing provisions, such as Article 442 Paterlecies, are not integrated enough within the broader legal framework. In response to the court's rulings, and with a 2-year deadline to comply, the Italian government recently adopted a decree law to introduce new urgent and extraordinary measures. However, these measures are not confined to the Land of Fires territory. They are extended to the entire field of environmental criminal law. Of course, the fact that they were approved in a decree law raised some concerns as to their constitutional legitimacy. Not to mention the risk related to the principle of proportionality, because I mean the intervention clearly reflected Italy's intention to align with the court's rulings, but only through a general increase in the sanctions. In addition to that, with the decree law, the overlap between the economic dimension and organized crime seems to be further reinforced by the inclusion of certain environmental offenses within the catalogue of crimes that allow the application of anti-mafia preventive measures, such as, for example, judicial administration and judicial supervision. So now, turning to the European legal framework, the new environmental crime directive that luckily Denise already mentioned, also addresses waste trafficking and disposal, but its approach is a bit different than the Italian one. We can immediately notice that the directive does not attempt to merge those distinct criminological backgrounds. It just maintains a separation between the economic and the organized dimension of the environmental offenses. With regard to waste-related crimes, the directive criminalizes conduct such as the collection, transport, or treatment of waste, the supervision of such operations, and the aftercare of disposal sites. These conducts are criminally relevant if they involve hazardous waste in non-negligible quantities, or if they cause, or they are likely to cause, serious injury to any person or substantial damage to the quality of air, soil, or water, or to the ecosystems, animals, or plants. So, no reference to an organizational element. And that is very telling because indeed no other member state has introduced a requirement compared to Italy's setting up of means and continuous organized activities. The only place in the directive where the criminological background of organized crime is explicitly acknowledged is in the list of the aggravating circumstances, because we find that penalties should be increased if the offense was committed in the framework of a criminal organization. So the organizational element is just referenced here. Despite the ECD's adoption in 2024, the Terra dei Fuochi law decree makes no reference to the new framework, nor to the significant space that the directive devotes to corporate liability, as Alessandra has highlighted. Looking ahead, it's the directive to raise the most important questions. First, by avoiding the Italian path of hybridization between the organized crime dimension and the economic dimension. And second, because it seems to seek clarity and coherence, also enhancing corporate liability in spite of a system that focusing especially on individuals already revealed to be ineffective. Of course, the effectiveness of the approach adopted by the directive remains to be tested. However, we can say that the European choice, if implemented by the member states, may represent a more promising way forward, or at least a necessary correction to past ambiguities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Now, the floor goes to Federica Raffone from the University of Modena at Reggio Emilia that speak about European food punitive law. Thank you very much, Federica.
Thank you for the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I would like to really thank the entire Young Penalist Committee, Emanuele Birritteri, and of course, all the organizers group of UnitelmaSapienza. Today, I would like to draw your attention to an issue that lies at the core of my research, one that profoundly affects the safety of European citizens, the integrity of our economy, and the trust of the single market, agri-food crimes. These offenses include fraud, falsification, illicit trade in agricultural goods, and the manipulation of food supply chain. They are, first and foremost, economical crimes, but also instruments of power or criminal infiltration and of market distortion. At present, European legal response remains deeply fragmented. Each member state applies its own definition for criminal matters, procedures, and penalties. In some, food fraud is a criminal offense. In others, merely an administrative violation. In this heterogeneity creates gray areas that enable the circulation of illicit goods and weaken the single market. Yet, agri-food crimes knows no border. Europol data show that organized crime networks operate simultaneously across several member states, often with extra-European connection and using the same logistical and financial strategies as drug or arms trafficking. Here, however, we are dealing with a far more insidious phenomenon. With the agri-food supply chain, a silent mafia gains control of the entire supermarket network, unilaterally sets the price of agricultural products, manage transport and distribution sector, export goods under the Made in Italy label, and participate in the production of so-called Italian-sounding products. The evolution of this phenomenon, which also hides within it the scourge of labor exploitation, so-called caporalato, calls for a clean and unified legislation response capable of preventing the spread of such practice, starting for an explicit identification or offense that, only in recent years, have begun to take a more precise name, agro-piracy. To mention just one public report, the European Interpol Option Report 2024 show that more than 6,000 of falsification food and more than 2 million liters of fake beverage were seized across international operation, products with an estimated market value of around 400 million euros. That figure reveals not only a massive economic loss, but also a direct threat to public health, to consumer confidence, and to the credibility of European food chain. According to Italian reports, the profit of the agro-mafia have doubled in the past decade, while their cross-border networks have become increasingly strong. Criminal organizations evade control by exploiting share companies, online marketplace, and complex logistic network. The risk is twofold. On one hand, the erosion of consumer trust. On the other, the expansion of shadow economy that drowns fiscal resources and undetermined fair competition. International task forces have uncovered not only commercial frauds, often concerning geographical indications such as wine, olive oil, or PDO label like Parmigiano Reggiano, but also cases involving the sale of products unfit for human consumption, adulterated, or past their expired date. Many rely on hidden distribution channel with the European Union on raw material imported from countries with weaker food safety standards. In light of all this, no member state can face the challenge alone. We need a shared European approach, one that harmonizes definition for criminal matters, sanction, and investigate tools. Paris Act exploits precisely this idea to recognize the agri-food sector for what it truly is, a transnational market of goods, to treat offense against it as a common European concern. Not all member states treat these crimes within the same seriousness. As a result, criminal groups exploit these gaps, operating in countries where control and penalties are weaker or more favorable. This is no time to explain the research in detail, which will be presented in the future proceeding. What I can do is outline some key points. The European Union should structure its response much as it recently did in the field of environmental protection, by setting minimum binding standards, by starting from the point of contact between European domestic order, research that still need to be developed and shared across European Union legal academia. Recognize the cross-border nature of these offenses, introduce a shared punitive mission that take into account the various forms of food offenses against health, against the economy. Then, to translate this mission into concrete action, the European Union should consider develop a European database of agri-food offenses to detect criminal partners and cross-border links, to establish a specialized training program for prosecutor, inspector, or custom officers, to strengthen the operation role of the EPPO in agri-food crime case, particularly those affecting the European Union funds or intra-union trade, enhance real-time data sharing mechanism and joint investigation, promote traceability and blockchain-based tools for preparing supply chain for protection to consumption. These proposals do not overlook the existing preventive mechanisms, such as the European Union Food Fraud Network and the Rapid Alert System for Food Fraud, which already play a crucial role in detention and coordination. However, preventive alone is no longer sufficient. Criminal organizations play their illegal market in advance, exploiting largely unprepared to face the complexity of economic crime in agri-food sector. We are unprepared to these offenses, and even less equipped to counter agri-piracy or the emerging risk of food terrorism, areas in which the United States, for instance, have already developed more integrated criminal policies. Today, organized crime often operate through networks that appear legal on the surface, complex company, cross-border trade system, and logistic chain that hide illegal activities behind a lawful appearance. What we face is an economic enterprise with mafia-like method, aimed not only at making profit, but at controlling market and influencing competition. So we must act accordingly. The agri-food sector, where that already show clear criminal infiltration, is now mature enough to take the next step, to become a field of truly European enforcement. These do not require new agency, in my opinion, but a coherent system on sanction, aligned with the criminal offenses procedure of the member states. Until now, these issues are rarely being addressed, mostly discussed with the academia circle. Such a framework must also ensure the accountability of legal entities, since companies are often the very vehicle through which organized crime enter the agri-food economy. Recognizing and prosecuting their liability is essential not only to this main criminal structure, but also to protect honest business and restore the competition. Strengthening corporate liability means target the economy-based organized crime, where illegality turns into profit. Behind European borders, the Union must also strengthen judicial cooperation with international partners, promoting shared standards of traceability, certification, and safety along global supply chain. In conclusion, agri-food crimes are far from marginal economic offenses. They are a structural expression of organized crime, able to adapt to global market and exploit our legal fragmentation. This is not only about protecting consumer or fair competition, but is about safeguarding European economic sovereignty and the integrity of our food system. As long as the Union remains divided into definition and enforcement for criminal matter, the single market will stay vulnerable to criminal interests. Only a shared vision built on common criminal concept, joint enforcement, and a coherent punitive system counter fragmentation in a real European policy against food crime, on that protection, that economy, public health, and trust of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Federica. Thank you very much. Finally, the floor goes to Carlos Fuertes Iglesias from the University of Zaragoza, Spain, on criminal organization and so-called medical sects in healthcare. Thank you very much, Carlos. The floor goes to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. It's for me a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to my dear colleague, Emanuele Birritteri, also Francesco Diamanti, tutti altri colleghi. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I would like to explain in that minutes, in the strict time limits we have, to confine myself to defending a single but demanding thesis that is a Spanish criminal law, if is the question, have already provided sufficient tools to address organizations that instrumentalize health to dominate their followers' personalities. This is, I know, a very specific and very particular idea. So for that reason, because I have heard my colleagues, but they're marvelous explanations, but I am going to approach you in that minutes that I think that we are now living in Spain in a growth movement of criminal law, increasing the pressure of criminal law, and we must to think about if we must to make some arrangements in our criminal code to protect people about these kind of risks. This is, for me, the main tax. In the Spanish concept of lawful law association, this is, we have got some problems with the criminal organization, and another article is a very old article in our criminal code, not so much old, but a little bit old, is the article 515 that explains a lawful association as a felony with two characters. First of all, the aims to commit crimes or even forcing lawful goals used to means of violence, of altering, controlling personality to achieve them. And this is the problem, the second way, how to several or almost even there are more than one kind of sects, we can say about, or call them sects, are introducing some means of control of people and how to protect health public, because it's one of the aims of our investigation, of our research. There are three doctrinal elements that for me they are essential. First is the structure and permanence, that we can identify a fleeting group is insufficient, but a recognizable, stable organization is required. First of all, for me, it's clear. Second, it must be unlawful means, but not always, because some, we can say, lawful or good ideas, in some simple words, could be also dangerous when they are directed some people that they have got any kind of vulnerability, especially illness. People will suffer some injuries like cancer, like certain injuries that they are more sensible and more sensitive to this kind of practices. And also, it is necessary to keep an anonymous wrongfulness. The offense protects a public order and public freedom in advance of individual harms, because there are other places and other parts of our criminal code that they are specific to this kind of crimes. We can make a more or less interesting comparative perspective, but in Spain we have got a very special or a specific way to rule this kind of criminal organization, to this specific unlawful association. This is somewhat different. For us, as European level, the framework decision 2008-841 that harmonized the notion of criminal organization for serious crime for Spain is important, but left intact our model of unlawful association. It doesn't affect our Article 515. And that would be one of the problems, because sometimes there's not very easy to know where the limits between these two kind of figures. Also, the European Court of Human Rights permits even preventive criminalization of dangerous association, provided the law is clear and proportionate. That is the role, and the punishment of structures is legitimate only where the organization and purpose is danger, not for mere ideas, of course. For me, the most important thing is to talk about medical sects, because there is such a new concept, not so new, but this is important because the intelligence, artificial intelligence, because of the technologies, they are increasing the number of cases that there are some sects that are focused in health problems. And it's not a problem of religious sects with health effects. It's not the same. There are some classical, or say something, classical religious sects. We have got some issues, and this is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about health sects who are focused in the health problems of people and trying to create some therapeutic protocols, of course, without evidence-based medicine, without scientific criteria. This is the problem. And the problem is also that there are some cases that the applicable offenses may include also professional usurpation, fraud, body injury, but we must to think about if it's necessary to criminalize specific this way almost the other kind of crimes, of course. And my response is we have got in Spain enough instruments to punish without making new arrangements in our criminal code. There have been more than 30 times to we have modified our criminal code. It is not necessary to modify every week our criminal code, of course. And this is because of we have got enough instruments, because we have got this article, and we can go ahead this kind of situation of situational vulnerability, relational vulnerability, and also epistemic vulnerability. This is very important. More of the people, leaders of this sex, use their power of control of a certain kind of power of scientific appearance, but it's not really scientific, but it's kind of like that. My conclusion, for finish my speech, is neither Spanish nor European law requires reforms, requires interpretative rigor, not legislative expansion. It's not necessary to create new crimes and new figures. The priority should be clear evidentiary standards, avoid of double punishment, and of course, we protect the ideological neutrality and proportionality of the states. This is for me. Thank you very much. And good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Okay, so
thank you. Francesco, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. If you agree, maybe we can open the discussion if there are questions
yes,
from the public. Anyone wish? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting, especially such as like specific and insightful topics. I have a question related to environmental crimes and one related to agri-food crimes. First of all, concerning environmental crimes, I get the fact that it's a really important and serious topic, but I was wondering, do you think there is not too much a proliferation of legislation / guidelines / actions, whilst maybe there should be like a way to tackle the problem in like a more, I don't know, strict way, I would say like narrower way. And again, this is my question for every crime and every time that you intervene in transnational offense, like is the criminalization of the behavior always the solution? Because that's always like my big question, and it's mainly for like the first two presentations, and thank you. And then on agri-food, thank you very much. I think it's really interesting right now, like with all farmers' protests in Brussels. And I think all the PAC reforms like probably brought much more control. And on that, I was wondering, like you were talking about agri-food crimes, and then you talked about caporalato, but is like considered a different crime, or like it can also be considered an agri-food crime? And if you are mapping out like something related to EU member states and different legislations on the topic, or like you're more looking at everything in general. But thank you very much. It was really interesting.
Maybe I will collect other questions if there are any. Okay, just one, if I may. Then I will go give the floor to Nicola. It was very interesting, Benedetta, the case law you mentioned of the European Court of Human Rights regarding the Italian legislation on environmental crimes. They said our crimes are insufficient, even if we have a lot of crimes in this area. I don't know if you can also clarify this part, just because it's very interesting, I believe. Nicola.
So, thank you so much for your presentation. I have learned a lot of information and other notion about criminal law. I'm an international lawyer, so this is not my field of expertise. But during your presentation, and maybe almost all of you talked about or made references to international law or EU law. I have three points on this. The first one is that even if there is an international treaty, or even if there is an EU directive that tries to introduce new criminal offenses about in environmental criminal matters, we need that domestic national authorities implement that in domestic legal system. Second point is that in the XIII or Petrera, I can remember because you were moving during, or maybe in your presentation, there was something like a definition of environmental crime, like it was defined something like a violation of domestic laws. So even in this sense, domestic law matters and is important in order to establish a violation of environmental law and trying to establish what is a criminal offense in environmental matter. And the third point was about I cannot remember, but in another presentation, there was another specific reference to it was about the harmonization. Harmonization among domestic criminal laws means that we have criminal laws, or we have at domestic level pieces of legislation in criminal matters and in environmental offenses. So I think it's I think as the European Court of Human Rights said in the Land of Fires judgment or Cannavacciolo judgment, the problem in Italy was that we have no pieces of legislation to fight against the problems we had and we have in the terror fires. So I don't think it's not. I think it's not possible to harmonize the lack of legislation. So even in this case, what the national authorities do matters. So are we sure that we have, and this is my question, are we sure that we have to look at international level or EU level or EU legal system to find the solution of the problems you have talked about in your presentation? Or is it better to do something at the national level, especially if we are trying to establish a criminal law system that is able and willing to combat or fight against environmental criminal offenses? Okay, thank you.
Want to make sure if you want to add something or if you want to just let me know. So first of all, thank you very much for the questions. To answer the first question about the proliferation of environment related legislation, I totally agree with the point that was raised. Actually, since the 70s, there's been a proliferation of multilateral environmental agreements, and one of the issues, this is a consideration that is mostly in the domain of public international law, international environmental law, but there's been one of the main issues is the piecemeal approach and the proliferation of legislation and the lack of a comprehensive system. Regarding the question of whether criminal law is in effect the right answer, it is something I was reflecting on just a few days ago, and I think it is like a broader overview over my research over the issue. The approach that I am pursuing is that in the past decades, in the past years, due diligence systems, so civil law has advanced in this regard, and my challenge, I will say, is for criminal law to go hand in hand with these developments. And to answer your question and your concerns on environmental crimes, I also agree that domestic law is essential. And for example, one of the recent surveys conducted at within the UNTOC system precisely highlighted the fact that the lack of a definition of environmental crime under domestic legislations in a way that is aligned or harmonized, let's say, is the main obstacle to cooperation, is the main reason why then enforcement agents, national agents have faced difficulties in cooperating. So this is if you want to add something, please.
Thank you for the questions and for the suggestions, and I totally agree with your answers, Alessandra, so thank you. I agree with the point of the proliferation. Of course, I spoke about legal patchwork before for this reason, and but I think that and also about the new protocol on the convention, the UN Convention, maybe it's more important to try to tie together all this point, all these different legislation more than have a new one, of course. I'm not a fan of the pan-criminalization either, but I think that due to the very strong impact and the very important values that are under this kind of that I know that you're not saying that it's not important on the health and the environment, but I think that it's an important way to try to combat this phenomenon. Yeah, I think that the other question was more about your definition or so thank you.
So I think the answer to my question by Emanuele should be also an answer to your observations, because the reflections of the European Court of Human Rights concerned exactly the fact that the environmental criminal law system in Italy is fragmented. So it's not really insufficient. So there's not actually need for more criminal laws, but it's just not integrated, it's just not coherent. So it's a patchwork, as you correctly noted. So I stand with you on this point. And to answer your question about what we can find as answers at the European level, I think it's probably necessary to look up to the models that at the European dimension are proposed. Because you know they have just the vision and they can enforce cooperations between the single member states. So it's not necessary to implement more criminal laws, but it's necessary to have a more global approach, an approach that could unify all the efforts of the single member states. I hope I have answered to your questions. Thank you also.
Thank you for your question. Briefly, of course, caporalato is connected with the food crimes, but not specific food crimes. When I talk about food crimes, I think to explain crimes against public health and public economy, and this is the system I think we have to coordinate, harmonize. We have a really harmonized role on food safety standard, but not a coordinate on punitive and administrative penal offenses. We don't have a specific tool to target organized crime in the field of food crimes. So I think this is like a first step. Then we have to look at the back or underground, and everything is connected to food organized crime, like caporalato or other offenses in the field of what is a sustainable chain. Thank you.
Okay.
Something, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Go
just
ahead.
thought about it. Yeah, because I think the law decree Terra dei Forti that I mentioned before has completely misinterpreted the observations of the European Court of Human Rights because it just added new crimes and transformed offenses that were previously misdemeanors in crimes. So I think there was some kind of misinterpretation there. Yeah. To just close the question, the answer, sorry.
Thank you, Francesco. As the chair of this panel, I don't know if you want to add a few
No,
last
it's
words.
okay. It's okay. It's just can you hear me?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
said just that I never seen a conference with so many speakers keep to the schedule so precisely. So excellent work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you and to Cecilia for joining us.
you so
Now
much.
there is a short coffee break, if you want. And then please try to be back at 15 minutes after 5 because we have 2 panel missing still. So thank you very much.
Bye.
Ci vediamo presto.
Presto.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay, if you could please take a seat, we can start the next panel. Panel number 2 of the second session of the symposium. So the panel will be opened by our president, Isabel Gibson. So Isabel, please, the floor is yours. And will be chaired next by Federica Carriero, who's a tenure track assistant professor of criminal law at Sapienza University. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, Emanuele. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel on organized crime and illicit trafficking. I would like to begin by greeting our chair, Maria Federica Carriero. Thank you for leading this discussion. And before we start, I must mention that Jordana Pepe, who was scheduled to present her abstract on between privatization and hybridization of criminal law in the legal economy, is unfortunately unable to join us due to a last-minute personal matter. So we wish her well and hope to hear her word in the future. Today, we have a rich and diverse program ahead, covering many aspects of organized crime and illicit trafficking across different countries. We will begin the panel with Ricardo Ercole Omodei, that is an assistant professor of criminal law at the University of Palermo. Ricardo will analyze the possible autonomy of trafficking offenses from the topic of organized crime, both from a dogmatic and a criminal policy perspective, based primarily on the Italian legal system, but also considering the European context. Our second speaker will be Valeria Filipenko, assistant professor at the Department of Criminal Law at the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University in Ukraine. Valeria will talk about the legal qualification of labor exploitation under the Criminal Code of Ukraine, particularly when committed by criminal associations. Then Martina Greppi, a PhD candidate at the University of Parma. She will present reflections on combating organized crime with a focus on the use of falsified medicines and medical devices in the light of the Medicrime Convention. She will discuss the benefits of ratifying the convention as well as its potential risks. Our fourth speaker will be Alejandra Pastrana Sanchez, assistant professor at the University of Cadiz, Spain. Alejandra will continue the discussion and will examine the regulation of cannabis in Spain, focusing on cannabis clubs and their classification under the crime of drug trafficking, while also analyzing the regulatory trend in Europe, highlighting the new German Cannabis Act. Last but not least, Ivana Guli, PhD candidate in legal sciences at the University of Messina, will critically examine the criminological and economic dynamics of organized crime as they intersect with the protection of cultural heritage, while also assessing the evolving role of criminal law in addressing this phenomena, framed within the perspective of criminal law as an integrated science. I'm confident that this panel, as the previous one, will provide stimulating insights and engaging discussion on these complex issues. Without further ado, I hand over to our chair to begin the session. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the introduction to Professor Isabel Gibson, and thank you everyone who contributed to this wonderful event, especially Emanuele Birritteri. I don't want to take up any more of the time of the speaker of this panel, and in this way I'd like to remind the speaker to stay within the 10 minutes allotted, please, okay? And so I therefore give the floor to my colleague Riccardo Ercole Amodei from University of Palermo, who as anticipated brings a report entitled Illegal Trafficking and Organized Crime. So Riccardo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the organizers for the organization of this amazing 2 days conference, for hosting us in this wonderful venue. I will try to self-regulate myself with the clock on my mobile phone, but please feel free to
don't
interrupt
worry.
me.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, as President told, I wanted to address the bigger issue of illegal trafficking and organized crime from several points of view, but given the fact that I have to stay on time, I just address this issue from the criminal policy point of view. This is part of a bigger research, is an ongoing research, so please be indulgent with me. What is the point? The point is that from the criminal policy point of view, not criminology, criminal policy point of view, there is today a significant overlap between the anti-trafficking legislation and the organized crime legislation. I mean, the trafficking is conceived as a subsector of the organized crime, and this is quite clear, especially in the so-called dark market, so in the market that maybe cannot exist without a criminal organization, a structured criminal organization. But this fact that trafficking and organized crime should always overlap, and so that we did not develop an autonomous criminal policy about trafficking, separated from the criminal policies about criminal organization, is particularly affecting the efficiency of our anti-trafficking operations, actions, or law enforcement, as we want to say. So the point is that the two issues, I cannot specify why the two, for matter of time, the two issues are totally overlapped. I just want to clarify that it's the trafficking issue that has not an autonomous criminal policy, and that is it feels the overwhelming presence of the criminal policy of the organized crime. This could be it could be very interesting to explain why, and this is particularly evident in the Italian legal system, but not only in the Italian legal system. So in these few minutes, I will try just to explain few points why this overlap has been developed, so why the two criminal policies today are totally overlapped, what kind of risk and limitation this overlap entails, and what could be the potential benefit of a separation of the two criminal policies. The first part, I will be very brief on that. One of the main reasons, not just the only one, is that the criminological definition of the two phenomena. Trafficking is a very complex phenomenon. It's a set of transactions that constitute an illicit market. So it's an illicit market, we can say. A lot of people are involved in the trafficking. I mean, with trafficking, I'm not referring just to human trafficking. Trafficking as a set of transactions of every kind of illicit market, obviously. Trafficking could be defined as an organized illicit activity, as a network of highly complex interactions. If we define from a criminological perspective trafficking in this way, from a criminological point of view, trafficking is not so different from the notion of criminal organization. Professor Mongillo today told us that organized crime is something not so clear defined, and this is particularly true in criminology, where there is an undefined definition of criminal organization. A network today could be defined a criminal organization, but I do not have time to say something more about this because the clock is running. So from the criminological point of view, the two phenomena are very similar, almost equal. Are both of them organized illicit activity, especially if we adopt one of the last definition of organized crime that is particularly present in the criminology today. But the fact that the two phenomena, according to the criminology, are quite similar does not mean that this definition, these definitions should be the same also in the field of law, because each definition should serve the purposes of the field in which that definition should be used. And so in the field of law, we should use a different kind of definition, obviously, than the one that is nowadays adopted in criminology. And so from the criminal law point of view, the two phenomena are clearly something different, the trafficking and the criminal organization on the other side. Also, from the criminal law point of view, criminal organization is something very hard to define. We know that the experience of the Palermo Convention or the framework decision on organized crime tell us something about the difficulties in the definition of organized crime, even in the field of law. But obviously, according to criminal law, organized crime should be something more detailed, more specified, more structured than the simple network that we have now in criminology. And so, according to the criminal law, the phenomenon of organized crime should be something different from the phenomenon of trafficking. And if this is the correct framework, we should maybe start to think to two different kind of criminal policies for the two different kind of phenomena, because which are the risk and the limitation that we have when we adopt the same criminal policy that we have against criminal organization when we adopt this criminal policy in the field of illicit trafficking. The first, the more evident, is that given the fact that the criminal organization is an emergential phenomenon, the typical tools that we use against the criminal organization that are extraordinary tools from the procedural, penitentiary, and so on point of view continue to be expanded. Every trafficking field that is touched by the law is approached with this kind of emergential approach, we can say. And so the first risk is that if we adopt the criminal policy of organized crime in every kind of in every field of trafficking, there is a continuous expansion of this emergential point of view. The second risk that is this is as relevant as the first is that usually in the not black market, the gray market we can call it, such as cultural heritage or hazardous waste trafficking, food chain, and so on. In this field, there is a reluctance of the lawmaker in addressing the phenomenon. Why? Because if the trafficking is thought as a phenomenon of organized crime, in the field of trafficking in which the organized crime is not so clearly involved, the lawmaker is reluctant in enact a legislation that could be efficient. And we saw it in Italy in relation to cultural heritage. We had a lot of difficulties in enacting a new legislation on cultural heritage. And we can say that from that point of view, from the point of view of trafficking, the new law is not so clear, not so efficient in Italy as in other fields. But I'm taking too much time. If these risks and limitations are almost more or less clear, that we cannot adopt the same criminal policy of organized crime in the field of trafficking for that reason, what could be the potential benefit of two separated criminal policies? Separated, but I mean, separated maybe is not correct. Obviously, these two criminal policies should be connected but different. What I'm saying now is that we do not have an autonomous criminal policy about trafficking. The potential benefit, and I'm approaching to the conclusion, the potential benefit is that adopting a market-oriented approach, we can call it, or we can call it in another way, as you prefer, we can think a new criminal policy, a new legislation that is more tailored to the future of the market, to the market that we want to address. And so we can, for example, the last point, go over some problem that we have in the possession-based crime. I'm jumping, I know, but I have few seconds to explain this point, and I would like to try it. The possession-based crime, the possession-based offense are something that are very common also in the war on crime, in the war on organized crime. And they are very problematic because they are usually not defined. They are in contrast maybe with a lot of criminal law principles such as harm principle or culpability principle, because in the logic of the war on crime, we do not have to define this offense because we have to combat against organized crime, and so we can undefine the possession-based offense. A market-oriented approach allow us maybe to analyze better the market that we want to address and to tailor it, the possession-based offense, in order to catch the element of the conduct that we want to punish. This is just an example, a very brief example. Maybe I run too much. I don't know. The point is we should start thinking to a different way of approaching the trafficking phenomenon that is not linked necessarily to organized crime, or is linked but is not so totally dependent to the matter of organized crime.
So thank you, Riccardo. I think it's a really interesting proposal full of implications on different kinds. And at this point, I will give the floor to Valeria Filippenko, and who brings a paper entitled Organized Crime and Forced Labor, Realities and Prospects in Ukraine. So, Valeria, you can start whenever you like.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thanks to the organizers for this conference. Excuse me. Today, I would like to focus on the realities and prospects of the problem of organized crime and forced labor in Ukraine. Organized crime is one of the most dangerous and destructive phenomena affecting the stability and development of any state, including Ukraine. Among the many forms, labor exploitation or forced labor has become widespread. Thus, according to the United Nations, forced labor affects 27.6 million men, women, and children in all countries and sectors of the economy. It was found that this issue has become particularly acute for Ukraine due to Russia's armed aggression. The forcible displacement of the population, both within the country and abroad, the urgent search for new accommodation and jobs, as well as the loss of breadwinners, housing, documents, etc., lead to an increased vulnerability of people. It has been established that as of 2022, every second Ukrainian was ready to accept
a risky offer that could lead to exploitation. This proves an increased risk of labor exploitation of Ukrainians, which provides criminal groups with additional opportunities to utilize illegal schemes. Liability for forced labor or forced provision of services is provided for in Article 149, Trafficking in Human Being of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. This is considered a type of exploitation which, as part of human trafficking, is the purpose of such forms of trafficking is recruitment, movement, concealment, transfer, or receipt of a person. The liability for forced labor or forced provision of services committed by an organized crime is provided for in Article 149, Part 3 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. It is noted that the commission of such a crime by a criminal association is also covered by the article, but the very creation, management, or participation in such an association requires additional qualification under Article 255 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. On the screen, you can see the number of procedures related to human trafficking committed by organized groups and criminal organizations for the years 2022-2024. Martial law in Ukraine has led to a sharp rise in cases of forced labor. Why is it happening? On the one hand, transnational criminal groups are becoming more active, often hiding behind volunteering, evacuation, or promises of jobs abroad. On the other hand, state control over labor laws has weakened and economic security has dropped. Let me give you one example. A person possibly displaced from the Donetsk region due to ongoing hostilities, lost identification documents, personal belongings, financial resources, and housing, and was subsequently recruited for the purpose of labor exploitation. The victim was compelled to work excessive and irregular hours without rest days, remuneration, adequate clothing, or proper living conditions, and with severely restricted contact with others. As a result, the individual was subjected to recruitment, concealment, and transportation for the purpose of labor exploitation through the abuse of a situation of vulnerability. This case was confirmed by the Solonensky District Court in March 2025. In this regard, it is proposed to supplement Article 149 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine with a qualifying element committed under martial law. This would enable the differentiation of criminal liability for human trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation in times of peace and during martial law, strengthen the criminal law protection of victims' rights in the extremely challenging period, and ensures an adequate state response to the growth of this phenomenon. Forced labor is one of the most widespread forms of exploitation. The criminal legislation of France and Germany contains special provisions establishing liability for forced labor. Moreover, the German Criminal Code differentiates between liability for forced labor, Article 232b, and labor exploitation, Article 233, depending on where the coercion is involved. In view of this, it is proposed to adopt the positive experience of foreign states and supplement the Criminal Code of Ukraine with a similar provision. This would help distinguish labor exploitation from its other forms, such as slavery, forced begging, or involvement in armed conflicts, and ensure the proper legal qualification of such acts. In Ukraine, deportation of civilian population to engage them in forced labor is recognized as a war crime under Article 438 of the Criminal Code. This applies to type of work expressly prohibited by international law, such as in military or paramilitary structures. Since the start of Russia's armed aggression, the Prosecutor General's office has opened cases involving civilians being forced to build fortifications and dig trenches in the occupied territories, being used as unpaid labor to clear rubble or carry out reconstruction, and even cases where deported Ukrainians in Russia had their freedom of movement restricted and were later assigned to work. Such crimes must not go unpunished. So, as for the prospects of combating organized crime in the spheres of forced labor, the following should be highlighted. Strengthen international cooperation, conducted public awareness campaigns, providing training for law enforcement practitioners, and introducing a number of amendments to national legislation in order to improve criminal liability for forced labor committed by criminal association. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Valeria, for this interesting overview. And well, let's now proceed with Martina Greppi report from University of Parma, tackling organized crime in the market of counterfeit pharmaceutical.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me today and also for the kind introduction. I'm Martina Greppi, PhD student from Parma, and my contribution will focus on the role of criminal organization in the pharmaceutical market and the possible ways to tackle it. And I promise I'll stay in the given time. Okay. So, despite its significance for public health and global economy in general, the pharmaceutical sector remains underexplored from a criminal law perspective, and certainly not due to the lack of critical issues. On the contrary, the phenomenon of falsified medicines and medical devices in general is unfortunately increasing during these last few years. And according to World Health Organization, there are 5 types of medicines that may represent a threat to human health. There are the so-called substandard, spurious, falsely labeled, falsified, and counterfeit medicines due to misleading information regarding their own identity, origin, and history. The issue, as we can all see, goes beyond the mere problems of intellectual property violation, but it has substantial repercussions also on public safety and public health. And what makes this sector extremely delicate is that, unlike food and water, when it comes to drugs and medicines, the danger may manifest itself in 2 different forms. So just to be clear, it's not sufficient for a medicine to be harmless. It also has to fulfill the therapeutic function. So we will have an active prejudice, but also an omissive prejudice. The problem of counterfeit medicines affects both developing and developed countries, of course, at different forms and degrees. Because the profitability of this sector, the pharmaceutical sector, sustains and is sustained at the same time by an illegal market managed by transnational organized crime groups that are drawn by the promise of high profits and are able to exploit the regulatory weakness of every legal system. According to some studies, these groups follow the so-called logic of structural holes, so they are able to take advantage of any kind of organizational flow. These gaps usually arise between 2 persons with complementary need in terms of resources and information, thus requiring a third party to operate as a kind of social bridge to fill it. And within the supply chain in pharmaceutical sector, these gaps correspond to different stages, like the production, the transport, and also the distribution, which means that these illegal actors have more and more opportunities to intervene in the supply chain in the pharmaceutical sector. When it comes to the Italian framework of pharmaceutical crimes, we cannot say that it is entirely absent. We have both codicem and extra codicem offenses, but still, I think that it's quite fragmented and inadequate because there are still several ambiguities when it comes to understand, like, for example, we still don't understand whether we should interpret paragraph 3 of Article 440 as an autonomous offense or as a mere aggravating circumstances. So there are still some problems in the Italian framework. And of course, this inconsistency impacts on an international level because, as we can easily understand, countries don't have the same approach. They don't have the same point of view. So it's quite difficult for them to face a problem that transcends national borders. But in 2011 in Moscow, a specific convention was signed, the so-called Medicrime Convention. And the Medicrime Convention is the first instrument exclusively created to prevent and combat the pharmaceutical crime and all the related threats to public health, and also in order to approximate different legal systems and facilitate judicial cooperation in transnational cases. But Italy, despite being one of the very first signatories of this convention, hasn't still ratified the convention. The ratification process hasn't been completed yet. And this delay cannot certainly be justified by claiming that our country is unaffected by the phenomenon, because even though there is a complex system of traceability of drugs, also thanks to IFA, that reduce the incidence of the issue compared to other countries, to other contexts, episodes like Operation Volcano of 2014 show how a non-uniform and fragmented legal framework still allows criminal infiltration also in our country. A comparison with all those countries that already ratified Medicrime can give us an example of which may be the potential benefits of this ratification, like the creation of new offenses and also aggravating circumstances like having committed a crime within a criminal organization, but also some important innovation like an bis in idem clause, or even new ways to combat and to fight the phenomenon, like through preventive measures and victim protection systems, and also through strengthening the effectiveness of investigation and collecting even more ways to collect and exchange information between authorities. So the problem is that there is a but in all of that. However desirable, some question arises from the ratification of Medicrime Convention, because the implementation of this convention may define an overly burdensome penal system, as it often happens as a consequence of the heavy use of repressive tools. The thing is that the pharmaceutical market and the pharmaceutical sector in general should always balance the drug availability in terms of physical accessibility and economic affordability of the product itself, but also the scientific rigor to uphold safety standards, which means that we cannot just lower the prices when it comes to medicines, because these expenses are necessary to guarantee safety standards, which means that at the same time, there are some patients that, having no other valid options, might be unable to find any other solution, and so will attempt to obtain these medicines also in illegal ways. This means that the protection of corporate economic interests amidst all of these strategies of repression, of criminal repression way, could eventually lead to protectionist effects, ultimately harming patients. So it's clear how the problem in the pharmaceutical sector is not just about the principle of offensiveness and effectiveness, but it's about more the risk of creating a sort of chilling effect. So to conclude, as known, more criminal law doesn't necessarily imply more safety. And this is why, while fighting the illegal market of falsified medicine through the weapons of criminal law, we should also address the problem through several perspectives, like, for example, the economical one. So alongside addressing the most effective international cooperation strategies for criminal repression, some efforts should also be focused on international collaboration aimed at restoring a legal, fair, and accessible pharmaceutical market to all countries and patients. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Martina. We now continue with the report by Alejandra Pastrana Sanchez from University of Cadiz, please. And the next one, Ivana Gulli. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Alejandra Pastrana Sanchez brings a report entitled Regarding the New German Cannabis Act, Cannabis Gesetz, the self-managed cannabis model in Spain, an end to lucrative organized crime. So Alejandra, you have the floor.
I came from the University of Cádiz, and in the next few minutes, I would like to talk about one of the hottest issues on organized crime, drug trafficking. Specifically, I will focus on the possibility of revisiting Spanish doctrine and case law in light of new trends, such as the German approach. Firstly, I have to say thank you to the organization, and specifically to Professor Birritteri for the organization, that I know that is not so easy to manage. So it's important to point out that today we are witnessing a new international landscape in the regulation of cannabis. Germany has been the most recent country to join to the path toward legalization, adopting a model based on cultivation clubs and distributing among members. Spain, although it formally maintains a prohibitionist framework, presents a particular situation. Consumption is not criminally punished, but only administratively, but not in criminal law. Cultivation and production for personal use are not punishable, and yet there are no legal channels for acquisition, which means that consumers inevitably come into contact with the black market. This situation generates growing tensions. On the one hand, scientific advances have increased the potency of THC and have led to new synthetic cannabinoids, which raise public health concerns. In this scenario, having legal and therefore safe channels for purchasing the drugs works in favor of public health rather than against it. On the other, there is a tradition of a certain tolerance towards forms of shared consumption, especially following rulings by some regional courts. With minor adjustments, I think that the Spanish legislation could easily be brought closer to international legalization trends. In this context, it's essential to explain the so-called doctrine of shared consumption. In Spain, criminal law does not punish individual consumption, but rather behaviors that promote or facilitate the drug consumption. This follows the well-known harm principle. The law targets the distribution of drugs, not the consumer. Article 368 of the Criminal Code is very broad. It basically covers the entire drug cycle: cultivation, production, possession for sale, promotion, or even helping someone use drugs illegally in any way. However, jurisprudence has defined certain spaces of non-criminalization. Among them, we find the so-called compassionate supply, intended to avoid withdrawal syndrome, and above all, shared consumption, or the so-called common bag model. In this latter case, several consumers acquire and use the substance together without any intention of diffusing it to third parties. The Supreme Court had established 5 requirements for that. Participants must be habitual consumers. The consumption must take place in a closed space. The group must be small and determined. The quantities must be limited to immediate use, and there must be no financial compensation. These requirements, however, have been criticized among scholars. There is no sufficient reason to restrict the doctrine exclusively to habitual consumers, nor to require the consumption take place in a closed space. The same applies to quantities. If an individual consumer is allowed to store cannabis for several days, a group of consumers should also be able to do so. The next step was the emergence of cannabis associations, which sought to rely on the doctrine of shared consumption. while Spain did it. The idea was to transfer the common back model into a stable organization with internal structure and rules of operation. This is how cannabis clubs emerged, and the most well-known being the Evers Association in Bilbao, which had significant media and legal impact. I have to say that this case marked a turning point, but there used to be thousands of cannabis clubs in Spain. Since the Evers case, however, the numbers of clubs have been declining. In that case, the association produced and distributed cannabis among its members, arguing that it was organized shared consumption. The legal debate was intense. Some argued it was a modern form of shared consumption, while others saw it as disguised promotion of illegal use of drugs. The Supreme Court eventually settled the issue. It held that shared consumption cannot be institutionalized within associations. The Evers model, in practice, amounted to a diffusion of use that went beyond the reduced and occasional group tolerated by jurisprudence. Since then, the rule has been clear. Cannabis clubs do not fall within the scope of non-criminalization and consequently are illegal. Meanwhile, at the international level, Germany has taken a decisive step. In 2024, it passed a law legalizing cannabis use through a model based on cultivation associations. These associations allow members to cultivate collectively and distribute cannabis only among themselves without profit. All of this takes place under a very strict administrative control, which includes limits on the number of members, on the maximum quantities cultivated and distributed among the members, and under a strict stattal supervision. Germany, therefore, has regulated something very similar to what Spain has prohibited after the Evers case, but it has done so by creating a legal framework that manages risks and avoids criminalization. This is a true paradigm shift, moving from criminal prosecution to administrative regulation, while at the same time offering a legal access route that reduces contact with the black market. I should say this is crucial for cutting off the financial resources of criminal organizations, not just those dedicated to drug trafficking, but many others that use drugs to fund themselves. In conclusion, Spain today finds itself at a regulatory crossroads. On the one hand, it formally maintains a prohibitionist policy, but in practice, its legislation is very close to models like the German one. Individual consumption is lawful, cultivation for personal use is not punishable, and there is a tradition of tolerance toward collective forms of consumption. The main problem remains in the absence of legal channels of acquisition, which forces consumers to turn to the illicit market, generating legal uncertainty and fostering organized crime. The German experience shows that it's possible to take a step forward, regulating cultivation associations under estatal control and providing safe access that protects public health. In this scenario, Spain could use its own doctrine of shared consumption as a starting point for reform, for legal reform. This would be a way of moving from the current legal uncertainty toward a clear, coherent regulation aligned with international trends. With all this in mind, I believe the German experience offers a useful mirror for Spain and other countries here in Europe. With minimal adjustments, our legal framework could evolve toward a more rational and safer model, one that protects consumers and limits the role of the illicit market. I believe this is becoming increasingly feasible for our countries, especially since the European Commission has shown openness, or at least is willing to study, the German model. I will stop here so as not to take up more of your time, and thank you very much for listening.
Very good. Thank you also to Alejandra for this interesting overview. don't worry. Last but not least, the report of Ivana Gulli from University of Messina. Are you okay? Okay. Just a moment. Report entitled Cultural Heritage and Organized Crime, Reassessing the Role of Criminal Law in Heritage Law. Okay. So, 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for your kind introduction, and sorry for this little delay. I am Ivana Gulli, and I'm a PhD candidate from the University of Messina. My presentation, I promise you will see it, will be about... Okay, perfect. As you can see, today I will talk about the cultural heritage and organized crime nexus, in particular with reference to the problem of illicit trafficking in cultural objects. The structure of my presentation will follow these main points. In particular, I will try to frame for you in just a few words the problem and assess why this matters for the purposes of this discussion. Then we'll try to assess its empirical dimension, giving some criminological insight, to finally assess the international and European legal framework on the matter. In conclusion, I will give you my personal viewpoint about the current inconsistencies of the system and what could be the future directions. In particular, why this, sorry, it missed a slide maybe. Okay. Why this matters and why illicit trafficking in cultural goods is not a mere niche or victimless offense. Cultural heritage entails the value of our civilization, entails memory, and entails the core values of our society. And it has also evolved from being a mere administrative or a sectorial area of law to being a global criminal economy, in particular showing a set of heterogeneous actors also in collective forms. Before going on in my presentation, as also Professor Modei was pointing out before, it's important not to overlap in a disputable way the definition of criminology for the purposes of law. And in this specific sector, there is another difficulty that derives from the problem of the lack of specific statistical reliable data. For example, a myth busting about a factoid is that illicit trafficking in cultural goods is claimed to be the third largest illicit market after drugs and arms. And this is not real, as for example, Neil and Brody showed out. So on the empirical level, the first intersection that is showed is with organized crime. As previously already pointed out, the structure of illicit trafficking mirrors the one of organized criminal organization. But these structures are not rigid or hierarchical, as, for example, Italian archeomafia phenomenon shows, but they rather are fluid, with differentiation, like a model of crime as a service of the roles in this network. And then, in fact, they are polycriminal businesses with for example, the intervention of money laundering, counterfeiting, and custom crimes. The second important criminological nexus is within the terrorism financing issue. In particular, evidence has shown, I'm sorry that you cannot see the correct arrows, but don't worry. The evidence has shown that instability and war zones, other than facilitating the looting and illicit excavations, comport also that the proceeds of such illicit activities are then used to finance the conflict itself. And in particular, the Islamic case law case study shows this phenomenon. And for example, also the UN Council resolutions of 2015 and 2017 assessed that in the ISIS activity in Syria and Iraq used also as funding the province of illicit trafficking in cultural goods. The third dimension, and maybe the most interesting one of illicit trafficking in cultural goods, is the intersection with the so-called white-collar crime that further differentiates the phenomenon under this criminological viewpoint. In particular, as already mentioned, the art market is grey. That is to say, it is difficult to assess the precise confine between what is licit and what is not. And it is a crime described as a crime of the powerful, since it exploits the asymmetries in the power by granting that high society actors, such as, for example, auction dealers, remain unaccountable and shielded behind the corporate veil, so the corporate liability issue, while at the basis of this criminal structure, for example, looters or excavators are more easily prosecuted. So this shows that criminalization alone in this sector is an oversimplification for a matter that is complex. Let's assess now really fast what is the main international legal framework of the market. In particular, at the international level, we can see there's overlap of three main kinds of responses: the administrative prevention point of view, the private law restitution, and finally the criminalization. These that you can see on the screen are the main instruments. Obviously, the UNESCO 1970 Convention that remains the cornerstone in this matter, but it's not effective under a criminal law perspective, since it's has just a vague obligation to criminalize, and so under this perspective has a minimum impact. UNIDROIT 1995 on private law and bona fide acquisition. The Nicosia Convention of 2017 finally sets the standard for criminal law harmonization of the matter, and in particular, Italy adequated its and reformed its regulation on the matter to adhere to this convention with the law number 22 of 2022 that introduces the title 8 bis in our criminal code. And then we have the UN Palermo Convention, today many times mentioned, and since we are talking about the law 22 that introduced this title 8 bis in our penal code, the tightening of the sanctions within this reform of the legislator allows almost every cultural offense to fall within the scope of application of UN Palermo Convention. In new framework, we can see a shift from culture to security. I summarize it like this because other than the instruments such as the regulation of the import of the illicit import or the directive 2014 that regard due diligence obligation, import licensing and so forth, the more recent interventions show a securitarian approach to the matter because of this overlapping with organized crime and money laundering problems. In fact, the already mentioned today many times Directive 1216 on confiscation equally applies to cultural offenses, such as well as AML package of directives. Maybe we should think about also prosecuting smarter this kind of offenses, in particular, just because of this link with the money laundering problem and this fluidity at the market. Also, this sector should be effectively prosecuted with the logic of follow the money, and attention in the future should be given, growing attention to the digital dimension of the market, because also in this field, the digitalization is affecting and facilitating the commission of crimes. So, sorry if I spoke so fast. I am really scared not to be in time. I hope to have been clear in this fragmented panorama, in this diverse and multifaceted matter. Maybe this supranational regulation is leaving behind the fundamental respect for human rights, especially when it comes to invasive and pervasive instruments such as the mentioned directive on confiscation. So following the suggestion of Professor Omodei, maybe we should think about designing a better law rather than just more law. Thank you for your patience. And here I have some references. I don't know if you are interested. You can take pictures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana Gulli. So with the end of this report, we can open maybe the debate. Does anyone want to ask the panelists any question?
I will ask one.
Yeah.
To Ivana, but also to Riccardo and the other colleagues. You said no, that we have to focus, Riccardo said we have to focus on markets in order to understand, if the regulatory framework is okay in fighting certain type of crimes. You also said that this is true, but we have also to focus in following the money and not just the object, While maybe Riccardo was saying also we have to focus on the object in terms of the type of market. So how we can deal with these two things together? So on the one hand, following the money, but also focusing in shaping criminal law and enforcement tools in relation to the characteristics of the specific markets. I don't know if Riccardo want to start.
How can we? Yeah, I don't think that the two things are on contrast to them, because the idea was just not to focus too many on the organized crime. That is the easy response you can give to a phenomenon, an easy response, but that obviously has a cost, a very high cost from the intrusive rights point of view. So I think that my suggestion was just not focus on that easy response and change a view on the characteristic of the market, and in the characteristic of the market can be also added the problem of follow the money. So as far as I'm concerned, I think the perfectly linked. I don't know.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. In general, I agree with my colleague that the two perspectives are not mutually exclusive. However, I answer you with maybe a provocation. The problem in the art antiquity market is that we don't know, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, what are the objects, where are the objects. So there is a prerequisite problem about a serious criminological and empirical research on the dimension of the market as regards the objects, while maybe the money, especially with the, for example, the mentioned AML packaging, can be more easily followed by ongoing the risk-based approach. Thank you for your question anyway.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, maybe we can close the panel. Thank you very much.
We can now move to the last panel of the day. There is still a lot of time. It's the panel number 3 of the session 2. The panel will be opened by our friend Gonzalo Guerrero. I don't know if Gonzalo, you can hear us.
Yes. How are you, Emanuele? Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Just 1 second. Okay, thank you, Gonzalo. The floor is yours. And the panel will be chaired by Rossella Sabbia, who is tenure track assistant professor of criminal law at Lewis University. Of course, you can join the panel.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon or good evening for everyone. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference, and especially to my colleague and friend Emanuele for the tremendous work behind it. The organizations of events like this often goes unnoticed, but there is a huge amount of dedication and coordination involved, and that truly deserves great recognition. I would also like to warmly thank the Italian group of the International Association of Penal Law and the Università UnitelmaSapienza for their support, their hospitality, and for making this meeting possible. Of course, the main protagonists of today's events are those who are presenting their papers. So thank you for your interest, your effort, and your generosity in sharing your work with all of us today. And thank you also, Rossella, for coordinating and chairing the panel. As I am addressing you as a member of the Argentine group, I would also like to take a moment to thank Javier De Luca, Hernan Kleiman, and Catarina Ranguni for their work within the association. And even though none of us could make it to Rome this time, the Argentine group is very well represented. And I have to say, Rome is certainly the place where I would most like to be right now, but unfortunately, that's not possible. And turning to the topic, this panel on organized crime and cyberspace fits perfectly within the overall theme of the conference, responses to organized crime between tradition and innovation. Throughout the sessions, we have seen and we will continue to see how responses to organized crime can take many different forms. For instance, non-conviction based, confiscation, corporate liability, international cooperation, among others. In all of them, we can perceive the same underlying tension between tradition and innovation. And perhaps cyberspace embodies that tension most clearly. It is not simply a new setting where criminal organizations replicate their traditional activities. It is an environment that reshapes the very structure of crime, decentralizing, anonymizing, and dematerializing conduct. Within it, and in this panel, we encounter emerging challenges such as deepfakes and AI tools, encrypted communications that complicate judicial investigations, and cryptocurrencies, which are reshaping illicit economies and financial crime dynamics. Today, we have the pleasure of listening to 3 excellent panelists who will approach this question from different and complementary perspectives. First, Marcin Galiński, who lectures at Jacob of Paradise University and the Institute of Justice and holds a PhD from the University of Szczecin, will present the paper The Usage by Organized Criminal Groups of Novel Technologies for Evidence Manipulation. Then Beatrice Panattoni, a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Luxembourg who holds a PhD from the University of Verona, will present Organized Crime versus Networked Crime in the Digital Society, the race against the business of encrypted communications. Finally, Carlotta Calemme, a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Insubria, who holds a PhD from the same university, will present the crypto dimension of organized crime, virtual currencies, and economic crime between tradition and innovation. These presentations will invite us to reflect not only on how organized crime adapts to digital environments, but also on how our responses must evolve, our legal categories, our institutions, and our modes of cooperation. Before closing, I would like to highlight the importance of the annual Young Penalist conferences. After 9 conferences in the past 8 years, this truly marks the consolidation of a vibrant and lasting space for debate. These meetings are not only opportunities to exchange ideas, but also to build networks, friendships, and collaboration among people from different regions and backgrounds. Thank you all very much, and I hope you enjoy the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank Gonzalo for the kind introduction. And I would like to join in, first of all, to thank the organizers of this symposium, the AIDP and Unitelma for hosting us. It's really a pleasure to be here with colleagues from, all around the world, actually, and to have the opportunity to chair this final panel for today, at least, a very dense, but I think stimulating debate for today. I would like to say that I think that we have successfully met the challenge for today, meaning that we had a high number of presentations, but still we are on time. Actually, I think we are ahead of the schedule, and for me, this is the first time in my short experience. So, congratulations to all the young panelists for this. In any case, I will confine myself to very brief and preliminary remarks following on what has been said by Gonzalo too, about the definition and I would say the relevance of the phenomenon of the cyber organized crime. I agree that the topic of this panel is extremely timely in our discussion. Indeed, the notion of cyber organized crime has been traditionally controversial, to some extent also mirroring the difficulties in finding a shared definition of organized crime as a phenomenon in the analogic, I would say, reality. First, because there's no indeed shared definition of this phenomenon, and also because, as we all know, there are additional further difficulties in, I would say, finding in the online criminality such specific structural features that are typical of the criminal association, such as the element of the organization, such as the stability of the connection with the association. And this is one of the reasons why sociologists and criminal law scholars alike have long debated about this category. I think that also our speakers will say something about the forms of cyber associations. Mainly the discussion focuses on whether the digital sphere is just an instrument for, serving traditional purposes of traditional criminal organized associations, or whether instead the cyberspace is a place where actually we see new forms of criminal association that were born in this new digital dimension. And this ambiguity, of course, from a criminal law perspective, makes it difficult to apply the traditional categories that we all know, the notion of criminal association, and raises many of the quite familiar challenges that criminal law usually faces when it comes to discuss about our matter in the digital realm. So I think that, as also Gonzalo said, the tension between tradition and innovation in criminal organizations in this specific context is, it is possible to say that probably it is one of the cases where this tension finds really emblematic expressions when it comes to the discussion about cyber dimension and, as we will hear, the use of AI. Indeed, also recent studies focuses on the integration of use of new technologies within organized crime. For instance, a very recent Europol report from 2025, the EU Serious and Organized Crime Threat Assessment, it's as this evocative title, The Changing DNA of Serious and Organized Crime, indeed. And what is this change of DNA the report is referring to is specifically the ability of criminal networks and criminal associations to indeed, I quote the report, exploit new technologies, digital platforms, and geopolitical instability to expand their reach and to deepen their impact.
So basically, the report highlights that on the one hand, today, nearly all forms of organized crime have a sort of digital footprint. And on the other hand, that AI-driven systems, both LLM and generative AI, as they become more user-friendly and so more advanced, they are increasingly also used by these associations to commit a wide spectrum of crimes. So I think that with this very short background in mind, our three speakers today have chosen very complementary perspectives because it has already been highlighted by Gonzalo. They will talk about some salient examples of such phenomenon, the use of AI to manipulate evidence, encrypted communications, and cryptocurrencies within organized criminal networks. So with this introduction, with no further ado, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker. I mean, I will be, in any case, monitoring the timing, even if we are on time. So our first speaker is Marcin Galiński. Please, Marcin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. At the beginning of it works? Yes. At the beginning of my speech, I would like to thank you for organizers for outstanding organization of conference, not only today but also in the previous day. For that communication, thank you for Rosella for organizing that panel. It's the first time in my conference career when the chair written to us and asked us for setting our speech. But go to the more important issue. Today we are discussing a lot about conceptualization of organized criminal groups. We are discussing about forms of its activity. So we should proceed further in that discussion. I will, in written form, I pay a little bit attention to conceptualization of organized criminal group, but now it should be omitted because we talk about it a lot. It's a very complex groups which have plenty of tasks, plenty of goals, aims, and targets. So we should pay attention that in the latest years, right? It's even it is 3, maybe 2. We gained new technology, artificial intelligence, deep fake. It's a computer programs which allows to modify reality in previous unknown manner. So we may enhance that reality. We may do it in positive manner and also in negative manner. So we should pay attention to the second one, because its positive manner is not interesting generally to criminal. So, as you may observe in the slide, AI as well as deepfake, because I want to indicate deepfake, although it's based on AI, but also based on machine learning technology. It is not time to more specialize that issue or unfolding it, but it may be involved in crime in various ways. Firstly, and we will discuss about further about other possibilities, but we should signal that AI gives a possibility of manipulation of people. We have plenty of fake video materials with politicians, with celebrities, which encourage to take some action, encourage to invest some funds, which will be 100% profitable, right? But it's obviously it is at least financial pyramid. In other way, as told Martina, selling the untestified pharmaceutical goods which may endanger us. It may be using also for cyberbullying, right? We may creating false content to harass particular person, particular group, as well as data manipulation. Artificial intelligence allows to generate a code. So we may have an impact, negative impact, for instance, processing of particular data and make real damages. However, it's possible to distinguish two groups which are characteristic for organized criminal groups. We discuss, I delineate which are enhancing the traditional activities and enhanced by AI, as well as the novel technology. I told already about the first one. We may enhance for drug selling, fraudulent activities and data manipulation. But what is crucial, we have another one category, which, as I observed, is not widely discussed among scholars because it is nowadays more abstract than real. However, I suppose that the role of scholars is not only describing current activities, but anticipating the further development of society and prevention of negative future behaviors. So we should take it as some kind of anticipation, because deepfake may be used to manipulation of proceeding, not only criminal proceeding, but also civil proceeding, administrative. But for the purpose of this speech, I will limit my consideration to criminal proceeding. In other paper, analyzing that issue through the prism of the Polish Code of Criminal Procedure, I indicated three possible manner of usage such deepfakes. Firstly, presentation in fabrication situation, which is obviously real, but with changing some elements. For instance, behavior of certain person, or even its person who committed particular behavior. Eradicating proofs of existence, some situations being the subject of certain proceedings by deepfake videos. So we move, for instance, recording of robbery on petrol station, right? Or we may insert other fictitious person to direct it, that criminal proceeding into that fictional or even real, what is the worst option person. Creating the proof of existence of fact that which never had taken place, right? So the criminal activist group, as you may observe, may be interested by such activities. Why? Because it may help him to avoid criminal liability. It may, it allows to destroy its opponent because they create some counterfactual materials that they made a crime which never were made by them. Moreover, it's if we're talking about organized criminal groups, why maybe they interested in that? Because the stake is very high. The Organized criminal groups, the most common, for instance, trading for drugs, have plenty of benefits, plenty of financial profits, which may be used by being convicted. Moreover, organized criminal groups has measures to easier using the tools. Firstly, financial, secondly, personal. So well-equipped, well-educated in the scope of the knowledge technologies members. So they are maybe interested to manipulate. So the question is what we should do, what it should be taken. Firstly, we must consider whether current regulations are sufficient to counteract of such action. Because every legal system is various, we haven't, as we may observe on the example of extended confiscation, we have unified rules. Every system differs from each other. So, and taking into account time limitation, we should limit our consideration. 5 minutes? One, to the Polish. Oh, if I may extend my speech a little bit to present the most. Okay, thank you. So let I present a Polish regulation because I am educated as in Poland. I'm a Polish legal scholar, so I think it's the best option to discuss about that regulation. Firstly, we have Article 235 of the Polish Criminal Code. This provision, here is presented the translation, stipulates that whoever by fabricating false evidence or by other deceitful efforts direct a prosecution a specific person for an offense, including a fiscal offense, a misdemeanor, and so on, or undertake such efforts in the course of proceedings shall be punished by deprivation of liberty, a term between 3 months and 5 years. So this provision penalizes unlawful direction. Of course, it's providing real evidence of real criminal act. But here, the ratio legis of that provision is that we must fighting with false accusations. So as we may observe, it is possible to punish of the person who manipulates by deepfakes or eyes for that provision, but only in that situation which is directed for proceeding for another person. So the third one example, Article 226, paragraph 1, concealing the evidence, right? And it's always also fits for that problematics elaborated. Moreover, obstruction or frustration criminal process, it also should be taken into consideration, but it should be noted that prima facie it isn't evident that previously mentioned situation may fulfill the features of stipulated in that crime. But what is important, it's a potential activity, right? The potential for existence interpretation, such interpretation that it's possible creating traces, stands in opposition a fundamental purpose of criminal law. More about that topic I write in written form. So that provision, it would be not sufficient for punishing that person, but taking into account scientific fairness, it should be mentioned. So I know a couple of minutes, so yes, so we are going to the conclusion, right? And we have some regulation, but we have some scarcity of regulation. Namely, we haven't provision which penalizing explicitly manipulation of evidence to pass a counterfactual verdict, right? None of provision doesn't express that beyond of any situation, beyond of directing, proceeding, and so on and so on. So I propose that provision should be introduced into the Polish legal system. So now I would like to thank you for your attention and for our wonderful chair for extending me a time.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech. We will have maybe a couple of minutes later on for questions or comments on your presentation. I would like to give immediately the floor to the second speaker, Beatrice Panattoni. Please, Beatrice, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let me thank very briefly the Young Penalist Committee and especially Emanuele for organizing this amazing event. And thank you for being brave enough to still be here. So I'm just gonna start my timer. Okay, perfect. So my presentation is about organized crime in the digital society. And especially I'm gonna focus on the race against the business of encrypted communications. So just a few words on the impact of digital technologies on organized crime. We can frame this impact in a twofold way. So the impact of digital technologies on organized crime touches both the structure of organized crime and their activities. And this twofold impact is reflected in a distinction that is often made by the literatures, especially criminological literature, between two main clusters. The first one is called, they are using this label cyber organized crime, which basically is referring to traditional organized crime as we are used to think about it, with hierarchical structures and often offline activities that are basically shifting to the online environment trying to exploiting the new potentialities that comes with, for instance, digital communications. So not in order to commit cyber-dependent crime, like, for instance, cybercrime, but just to basically be involved in a scenario of cyber-assisted organized crime, so only in a tangent way. And the second cluster, so here we see that the impact of digital technology is basically focused on the structure itself. And the other cluster is defined by this label, organized cybercrime, which is a new kind of phenomenon, which is gives us these new dynamics of cyber agents that are organized in groups. So this is a new feature because it's not based on a hierarchical structure and is not based on any offline activities. They are a new hybrid, and here the line between the concept of organization and the network is very blurred. And so they are born digital groups of organized cyber criminals. And in both these two clusters, we can see that the implications of digital technologies can be classified through two vectors of change. The first one is focused on new digital opportunities, vulnerabilities to exploit, so the scale and scope of activities that can be pursued by both cyber organized crime and organized cybercrime is broadened by, of course, digital technologies. And the second vector of change is focused on the enhanced capabilities in the operativity and scale of action. And here lies the potentials of encrypted communication, which is an essential instrument used by both clusters, but especially actually by cyber organized crime. So traditional organized crime that exploit, as I was saying before, in an assisted way, the potentialities of digital communications. Maybe you all know what I mean by encrypted communication, encrypted information, but just to be on the safe side, encrypted information are information that are not available in plain text. So from an external point of view, you cannot access the meaning and the information represented in a digital way, but you need a keyword. You need a keyword to translate the encrypted information into plain text. So you see that here there is a sort of irony or a conundrum, because encrypted information is a common security feature that we find in every communication service and in any device. Because it's, of course, essential to protect both the rights to privacy, the rights to data protection of users, but also for security reasons, because this feature is a common security measures to protect devices and services against cyber attacks. So you see the irony here. We have a feature that is essential to protect the security of devices and communication, but at the same time, it hinders in a very high way the investigations by law enforcement authorities, especially to fight organized crime. So what I would like to focus on in the few minutes I have left is how this problem of encrypted communications is dealt with. And here we have basically three main cases we need to refer to. The first two cases they're very famous cases. You will for sure have heard about them. The first one is the case of EncroChat. The second case is the case of XIII, and then we have the case of Pachkov versus Russia. In a very, very brief way, the first two cases, so EncroChat and XIII, we have basically, they were like very great efforts from an investigative point of view. They were based on the collaboration of a joint investigation team between France, the Netherlands, Belgium, but also other member states basically used the evidence collected by this joint team to structure their cases. They were involved also Germany and also Italy, actually. So the cases of EncroChat and XIII, what happened was that these two providers offered cryptophones that were used by criminal organizations, especially involved in drug trafficking. And we saw here that the software and modified hardware provided users with a high level of security and enabled them to automatically encrypt their calls and messages. In the case instead of Pachkov versus Russia, we have a different problem, because we didn't have providers that made available cryptophones, but we had like a very common and famous platform, Telegram, that had this feature of a secure chat with that provided users with a higher level of encryption. And here the problem was that in order to collect the data within these chats, law enforcement authorities asked the provider to give the keyword to translate all the encrypted communications within the service. I'm running so late on time, so I'm going to skip all the description of the cases. What I would like to stress here is that, of course, these are cases of data-driven investigations. We had the collection of very high number of data, so the correct term actually is bulk interception of data. 1 billion messages in XIII, 120 million in EncroChat. And here in these specific cases, we have basically two implications. One is on the procedural level, one is on the substantive level. On the procedural level, it's clear that these cases are very emblematic in showing us the risk of a potential shift from evidence collection and criminal investigation to operations that come very close to the concept of surveillance and intelligence gathering, with, of course, all the challenges to guarantee a sufficient degree of transparency in all the phases that characterize data-driven investigation, so the phase of collection, storage, analysis, and engagement. But also on the substantive level, which is maybe a little more interesting, is that in these cases, we need to strike a balance between the intrusiveness of the investigative activities and, of course, on the other side, the seriousness of the crime, but also the protection of the rights of the legitimate users of these kind of services. And this was especially the case of Pachkov versus Russia. So what I would like to highlight in the 1 minute I have left is that these criminal investigation activities help us raising light to a specific issue from a substantive point of view, which is that we can connect the degree of legitimate intrusiveness, sorry, I cannot say this word, intrusiveness of investigative activities also on the type of service object of the investigation. So here, a contribution from a substantive point of view would be to help define this concept that is gray infrastructure. So when I say gray infrastructure, I mean all those digital services that are located in countries with strong privacy laws and a history of not cooperating with law enforcement authorities, and that's often used for criminal purposes. So here, basically, we have a different. Can I take one more minute? I promise. We have two approaches. The first one to deal with these gray infrastructures. The first one is looking to a possible new criminalization. For instance, there are some proposals on the criminalization of the use of crypto funds, which are highly debatable and highly problematic because these instruments are also used for legitimate reasons, for instance, for intellectual property reasons. Another way is to look at the possibility to frame certain services and certain products as a facilitation and a material contribution in the activities of criminal organization, and therefore switching to the liability framework of these providers. And especially on this point, I think that an important area that it's worth further exploring is the need to define a clearer threshold that allows us to distinguish between technologies that are actually dual use technologies that can be used for both legitimate and illegitimate purposes, and technologies that are most likely used for criminal purposes. And here we might need to shift our attention from criminal law and focusing instead on a different approach, which is the risk-based approach in making available to the public certain advanced technological tools. We see these in the AI Act, for instance, which could provide an interesting avenue as a possible future development. Here, stressing on the preventive role of certain regulatory instruments, such as, for instance, I think it's very promising the use of regulatory sandboxes to assess whether such applications would actually be mostly used by criminals. So here also there might be, a new area of interaction between the procedural and substantive level in building a hybrid approach that integrates criminal law-related concerns with the prevention by compliance that might be worth further exploring. Sorry, Emanuele, 2 minutes late. I'm sorry, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Beatrice. 2 minutes late, but I mean, on the average of the panelists, we were a little bit ahead of schedule. Thank you very much. And so now the floor for our last speaker, Carlotta, please.
Okay. Thank you, Rosella. Let me just say thank you to all the organization, all of you. I know you are tired. I'm tired too. So I swear I promise that I will stay in my time and I will limit myself in giving you some ideas, some input into the relationship between crypto dimension and organized crime, and in particular between economic crimes, virtual currencies, and the role of organized crime in these new technologies. I have to start this presentation with a premise, and I can recall the presentation of Beatrice on this, because today we discuss cryptocurrencies as a criminal tool, but in reality they originate in America in 1980s, when the cypherpunk movement, whose aim was to make privacy a common good, first imagined currencies that could be decentralized, not subject to the control of authorities, national or supranational, and pseudo-anonymous, in order to guarantee, on the one hand, the anonymity of the user, and on the other hand, the possibility of monitoring suspicious transactions. These ideas were strengthened after the bankruptcies of Lehman Brothers on the September 2008, so much so that on the October 2008 was published on internet the paper Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer cash system, signed by Satoshi Nakamoto, the still unknown developer of this technology. It's with this paper that Satoshi Nakamoto announced the world the birth of cryptocurrencies Bitcoin, characterized by decentralization, pseudonymity, and irreversibility of transaction. These characteristics are guaranteed by the blockchain, that is the technology on which Bitcoin is based, that you can imagine that as a public ledger in a peer-to-peer system, which in the case of cryptocurrencies make possible to verify whether a transaction is legitimate or not without the need for a third party to carry out checks. It's possible, in fact, for each user of the network, precisely because it's a peer-to-peer system, has a copy of the ledger containing all transactions, and this means that any one of them can request that a particular transaction be recorded on the blockchain. A very interesting aspect of the blockchain concerns pseudonymity, that in the time has become also anonymity. For example, with Monero cryptocurrency, that is an aspect of virtual currencies favored by economical criminals who use them illegally. In particular, the blockchain uses an asymmetric cryptography to guarantee the privacy of user based on the use of digital signature. So a user can have more accounts, and it's not possible to discover immediately the origin and the destination of the transaction. You have to think that the public key is represented by an alphanumerical string, which is the only element recorded by the blockchain technology, and is the only aspect that makes it possible to trace the user to whom a given transaction belongs. The pseudo-anonymity of the blockchain consists precisely in the fact that despite the public nature of the register of transaction, the user will not be able to be identifiable except by a random series of numbers and alphanumerical strings. In this way, their sensitive data will not be known to other operations. However, it's good to specify that thanks to the use of appropriate computer forensic techniques, the judicial authorities will be able to reconstruct all data traffic, making the blockchain a public and transparent tool that allows the identification of those who make criminal use of the technology in abstract. In this regard, some have argued that the blockchain is incapable of protecting the identified or cyber criminals, and that the competent authorities will therefore be able to trace the actual perpetrator of the criminal operation. But it's not always the case, because first of all, the primary and essential characteristic of cryptocurrencies is the possibility as I said, for each user to create numerous accounts and thus to endow himself with an unlimited number of public keys, which in turn are associated with an unlimited number of private keys, making it possible to use a different identifier for each transaction carried out. This aspect complicates not only the identification of the user, but even the identification of the origin of the suspicious transaction, and allow to the user, for example, carrying out money laundering operation involving small sums of money without the transaction being reported as suspicious. Moreover, several software packages have been developed in recent years to make transactions completely anonymous. For example, there are some systems named Tumblr and mixing services which allow users to hide their transaction history. Thanks to such technology, multiple cryptocurrency transfers are aggregated in order to confuse both the origin and the destination of all mixed origin transactions. In addition, as I said before, over the years, technological evolution has led to development of anonymous cryptocurrencies where transactions cannot be linked to a specific sender. In this case, anonymity is guaranteed by the fact that each transaction combines the user keys with those of the blockchain itself. It's the case of Monero. Although the use of cryptocurrencies has been doubted in the past, it's now possible to see application of cryptocurrencies as a payment method, both in the real and the virtual market. The criminal potential of cryptocurrency in the commission of economic crisis is now well known to the doctrine because any transaction carried out with cryptocurrency can potentially conceal criminal activity. Indeed, users exploiting the regulatory loopholes and circumventing existing regulation are using this technology to commit economic crimes, in particular fraud, financial crime, tax crime, and money laundering offenses. However, economic crimes committed with cryptocurrencies, whose is increasing favored by criminals due to the ability of these instruments to hide their tax, rendering those who use them illegally untraceable and therefore unpunishable. And this phenomenon is constantly expanding. As we know, organized crime has always quickly adapted alongside progress in technology and law enforcement and exploiting innovation that improve efficiency and financial anonymity. The rise of cryptocurrency has in this case accelerated this dynamic, enabling cross-border transactions with unprecedented speed and scale. Today, traditional crime groups that once relied on cash and keys in turn to the crypto in attempt to obscure proceeds, facilitate payments and evade detection. I think that today we can say that cryptocurrencies have largely supplanted the use of cash in many criminal transactions. Also because the natural consequence of crimes committed with cryptocurrencies must be identified in money laundering operations. In this sense, the absence of third parties in carry out checks on the use of cryptocurrency in conjunction with the pervasiveness of their use worldwide has prompted the European Union to intervene in the matter in order to ensure a uniform response to the cryptocurrencies phenomenon by the member states. In particular, the European Union, with the fourth and the fifth anti-money laundering directives, so 2015 and 2018, then with MiCA regulation, has recognized cryptocurrencies as a means of committing crimes, subjecting intermediaries to specify registration obligations so as to guarantee, at least all in theory, the traceability of users. Nevertheless, studies on the subject have shown that today approximately 80% of criminal transactions with cryptocurrencies pass through the use of exchange platform, resulting in a substantial ineffectiveness of the regulation in this area in combating this criminal phenomenon. You have to think that the volume of illicit business that emerged in 2024 only emerged is estimated at over 51 billion, up from 46 billion the previous year, second only to 2022 when illicit business peaked up at over 54 billion. In conclusion, once again, the legislative intervention has been necessary to regulate the criminal phenomena. And in this sense, I think that it's happened which I call the paradox of decentralization. It's not clear that the use of cryptocurrency, even if they are designed as a decentralized instrument, not so subject to the control of any authority, requires a precise regulation capable of pretending criminal phenomena that could otherwise go unpunished. However, the introduction of a specific regulation is not sufficient at present, but requires the establishment of specific supervisory authority composed of interdisciplinary figures who can monitor operation, enter on the blockchain, therefore ensure the effectiveness of the regulation and ultimately of the sanction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlotta, for your insights and for staying perfectly in the allotted time. So now I would like to open the floor for questions or comments to the speeches that you just heard. Thank you. So the microphone for Benedetta.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful. Presentation will be very quick, and I have a question for Beatrice, because you're working on very, I think, like complicated cases. EncroChat and Sky ECC especially are like really taking my time lately on the transfer of evidence and the problem between this surveillance and how to gather evidence with these things. But my question is, at the same time, as you said, they are using technology, and like the organized crime is using this kind of technology. So somehow the public administration and the prosecutor need to enter into this, and how can you balance? And I was wondering if you like find a solution on that, like what can be the solution between of this balance, because I'm still thinking about that. And especially I think the Court of Justice is much more like we can gather this evidence, but on the other side I think there is like a real big problem related to the surveillance and matters. Thank you very much.
How many times you want to stay here? So this is a huge, of course, debate. Of course, I don't have any solution here. There is a very, extensive literature and case law on the subject, especially focused, of course, on the procedural, side of the matter. So, all the assessment of what is the, minimum level of safeguards that need to be provided in such cases. If such, criminal investigation activities should be even allowed at all, because of course it's also a matter of allowing activities of online surveillance for criminal investigation instead of intelligence activities. Of course, I don't have the time to answer the question in this respect. What I wanted to share with you in the short time I had was to maybe highlight that there might be also a different way of approaching the question, which is on the substantive level, that focus on the use of the technology and the responsibility of the provider itself in making available to the public such technologies, because not all technology is the same. For instance, crypto phones and crypto communication services, there are two whole different words. For instance, in Sky ECC, we had like some features, for instance, the distressing password feature and the kill switch button that allow the users to erase all the information remotely. So what I would like to, what I wanted to share with you here is like the possibility to, approach the problem from a different perspective, which is, let's say that there are like also, higher standards for these providers in the light of the, evolution that we see, for instance, in the AI legislation, which could be, broadened and applied also to such kind of providers. That is my small response to the big question. Okay.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. Since we haven't talked about confiscation for a while today, I have a question that is somehow related to confiscation, and my question is for Carlotta. I think there is like the topic of crypto assets is very important right now, because as you mentioned, a lot of transactions are now going on this different means of exchanging money, and this is particularly problematic because we maybe don't have the tools to get to this money. And in my field of research, which is again confiscation, I found that in the latest confiscation directive, they finally introduced among the goods that can be confiscated also crypto assets. but I was wondering how to use this kind of sanction for crypto assets, because if there is a problem at the beginning where we cannot trace and identify the assets, how can we then arrive to the freezing and confiscation of these assets? I don't know if you touched upon these topics in your research, and if you have any idea on how to deal with these new developments on this topic.
Thank you for the question. It's a file that I'm exploring because it's one of the first problem that I think about when I studied criminal economic crime and cryptocurrencies. Today we have a problem that you observe, that is to individuate the asset, because we know that asset could be online or could be on USB keys. So this is a problem. When I've studied this problem, I thought two things. First of all, we have to think about the fact that in a criminology view, we are speaking about white-collar crime. So I think that what the white-collar crimes wants is to escape to the sanction and to escape to the risk of confiscation. Today we have two problems. The first one is that there is for Agenzia delle Entrate, for example, in Italy, you have to declare cryptocurrencies, and we should operate a control about cryptocurrencies declaration thanks to the intermediary. But as I said, 18% of operation pass to intermediary. So this is the one problem, that it's absurd, but if I don't declare cryptocurrencies, probably nobody will know that I have with cryptocurrencies. The second problem is a concrete problem where I can take this asset. So today I was reading an article with some declaration of Nicola Gratteri. Because there was a case which an hacker collaborated with justice and reached a lot of 34 millions of cryptocurrencies, hackering some platforms in order to sequestrate and confiscate these cryptocurrencies, profit of crime. I think that we have to think about the way to think of criminal or white-collar crime. So to have a carrot-stick approach. It's difficult to oblige them to declare cryptocurrencies, and it's a problem if a transaction not passed by intermediary, because if we could control intermediary, probably we could control cryptocurrency transaction. But this is a problem, so we have to act about the person, about the criminal. I think that one solution could be make some advantage for people who declare the use the property of cryptocurrencies in first act, because if they declare, we can control, and this is the first thing. In second place, I think that if they don't declare it, but the state between digital forensics discover the crime, we can act about on the sanction. So we can preview some circostanze attenuanti or yes, thank you, Professor. Or mitigate the sanction or mitigate the confiscation. Today is very difficult to do this, and Cassazione Penale with a sentence of 2025 say that cryptocurrencies cannot be confiscated because are not value, and this is a big problem, because it seems that they say, please make crimes with cryptocurrencies. And I think that another problem, and I go to close, is that there is not so knowledge of this technology. And when I think to some judge of Corte di Cassazione or some judge which who I know, they told me, but because you are studying cryptocurrency, state doesn't exist. So I think can I close with this quote?
Any other questions? Please, Professor.
I don't want to keep anybody away from dinner, but I would like to congratulate the panel because you're still generating discussion and provoke thoughts at this late hour after a very, very rich day. Just a few comments to you, to Martin. I think it's not only the future that we have manipulated or AI, let's say, tainted evidence in court. We have it already, and it's not very clear whether we can really detect deep fakes. This technology is just now coming. So I think the question is less futuristic. It's already actual. Beatrice, your approach made me reflect the following. I think it's an interesting idea to try to apply the risk-based approach for these encryption, let's say, encryption technologies, which can be mostly abused, may I put it that way. But I think that we are a bit naive and too early in operationalizing at all the risk-based approach of the AI Act. I think Europe has a long way to go to understand how we will actually implement and operationalize these responsibilities that the AI Act describes. I think that the Commission is having a headache in giving guidelines on that, and member states are having a headache to understand how to adopt national law. When it comes to sandboxes, I'm afraid that a practical limitation to such sandbox testing will be that the technology, especially this technology, is not made in Europe. So it will be the entire, let's say, experimentation or tinkering with these technologies is less self-evident, I think, than it looks in abstracto on the book. But interesting. Thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentations to all of you.
Okay. If there are no, reactions or other questions, I would like to thank you all for staying with us till this evening, the speakers and the audience alike. A very practical now information. At 9, we have the dinner, social dinner all together. So see you later. And for tomorrow, please, we convene again for the second day at 9:30 tomorrow. So thank you very much and see you tomorrow.